children of a Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. Give the children of a Mother Earth, reach out your hands, let us heal our earth
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth, reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. With the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of a Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, Let us heal our earth together.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. We will heal the earth.
Namaste. Join us this Sunday on a free online episode, Wellbeing and Wellness, for a healthy, happy, peaceful body and mind.
We will heal the earth, heal the earth, heal the earth. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in us.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And hello and a global namaste to everyone around the world. Welcome to Healing Our Earth. And we are looking forward to giving you and presenting to you an amazing show today, full of wellness. Now, if you're looking to find tips, advice, any kind of knowledge to help you improve your health, well, today is the day for you, because you're going to end up finding out lots of really amazing information and also meeting some really fantastic guests. So we look forward to definitely introducing you to our next guest. Before we start, I'd like to say, why don't we start off with a little prayer, just to perhaps, add a little bit of peace and happiness around the world. Let's see if we can just start off with a little prayer and maybe ask for blessings from our gurus. So, Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tatsmai Shri Guruve Namaha. And with that, I just thought it'll be fantastic, because these people who are going to be joining us today, our special guests, they're all gurus, all of them packed with knowledge, packed with so much knowledge that they're going to be just pouring their knowledge out to you so that you can transform your life in the most positive way possible. As we know, Healing Our Earth is all about spreading love, joy, and happiness around the world. Our aim is to, of course, develop friendships, unity, peace, and of course, main thing is to make your life a better life and our planet's life a better life. So with that, I'd like to introduce to you our first guest. Our first guest, she is somebody you really need to meet, because I'm so super excited to meet this lady. She is really great. Before I start that, just in case you don't know who I am, my name is Honey Kalaria, and I'm going to be your host for the next few hours. So let's see if we can introduce our dear Neera. Neera Gupta is actually from Singapore, and she's going to be speaking to us about the power of your voice. Yes. Now, Dr. Neera Gupta, I should say, is the Chief Visionary Officer at Global Influencers Publishing House and the founder and director of Kit Kat Events and Marketing, based in Singapore. Now, being a women empowerment ambassador, she started a small initiative called My Voice in June 2020, just about a year ago, in the midst of the COVID pandemic. Now, the main thing was to provide a platform for women to come together and discuss their issues, challenges, as well as to support each other, uplift each other all through this difficult times. I would have loved to be part of that group, because everybody's gone through these challenges through this COVID time. Now, today, this humble initiative has completed 30 editions and spread across 20 countries with a network of over 1,000 women. Wow, congratulations, Neera. What a wonderful work. Now, 80 of whom have also found the courage to share their personal journey by co-authoring the international bestseller, not just an international, but a best-selling book called My Voice, a collective memoir by women of substance. These are volume 1, 2, 3, and 4. So do make sure, if you get a chance, go and get those, because you'll get a chance to get some really inspiration stories from there. Now, with all this is not it. But all the sale proceeds also go to children's charities, which is, I think, a fantastic. Now, in addition to this, Neera loves being on stage and in front of TV cameras. She has produced and hosted many international events and TV shows, including Saregama, which is my favorite. I love it. And of course, Antakshari for Z Network. She recently also acted in a multi-award winning film, Love Yours Truly. Oh my God, what a talented, packed lady we have with us today. A global namaste to you, dear Neera. Hello.
Global namaste to you, honey, and global namaste to everybody who is joining us today. A very good morning, global namaste to those joining us from UK and Europe, to those who are joining us from India and the Middle East. It is a good evening, and to those joining us from Australia and Asia, it is late good evening or good night, as I would say. And to those joining us from, North America, a very, very early good morning and namaste. So thank you, everybody, for listening to us, and thank you for having me here today.
Oh, Neera, that's wonderful. I just realized as you were saying good morning and a good afternoon and a good evening, wow, our family has grown a lot, hasn't it? We went from the UK and moved on to the USA and then to Hong Kong and Singapore and Australia, and we're in Africa and we're all over the place. So thank you for reminding us that. Thank you. So Neera, tell us, you have such an amazing background and what an inspiration you are to women around the world, including the rest, and not just women, everyone really. And this thing about the voice, you really put a lot of emphasis on something called my voice. Now, can you tell us, why is having a voice so important? Why is that so important?
Well, you see, honey, we all have an opinion. We have a view or simply thoughts about things that happen to us or around us. Now, some of us think about it, some of us talk about it, but majority do nothing. But what if you're that one person who does something and takes charge of the situation, turning challenges into inspiration? Wouldn't you want to be heard and even help those who dare not speak? So by gaining our voice, we'll discover just how much worthy we are, what we possess, and that each of our stories is so unique and it lends a value in a way that nobody else could. You see, our voices are one of the most valuable possessions that we have. It's an essential tool for communicating, and it's been true for centuries or generations, right? It's a tool of how we communicate with the world around us. Now, this could be either vocal or it could be written. This voice could be quiet or it could be a roar. Either way, it's important that we are able to speak up and be heard.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, that is definitely true. And you know what? You're inspiring me because there's so many things I'd like to talk about. Yes, and it's true. It's not even about, that you have to roar and shout and scream and try to get attention to yourself. It's all about just expressing yourself, isn't it? Just expressing your thoughts, your opinions, and anything that could create some positive change in people's lives, actually. And what makes it so critical than ever at this moment in time, especially in this present day, for us to speak up, for us to share and speak our minds, actually?
That's a great question, honey, of why it's important today. Now, if you think about it, our voices, they have some measure of power. And when we speak up, it is crucial in creating an inclusive, open and prosperous societies, especially for women. Because as you know, being a fellow woman, for centuries, we women around the world, we have put the needs of others before ourselves. We have made tremendous amount of sacrifices for everyone around us, our families, friends, colleagues, even the society. And you know what? In times to come, none of this is going to change because this is what makes us us. But if in all of this we could stand up and speak up for ourselves, we have the power to make this world a better place, not just for ourselves, but also for others. And here's an interesting fact, right? In speaking our truth and sharing our unique stories, we are doing two very important things. We are teaching the world to be fairer and kinder place, and we are easing the burden on our shoulders of our stories.
Wow, that is actually really, really powerful, because everyone has a story. Everyone is unique, as you mentioned as well. Everyone has this story, and you can learn something from everyone. And sometimes what you said, to make it a kinder and and a better place. There could be teachings, and there could be things that we can learn from other people's experiences. We don't have to go through that ourselves, or we could help others not to go through those same similar situations that we may have had to go through. And if we look at,
Absolutely. I mean, and if you think about it, when we listen to somebody's story, there are a couple of reactions that we can have, right? Either we could say that, you know what, wow, I'm not alone. There's somebody else who's gone through it. And that's very comforting to know that, because, there are days where we feel like, oh my God, everything is happening to us. But you know what? It's happened to someone. So that comfort is there, that I'm not alone. The second thing that happens is when we read about their story and what they've done about it, you see like there's light at the end of the tunnel. You see hope. You see, okay, well, they've been through this and I'm in a similar situation. Well, I can do it too. And then the third thing is, from their story, you also learn that, you know what, this is how they did it. Well, all right, well, how do I mold it to my situation, and how can I do the same or something similar as well? So there's just so many things by just sharing and listening and being part of somebody's story, is that comfort, that support, that motivation, and also that inspiration and empowerment to go out there and do something about your own situation.
that's very true, isn't it? Because but most people will read these biographies. They follow role models, and they learn from how they did what they did, how they went from A to Z. Like how they did it. And for us to be able to save years of our time, if we just read those stories, we may be able to get some amazing tips that will help us to not go through those same mistakes, same challenges, because they've already shared. This is how we overcame it. This is how we did this. So you're absolutely right. When you share your story, you're actually allowing people to even have answers to deal with certain situations without having to go through years of pain and suffering. That is a very good point. And how do people express themselves? Because there are different ways that people express. Of course, I'm not talking about maybe going on radio and giving interviews or whatever. How do people get themselves to start expressing? Because there are people who are very quiet, may not have the confidence. They've already taken a lot of beating with everything going on around them. So the strength that they need, the inner strength that they need to go out there to speak about what they wish to speak about. What kind of guidance would you give to them?
Honey, if you think about it, incredible people throughout history have used their voices to create change. Now, there's this huge misconception that you have to be famous or you have to have million followers these days on Instagram to be able to empower someone or make a difference in other people's life. But in truth, that there are many different ways that you could do it. They could be, big ways or small ways that you can use your own voice for the betterment of communities throughout the globe, despite how young or old you are. And again, that doesn't matter either these days. And as we were saying, now more than ever, life is changing at so many different levels that it is time for everyone to share their stories. Now, again, to your question, how does somebody do that, right? Now, you don't have to be a writer. You don't have to be an orator, or you don't have to be, like I said, famous. That people think that, oh, you're worthy of the story. Everybody has a story. Even the simplest and the most mundane stories can raise spirits and inspire people who listen or read those stories. And it's all about taking that step and going ahead and say, you know what, I want to do this. And literally, it's all about that. And what we're doing here today, right? Literally, what we're doing here today is sharing that voice. The fact that you're talking to me and you're talking about this, and this whole initiative that has been going on. And I believe this is like the 105th or 106th episode.
Yes, we're so excited. Yeah, we just celebrated our 100th century, of events, which was so fantastic and so amazing to enjoy. Yes, thank you.
And this is what it is. It is all about sharing these voices. Every person who comes there, they're able to share their voice. Every person who's listening is in a way changed after they have attended a session like this. And this is the whole point of sharing and expressing our voices. And like you said, the first and the foremost thing is to talk to somebody, especially, with the whole thing about pandemic and everything. People didn't have these opportunities, but now more than ever, like we said, it's important for you to share your feelings, what you're going through, and even listen to other people, listen to what's happening in their lives, and genuinely be there for themselves. And the beauty about pandemic, and I know I'm using the word beauty, pandemic has brought in a lot of different things, a lot of negative emotions, and everything else that is going and making us nervous. But at the same time, it's given us that opportunity to step back, realize what's important to us, and reflect on who we are. And this is literally how we came up with the concept of my voice, which you use in the introduction.
Yes, I was actually going to ask that. How did you come out with that? Because, to come out with such an amazing, it's so simple yet so powerful. Because my voice, you wouldn't even think that, oh, well, you would take it for granted that, oh, here you are speaking to people, sharing little stories. But actually, your voice could become a real strong instrument, or a powerful instrument to be used in the way that could transform lives in such an impactful way. So how did you come up with this idea? I was really intrigued to know.
Absolutely. So going back, the whole world was grappling through pandemic and everything, and we had lockdowns, and everywhere else there were lockdowns. And what we realized when we were talking to our friends, and we realized everybody was suffering in some way or the other. Of course, things like working from home and homeschooling, and not being able to meet your friends, and also that fear of being infected and what's going to happen. There was just so much happening, and not being able to meet our families overseas. We realized that mental health was really suffering, and we were seeing this in our friends. And I said, you know what, we're doing all of these Zoom calls to meet each other and say hello, and we're doing events. I said, why don't we just do something where we women could just come together, talk about things that matter to us, discuss our issues, our challenges, and you know what, just lend a listening ear or a helping hand to each other. And that's where the concept of my verse came about. And we said, we just want to create a safe space for women where we could agree, disagree, or agree to disagree, but without any judgment whatsoever. An opportunity for us to be ourselves. And this basically gave birth to the platform of my voice, which was for like-minded women to come together and just have fun or talk about it, or just let yourself go. And literally it started with few women in our network, and now, as you know, that we've done 30 sessions. We have over 1,000 women from 20 different countries. Not something that we had planned, not something that we had intended to either. It was not our aim or objective at all. It was literally to help women around us. And it just grew, and we realized the power that we have of the voice. And we said, you know what, it doesn't have to be me or my partner Shikha or us talking about it. We said, no, who are we to talk about things? Every woman brings in so much knowledge, so much experience with them, and emotion. We said, you know what, that's how week after week we had different women who would come and talk about things. And of course, then we started formalizing it a little bit more, and we said, we should have specific topics, and we had experts talking about it. And the best part from that is we said, you know what? These stories shouldn't be for the 20 people who are joining, or 60 or 80. This needs to go out into the world. All of those stories were so amazing, so inspiring. And that actually motivated us to start this publication called My Voice. And again, with no experience of publishing at all.
Wow.
We're an events company.
I'm so amazed, like how your story is. I'm so truly amazed. Of course, I want to hear more, but I just thought that, wow, how a little idea has got women coming together. Suddenly they're sharing their stories. Suddenly they feel that they've got a safe space to be able to be heard. And they always say that if you've got something inside you that's really eating up at you, people even write, and put it down on a note just to get it out of the system. But how beautiful is it to be able to share with somebody who says, yes, I understand. I know what you're going through. Don't worry. We're here for you, or whatever, they have to hear. That's beautiful. And then you said you went from your few people to 1,000 members that you have right now. So look at the impact that one little idea is creating. And from there, now you said you went into the publishing, which means thousands and thousands and millions of people can read and get inspired by these wonderful stories. It's just truly amazing. Please carry on. I just thought I have to share that.
No, absolutely. And again, the whole thing about publishing also came about. We said, we wanted to have these stories out into the world. We said, you know what, it shouldn't be just for us. Everybody needs to know about these. And hence the idea of the book. And in a way, during pandemic, the one change that we saw is a lot more people were writing, a lot more people were reading. And we said, this is a perfect way. And, prior to this, when we had events, we always just had events for our own city. There was no concept of virtual events and people from all over the globe. It was all about traveling. Now we could all be sitting in the comfort of our homes and be connected to everybody. And this is what a book does as well. And so we said, you know what, we want to get these stories out. And we're like, how are we going to do this? And we went to publishing houses to actually publish. And we realized that it was very difficult as first-time publishers or first-time authors. How do you get your stories out? And we realized there was this huge gap for somebody, because the first thing we were told by some of the bigger publishing houses is like, who's representing you? We're like, nobody. We don't have any literary agent. We're like, what's that? And it was very hard. And we said, but these are beautiful stories. We don't have to be famous. I mean, again, stories of Oprah or Michelle Obama. I mean, they're amazing stories, but I can't relate to those, right? Now, these stories are relatable stories. These are stories of everyday women who have done things in their life which are extraordinary. And nobody wanted to publish in that sense because it's a risk. And we said, you know what? We're going to do it ourselves. And that's what we did. We went ahead, we found out, we got the right team of editors, of Amazon specialists, because there's a whole thing of how do you put it out there, marketing and PR, because we realized, you know what? If we don't do marketing for this, our 10 friends are going to buy the book. And that's pretty much it.
Nobody else will ever find out about these inspiring stories, right? No, that's absolutely right. And you did self-publishing. And when you do self-publishing, at least you're in charge and, you can do whatever you want with it. You don't have to have a publisher saying we can't have this and we can't have that. You can literally be free to express whatever you want. So maybe there was an opportunity there as well, something positive.
No, absolutely. And the thing was that now we had a team. So we had legals, like contracts and everything. They're so important in these, day and age and everything. We got the whole team together and we have 3 different levels of editing because it's a lot of work. We didn't realize it, to be very honest. It wasn't, we didn't think it was going to be that hard, but it's been so rewarding, especially for me. I'm very lucky and I am so full of a gratitude that I get to hear all of these stories from so many different women. And it was interesting you brought that point up, and I want to share one very interesting example. I was talking to this one lady in Australia, and I'd known her for many years, and I was talking to her about sharing her story in the book. And she said, you know what, Neera, I love your concept, but I'm not ready to open my kimono yet. And I said, you know what? I respect that. But I told her, I said, look, you know what? I absolutely respect that and I understand. But I told her, I said, look, I'm going to give you one piece of advice and you can, take it or not. I said, I know you're not ready yet to share, but do yourself a favor and, like you said, write it down, journal it. I said, just write it for yourself. After that, you want to delete it, you want to burn it, you want to tear it, you want somebody else to read it. I said, I'm not asking you to publish it. Write it for yourself, because once you have written it, what you're feeling today when you're talking to me, you're not going to be feeling that. You will be a different person by just writing it down, by just penning it down. It makes so much of a difference. And she said, you know what, Neera, she thanked me and she said, this is a great piece of advice. And I told her, you don't have to tell me what you've done, but it is so important to be able to, for ourselves, to unburden that. And same goes for my own story. When we were talking to people about writing their stories and sharing their stories in the book, people asked me, they're like, Neera, are you writing? And I said, well, you know what? I'm writing, but I'm not sure if I will publish. And guess what? I was like, I'm the biggest hypocrite. Here I am.
Yes, that's right, Nira. I know you must have a beautiful story behind you too. That's true. And with all these amazing women coming and sharing their stories, we would like to know who the woman behind all of this, bringing all these people together.
It's true. And I felt like a hypocrite. I said, here I am, being this person and telling people, and I'm afraid to share it, because when we talk about our own stories, there's guilt, there's shame, there is this there's just this weird sense that we feel that somebody might think less of me, and that's the burden that we carry. And I said to myself, you know what, I'm going to write. First, I said, I will write. And guess what? You won't believe it. I wrote my own story literally in a couple of hours at night when my whole household was sleeping, because I have written it here so many times.
Wow.
I wrote it down.
It's amazing. Yeah, and this is your whole story, like, probably all the challenges, and like some people would say, oh, I don't know if I feel comfortable opening up, like you just mentioned, there's shame, there's guilt, there's also, what will people think, or will people believe me? That's another one as well, that will people believe if I share that this really actually happened, and there are so many things. And actually what you just said about writing things down, me myself, I'm a very positive person. I'm always, enjoying my life and doing the best I can for the world. But everybody goes through challenges. And I found that was one of the best ways. That I just write quick diary notes. I write little diary notes, put it all down, and it feels like, it's all come out. And it never affects me afterwards, because I kind of feel that someone's listened to it, like the world, the universe has listened to me. So you're right.
And it makes a huge difference, because there is, synchronicity, and there's just so much out there that when you put it out there, it does there's magic that happens. And I did that, and finally, and it was funny, because when I wrote my story, the most difficult part was the conclusion. I'm like, how do I conclude what I'm living? And then, of course, this is where you get help, and there's some training and everything, and you're like, okay, well, this is how you would write it. But I think for me personally, it was the greatest gift I gave my own self, to be able to write that story. And I said to myself, the story that I wanted to be a legacy. You know what? These days, and of course, for us Hindus, we don't even have, burial and all of those things. And, how do you remember somebody who's gone? And we think about it. And again, there are all these amazing poets and writers from centuries ago. We still remember their work. We still remember their words. So how do you leave a legacy? Like, I wanted my children to read my story. I want people around me to know who the real Neera was, because it's not just about what you see on Facebook or what you see on LinkedIn and all of those things. There was a story which was unheard or untold. And I wanted people to know that and remember me for many other things. And so writing is such a legacy that you leave behind for future generations. And here's an interesting thing that a lot of people tell me is like, but nobody wants to hear my story. I don't think it's interesting. And I said, tell me more about yourself. Tell me more. Tell me more. And the amount of heartwarming stories that you come to listen, and all of these unsung heroes and community champions who have really gone above and beyond their course of work, service, passion. And each one of us has literally showcased during our lifetime these extraordinary examples of courage, resilience, triumph, kindness, compassion, self-love, transformation, and everything else. And
Yes,
and here's where we
absolutely.
need to give ourselves a bit of a pat on the back, that we think we did what we had to do. But there are thousands of people out there in our situation who are not able to do it for whatever reason. And this is where we are setting that example of what can be achieved and how we can inspire people to transform their journeys from, that ordinary to extraordinary, and that change that they could have.
Wow, this is just so beautiful. It's really amazing. And, already such an inspiration. And women, I feel that, from centuries, people always had the women always fighting to be heard, so they have had to, whereas it's their right to be heard. It's not like you have to fight and it's somebody's done you a favor for allowing you to speak. It's your right to be able to express yourself in the way you wish to express yourself. So it is very true at what you just mentioned. The other thing I love is about the art and cultural and heritage part of it, because what you said is these stories will remain. And maybe 100 years down the line, 500 years down the line, 1,000 years down the line, when books are there with the libraries and things, people will go back and say, wow, this is how people used to live. These were the stories behind. So you're actually right. It becomes part of art, culture, and heritage, really. And you mentioned about the fact that some of these women were from Australia and other places around the world. So again, you have these global stories coming on board as well,
Yes.
which are human interest, but with the cultural and tradition connected to it as well in different parts of the world that they may bring on board. So, I mean, sounds absolutely fantastic. And you yourself as well, Neera, you sing as well. Do you sing? You've got such a beautiful voice. Is that meant to be a secret, or are we meant to be able to share that with the world, right?
Oh,
That you've got such a beautiful voice yourself. You love singing. Is that
yeah.
right? Is that something that you love doing, or is it something you do by profession? What is this
No,
thing
no.
about you and your beautiful voice?
Thank you. No, not at all by profession at all. I mean, I love being on stage, and I love comparing and hosting lots of different events. And of course, we have a little group of people that we get together when we could actually sing, and now we can kind of sing a little bit, but we do get together and we share music, and we again, music just brings people together. And music again is such a global language for people that it is a way for us to connect with each other. And doesn't matter if we speak the language or we don't speak the language, music is a global language. And I genuinely believe, and again, with the work that I did with ZTV, bringing Saregama, a show that is loved by so many people, to bring that to the community and bring local artists to come and get their share of fame, to be in front of
Yes, and
millions of
why
people.
not? And why not? Because everybody needs a little sense of achievement. Everybody loves to feel like they've been able to express. And if they've got a talent that's a hidden talent there, why not share with the little world so that they can also be appreciated and inspired by it as well? So it's a very beautiful thing, actually. And you mentioned about the music, dance, creativity, anything within the creative sector. It's a great way to bring people together, make friends, etc.
It is, and the beauty about music is that um, it doesn't have a language, if you think about it, right? It is global. And the Hindustani classical music's different, the Carnatic music's different, and then you have opera, which is so different, and then you've got the Italian and the Chinese opera, and then there's hip hop, and there's just so many different types of music that we could spend a lifetime trying to understand that, and still there would be something new to it. And yeah, so no, I definitely like singing.
Yeah.
um
Oh, well,
I,
we can't let you not sing a couple of songs here for us. Because if you can sing so well, we must listen to your beautiful voice, right? And I have to say, Seema Bhatia, I wanted to say a very big thank you to Seema, because I know that she's the one who invited you here. Seema is a really amazing family member of ours here on Healing Our Earth, also one of the hosts, and she coordinates a lot of wonderful guests who comes on the platform. So we're so grateful to our dear Seema Bhatia, and hopefully she'll come a little bit later on. Maybe I'll interrogate you with a few questions, maybe.
Oh yeah, she's amazing, and she was in fact one of the speakers at an event that we recently held, which was My Voice Forum Global, where again it was a 3-day event where we had people from all of the world who attended this event, and we spoke about the whole idea was so it was self development, self-love, and self-care. And she had a session under self-care, and it was an amazing session. So she's wonderful for sure, and a big
She is.
thank you to her.
She's a very beautiful soul, I have to say, and so full of knowledge as well. So tell me, Neera, if you could perhaps sing, and I've got quite a few questions after then as well to ask you. but if you would like to perhaps, is there any particular song that you would like to share? Because I know songs will change people's moods. It'll help people to, uplift people through any kind of songs. Any songs that you would like to share?
Well, I have a Hindi song, so I'm not sure if all of the audiences will understand this, but like I said, music has no language. So if you're okay, I'll sing a little bit of it. And
oh yeah, go ahead. We're global now. We have a global family. we're white, black, yellow, green. It doesn't really matter. We're like one. So don't worry. Any different cultural backgrounds, we all appreciate each other's, traditions, cultures, everything. So do go ahead. I'm sure there are audience members around the world who will absolutely love hearing your song.
And yes, and I do want to apologize to anybody who is a trained singer if they think that I'm out of tune. So because this is all for fun, right? This is all for fun. Okay, so here I go. Let me see. नहीं 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 ये बातें है पुरानी हो कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी, थामा है रोका इसको किसने, हाँ ये तो बहता पानी, हो कैसी पहेली है ये, कैसी पहेली जिंदगानी, ला 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 ला, zu 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 zu, पीले इसे उसमें नशा, जिसने पिया वो गम में भी हंसा. That's it.
Oh my God, that was just amazing. I loved it. I want to sing it. Do you know what I loved watching? I loved watching your expressions, because it was not just singing it, it was like feeling it, feeling the emotions of that particular song and expressing those songs in a particular way, which was like the movie, right, from the film. Amazing song. What a fantastic choice. Come on, you have to sing another one for us. Could you feel ready for another one?
No, and the thing is, what I always say is that what I lack in talent, I make up with performance.
You're an amazing, well, you're a great speaker. You're lovely. Look at you. You're an inspirational leader, right? And not just that, talented, very creative with it. So a little package over here, very good package. So tell me, Neera, is there another song, one more favorite song that you'd like to perhaps share with us? Anyone that comes to your mind?
Oh dear. Oh, how about we just go to the questions that we have?
Okay, sure. It's like, sure, no problems. It's okay. Yeah, sure. I had a couple of questions actually, because I'll tell you what, I made a couple of notes here because I thought, oh, she's got quite an interesting thing here. You talk about voice. There are people around the world who may be going through really, really tough stuff, and they're going through challenges. And there was one that I mentioned to you. People may feel people are just not going to believe me, so it's no point talking to anybody. It's just no point, right? It's too out of normal reality. And there's something really, really different about this that people just won't even know about. How would you manage those kind of women that if they really want to go out there to share, but they just feel people are not going to believe what they have to say?
No, you're right. And this was, one of the examples that I had shared as well. And we get that a lot. And it's just about telling them that you do have a story. And by not sharing it, you're not only doing disservice to yourself, but to everybody else who could actually learn from what you're going through. And we always tell them that you are setting an example that will be an inspiration, encouragement, and proof that anything is possible if you take action. And that's the whole thing that we try and explain to women out there, that whilst you think that you're just doing what you're doing, your life is full of purpose. And this purpose has pushed you so hard that you can no longer ignore this. And this is where we say, that there have been changes in the mindset and increase in self-worth. And that is what people want to know about. People don't want to know about, those rags to riches story that, I was on streets out there, and today I have a multi-billion-dollar empire. Because, the fact is, most of us have not been through those things. We haven't been through those challenges. We have everyday problems. And we need everyday solutions. And this is what we give each other, is what we have done and gone through in our life, and being able to share that. And that's what we try and tell people. And it doesn't have to be those drastic stories. It doesn't have to be that, you've achieved so much in life and that you're CEOs and you're this. No, you're an ordinary person, but you have achieved extraordinary things in your life, which others can learn from.
Wow, that's beautiful. Actually, that reminds me of my mom herself, because she's such a beautiful cook. She's an amazing cook. Everybody talks about her cooking, that she's so brilliant. We're pure vegetarians. But, one day there was a wonderful competition going on, like a cooking competition. It's a TV show. And I said to my mom, why don't you go in, just register and take part? And she goes, oh, no, people won't like my food. There must be brilliant people out there. I'm just nobody really. Everybody can cook at home. So she's like really undervaluing what she's all about. So I said, look, Mom, I've now registered you. You just have to go at least for the audition, right? Because I've just done it for me. So I got her in there and she did it, and she got through the audition. But she went through, and she did the TV shows, and she was thinking, oh my God, where am I? Because I didn't expect me to be here. And as she went through, she ended up becoming one of the top 3 winners of the whole of Europe. At the whole of Europe cooking competition. And she was the only vegetarian cook, from the group. But she really did it, and she would come back home, and all of a sudden this energy came in her, where she would study in YouTube, look at how they do this and that. So I loved that part of my life, that I saw her flower and blossom at that time. It was just the most beautiful joy that I received myself. So you're absolutely right. It's not about women who are doing multi-billion-pound businesses and having 50 awards. It's all about these beautiful stories of somebody who could be like this, and they've just opened up into beautiful, confident characters. I'm going and collecting her award for her. She would have never thought that I'm going to go on stage, collect an award. People are going to clap and really appreciate my cooking. And yes, I do appreciate this, what you're saying with anyone out there. So any audience members who are listening out there, you really need to appreciate what Neera is talking about. She's mentioning something which is very powerful, very impactful, and could change people's lives forever. Because by hearing these stories, yes, is that right, Nira? Is there
Oh,
anything? Is
absolutely.
there anything that you have learned from this? Because all these stories that have come out, is there any things in particular that you have felt that these are three lessons that I have learned through my journey with my voice?
It's very interesting you said that, because I was about to say that, by learning to understand yourself, we can also reach to a point where, and a place where we can say that this is what I was always meant to do, and which is exactly the case for your mother, to from where that, to not knowing and saying nobody would want to listen to me, to be like, you know what, but this is what I was meant to do. I was meant to do this. And I think for me it would be that these lessons in perseverance, honoring my own life's purpose, and recognizing that age is no barrier to achieving, you know our sole purpose and ultimately happiness. I think that's been really, really important, and this is what my chapter was about as well. And these finding these unique path to happiness, because we're all, as we grow up, and it's all very societal, right? We grow up and there are certain things that we need to do, certain things we need to achieve, but why should that be it? you know if this is what makes me happy, well, this is what makes me happy, and I'm going to find my own path, and ultimately it might lead me to somewhere where I want to be, but it could be a different path I take.
Yes. And they say on a spiritual level, if we were looking at this more on a spiritual level, we say we're already divine people already. Everything is, the divinity is in us. Our soul is pure, 100% pure. It's just with all the experiences and the education and the culture and people bringing you up, it's helped you. It's created a framework for you to work within, which sometimes becomes a bit of a boxed thing rather than the 100% pure soul that's out there, who's part of the whole world. It doesn't mean that you can't do this and you can do this and you are better doing this and you're more successful if you're a doctor, or all of these things are preconceived ideas which are put into our mental framework.
Okay.
Isn't that right? Would you say that? Because at the end of the day, we are divine souls who are perfect, but we've forgotten that.
Oh, absolutely. And funny you say about doctors, because I grew up with the whole framework of, boys become engineers and girls become doctors. So I grew up to become a doctor. Like, I'm a qualified dentist, and I haven't practiced in many years, but because I realized that that wasn't my sole purpose, I had to find it. And it's not like I knew what I wanted to do in life. And yes, it probably took me a long time to find that, but hey, it doesn't matter as long as you find it at
Yeah.
some point of time. I know I have found my life's purpose, and I urge every person to deep down go in and think about things that they want to do. And I'm not saying give up your jobs, give up your families. We can't do all of those things. I get that. But we need to live every day for ourselves. We can't continue to live for other people and do what's expected of us, because those expectations will never go away. And the more we get into that, the more we are going to sink deeper and deeper and deeper. So we need to start living an authentic life for ourselves. We have to think about ourselves. Like, every morning I do, and especially at nighttime, I do a gratitude prayer for myself. And the first thing, you will believe it or not, I thank God for me, for the life that I've been given, for the person that I am, for what I'm giving back to everybody in my life. And I thank myself first,
Yeah,
before.
I love that. Thank you, God, for making me so wonderful. Thank you for me being so brilliant. Thank you for all the wonderful work I'm doing. And I think it really makes you feel good.
It absolutely does, because you know what?
Yourself.
We think about us the last, and we are the most important person. And if we don't love and respect ourselves, nobody else is going to do it. So that's why it's so important that, when you do your, firstly, I definitely say, having a gratitude prayer that you do, and it's not religious, it's about being spiritual, or it's just saying thank you, makes such a huge difference. Because you know what, we can find so many things in this world that are going wrong for us, that we forget the joys of all the beautiful things, the fact that we have a life, that we're healthy, we have family, we have people who love. Oh my god, I say thank you to the beautiful flowers that, you know, when I'm walking and I'm smelling them, I say thank you god for the air that I'm breathing, for the water, everything. And then you think that, oh, all of these other problems that I have are so minuscule and so unnecessary, because there's just so much to be happy and grateful about.
Wow, that is a really powerful thing you mentioned just now, because gratefulness, if you're very grateful, that helps you to vibrate in very high vibrations, you know, your frequency. And as soon as your frequency starts vibrating so high, you think more positive thoughts, you feel more joyful, you feel happier. So this could be a self, you know, when people look for ways, methods to help themselves feel better, to always, these are the things, maybe, like you said, a gratitude prayer could be one of those things that could shift their mindset from poor me, look what's happened to me, la la la, to wow, I am pretty grateful for everything else. And look at there's so many people worse off than me. Look at me, I'm pretty lucky here. And suddenly you start lifting yourself up slowly. So it's very, very true. And I also find it quite interesting what you just said here, that, you know, life about the purpose side. Because me as well, I studied being an accountant, I did an accountancy. My first degree was accountancy, but it was just not me. I just didn't feel very happy at all. I was like, God, I can't sit in this office and just calculate numbers. I just cannot do it. So, you know, I was like a talker. I was like, I loved conversations. I loved networking. I loved people. So, you know, then I went into doing public relations, which was perfect for me. I just loved every lesson I would go into. I'd be so happy. So all I'm saying is, if you're in the right place, it changes the way you are. The other one feels like a struggle and trying to get through the exams and here is like, this is easy stuff, because it comes so naturally. So I think you're absolutely right. I think people need to understand what their purpose is, what they feel hopeful for. But one thing I normally say to people is, what makes you feel joyful inside? That will give you it's a gauge. So you'll know, do I want to do this project? Well, I don't really feel like I should do it because everybody's asking me. No, because you're not feeling it. Whereas something else comes up and suddenly you think, oh my God, I'd love to do that. That is so exciting. Suddenly you feel all joyful and uplifted. You know that's the thing you need to move towards, because it's something making you happy. So is there any final, because I know we're going to be moving on to our next guest very shortly. Is there any final messages that you feel that you would like to share with the audiences? Like anything that you could leave the audiences with, or how is this a membership that people can join? Is it something, if the books can be bought and where can they buy that? Maybe some information that people can know more about your work.
Absolutely, absolutely. Look, all of our books are available on Amazon, and all you have to type is My Voice book, and they would be able to get the copy of My Voice 1 and My Voice 2. And they're both bestsellers, which is such an amazing feat to come out from being nobodies to publishing a book on Amazon and then to become a bestseller. And it's a huge achievement for all of the authors. And I congratulate each and every author for being part of this. And of course, we have the My Voice Book 3 that's coming out in December, just before Christmas. And of course, we're now, talking to authors for the My Voice Volume 4. So we still have a few authors that we're looking at. So if anybody's interested in having their voice and being heard or leaving a legacy, please do connect with me. I've shared my email address on there, which is just neera@globalinfluencers.sg. That's on the chat. So please feel free to send me a note. I've also shared my LinkedIn details. And like I said, just go on to Amazon in any country that you're in and type My Voice book by Global Influencers. And all of our books will come up. They're available on Kindle and paperback. And of course, we're very excited about the volume 3. And all I want to say is the whole objective is in bringing stories of women as we share a common ground, inspiration, hope, meaning, and ultimately action. And we need to bring our authentic voices out there. It doesn't matter who we are and where we live and what we do. It's about thriving in our community. It is about celebrating our exceptional accomplishments and achievements. And it's not about, once again, whether you're a CEO or you run charities, it's all about what you have done in your life for yourself that can help somebody else. And that's pretty much it. Like, find your purpose, find your voice, and all of the powers in the world will come together to get you to your path, of whatever journey that you choose.
Yes, I am. I'm a true believer of that, Neera. Where when you're focused in a certain direction, the universe will start creating the master plan, and help you move in certain directions. Synergies start taking place. You just start attracting the right place, the people, places, etc., to help you move in that direction. So that I truly believe is because you're resonating and you're vibrating then in that. If you're vibrating and, oh, I'm depressed, this is bad, this is this, then more of those things will happen in your life. So you need to come out of that feeling. If you uplift yourself, start getting some purpose in place, then that energy will itself have a self-perpetuating energy. And absolutely, like a snowball effect, which is true. And I just wanted to maybe actually share this, because if anybody was interested, of course, to contact Neera with your amazing stories. It's Neera at globalinfluencers.sg, because you're from Singapore, right? So that's it, just in case if they put .com, so it's .sg. So, Neera, we come to our end of our program today. And I just wanted to say a really, really a very big thank you and a very big congratulations to you as well. And I'm sure every single woman and man, anyone who's listening right now, I think would feel very proud of the work that you have done, and also very proud of the fact that, this initiative has taken you on this journey that is starting to create such huge impact, like little ripple effects in the universe. You do something and suddenly the waves just go off everywhere and start creating ripples. So you should be very proud of yourself. We're also very grateful to Seema Bhatia, of course, again, as I mentioned, for inviting you, because we would have never had a chance to meet such an inspirational woman for this. And our final question to move before we're very shortly going to go on to our next guest. Her name is Varsha Soneji, and she'll be joining us very shortly. But before then, my final question to you, Neera, is this. If, for example, somebody is interested in joining the groups like yourselves, or even setting up maybe something for themselves in a local area, it doesn't have to be maybe so big, global, for example, and they feel that, oh, maybe I should set up a little local group for myself to start having that support, etc. What would any ideas? Maybe, this is something that women out there who are right now don't want to become members right now, but wish to take a step forward. What would be the first step that you would say they should do? How could they put things like this together?
I think the best thing and the easiest thing to do is just the group of friends or network that you have there. And again, depending on, where you're living, what are you able to meet people physically or not? Regardless of that, literally call up 5 friends or 6 people and say, you know what? Let's just meet up. Let's talk about things. Let's come up with a topic and take that initiative. And again, talking about initiative, I think most people are afraid that nobody would want to join me, and that's not true. Everybody is looking at initiatives where they can be part of something. So please do not be afraid to take that first step and reach out to people in your community, reach out to people that you know, and say, you know what, let's just get together. Let's talk about things. Let's discuss things, and no judgment. I think that's very important to say, that there's going to be no judgment, and take that first step. Start talking about things, whether it is a certain topic or something generic. Get people together, ask, and then from there on, ask everybody to invite a few more people to be part of this. And again, whether it could be virtual or whether it is physical, just bring people in, talk about things. And there's just so much magic that can be created by just that simple step that you take.
That's beautiful. This event is all about health and wellness and well-being. So this would be a really great way with a lot of mental health issues that are taking place nowadays, people feeling isolated, people out there who are feeling that, communities don't care. There's a lot of fear in the community. So this would be a wonderful way to perhaps have a little group of yours, have a support group that you feel you can count on as well, and also enjoy your life with too, because you're building beautiful friendships. Now, absolutely. Neeraji, you're absolutely amazing. Really, I would like to say, keep up the great work. I'm sure there's going to be floods of people writing to you wanting to be part of this beautiful group of yours. I will have to be one of them too. Yeah, let's go. Come on, Neera. I'd love to be part of this women group. Yeah, but no, good luck with everything. I would like to say thank you very much for joining us here and on Healing Our Earth. Before you go, maybe I have my next guest who's just joined us here. Maybe I can ask her before I introduce her. I'd like to say a global namaste to Varsha Sonaji.
Global namaste. Thank you.
Hello, Varsha, and thank you for joining us. I know you're from UK. Here's Neera Gupta all the way from, of course, Singapore. I just wanted to say, before I introduce yourself as my next guest, is there any questions that you may have, which you may want to ask Neera while she's here?
Thank you. Neeraji, thank you for this opportunity. It's a wonderful talk you did, wonderful work you're doing. And I was actually going to talk a little bit about connection and reaching out to people. So that is part of what I will be talking about as well. So I totally understand. It's very, very important. We are gregarious. We are, people are meant to connect with each other. And it's really, really important at times like this. So it's wonderful work you're doing. And I will be joining your group. Yes, thank you.
See, there you go. Well, thank you so much for that, Varshaji. Well, Neeraji, have a lovely, lovely day. Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening now, because now we're all over the world at this moment. So enjoy your day and keep your wonderful work going. We're looking forward to your volume 100. I know you're your 4th edition, but we're looking for your 100th edition, so we know we can have this beautiful encyclopedia of your My Voice, so we're looking forward to that. So enjoy your day. Thank you so much. And a global namaste to you.
Global namaste to everybody. And thank you, honey. It was absolutely fantastic talking to you. And I'm so grateful to be here today and talk to everybody else. And it was so lovely meeting you, Varsha. And we'll definitely stay in touch. And once again, global namaste to everybody.
Global namaste. Thank you. And so now I'd like to welcome our dear Varsha Sonaji. Thank you so much for joining us here today. A global namaste to you too.
Yes, global namaste to everybody listening. Thank you so much for having me on today. And it's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Honey.
Oh, it's a pleasure, a real pleasure to have you here as well, Varsha. And I would love to do just a little introduction about your background, so then we can get down to finding out all this wonderful, lovely knowledge of yours that you wish to share with the world. Now, Varsha Sonaji, she's going to be speaking about, could Mother Nature hold the answer to immunity? Wow, that is really, really powerful. I'd like to really know more about this, because nowadays with COVID, there's so many people who talk about how to boost up your immune system. So this could be a very, very important topic for you to be able to listen to. Now, Varsha Sonaji, she's a medical herbalist and natural medicine advocate. She shares insight into building a robust immune system using plant-based medicine made of roots, flowers, seeds, berries, and more. I love her already. This is my kind of lady. I really enjoy this kind of topics. Now, medicinal herbs to prevent and fight off infections have been utilized by our ancestors for thousands of years, and we all know that. And this ancient knowledge, united with recent clinical research, makes herbal medicine a powerful, safe, and effective option for all sorts of health conditions. And I totally agree with that. And Varsha will explain how several herbs are enjoying a revival since research revealed not only that the ancients knew what they were talking about, but plants have even more benefits. It's true, because it has life force in it, right? Because it's full of life force. The complexity of diverse I have to say this,
Phytochemicals.
phytochemicals. I'll let you do that bit. And the simplicity of making a home remedy make herbs a poetically beautiful health solution. Definitely. Now, Varsha is also a qualified medical herbalist and a member of the National Institute of Medical Herbalists. So she knows what she's talking about. And she has over 30 years experience in the complementary health industry, supporting patients from all over the world. And we are so super excited to come and to welcome you here today. So a big, huge, warm welcome to you and a global namaste, dear Varsha.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. So today I wanted to tell you a little bit about immunity, and it is on everybody's mind at the moment. And I'll clarify
Absolutely.
what phytochemicals means.
Phytochemicals, I'll
Is
get
just
that
a long
right.
word that means plant chemicals, and they are natural chemicals, so they're not harmful usually. I mean, there can be harmful ones. We'll go into that in a little bit more detail in a moment. But that's all that phytochemicals means. So we're going to simplify this. Although there's a lot of science, we'll simplify it so it's easy to understand, and you can utilize herbs in your home, use them day to day in your food, and try and improve your immunity.
That's brilliant. Well, I'm going to leave this platform to you, dear Varsha. And what I'll do is then I'll ask some questions at the end so you can at least share whatever you wanted to share. And it's all yours. The platform's yours. So I'm going to pass it on
I
to
welcome
you,
a lot of
dear Varsha.
questions
Yes.
because, questions is where you're going to get the answers to what you need for yourself. So do ask your questions if you've got any. Write them down, and I'm happy to take questions.
Oh, thank you so much. And all our global audience members out there, our lovely family who is watching right now, if you have any questions, do drop them into our messages as you always do. And then we'll ask Varshaji at the end. Thank you. All yours.
Okay, so I'm going to share my slides just to make it a little bit easier to understand here. Let's go to the beginning. Here we go. Okay, so could Mother Nature hold the answer to immunity? So I know the answer is yes, but we're just going to explore that a little bit and see how that pans out. So a little bit about important things here, safety. It's important that what we talk about here is very general. It's not designed to give medical advice. So just be careful if you're pregnant, if you're on medication, if you have any health conditions, that you do contact a medical herbalist, a professional health practitioner before you decide to use any of these things, just for safety. So let's see what we're going to cover today. So Mother Nature, she's all around us. So we're going to kind of remind ourselves of that. What is herbal medicine? And I'm going to share a few of my favorite immune supporting herbs. There are thousands, but we only have time for a few. And then some nutritional things we're going to talk about, and other things that affect immunity. And then you'll have a chance to ask some questions. So a little bit about me. So I'm a medical herbalist. What does that mean? I've studied herbs in terms of a medical degree, a science degree, and part of that included learning about plant chemistry, drug chemistry, anatomy, physiology, disease, clinical skills, examining people, all sorts of things. So it's quite in-depth, a long course that it took me 5 years to complete. And I love my job. As Nira Ben was saying, it's not when you learn that matters. Age is not a thing. So I studied all this at a later age, after I've got married and after I've had my children. So it's really important to follow your passion. And now I love my job. So do follow your passion. It makes your life purpose kind of more meaningful, and you can actually enjoy what you do and help others in what you do. So do follow that advice. I'm also a member of the National Institute of Medical Herbalists, which is the oldest governing body of herbalists, and they're all over the world as well. I founded Harrow Health Matters as well, which is a collaboration of lots of health professionals, through which I was introduced to the global health community here. And I also run a practice in Northwest London in the UK. I've always been interested in utilizing natural ways of health promotion from a very young age, and my background is in health shops. So I've always been kind of giving advice on health, vitamins, essential oils, all those kinds of things. And my advice would be to learn as much as possible about prevention. So that's my key number one tip to begin with. Let's talk about Mother Nature. So have we forgotten Mother Nature? I mean, plants grow all around us, whether we're in a city or in, more sort of rural areas. Plants are everywhere, and we are drawn to them. We like to have plants around us. We like to have them in the office. We like to have them in our homes. We like to have gardens. We value parks. But do we value them enough? Because in the past, we used to live amongst them and we used to know them really well. But now it's not so done. We don't have time. We're living in a fast-paced society. We do abuse Mother Nature a little bit with pollution of our, parks and greenery. We build, big cities on green land. We pollute our rivers. And, it's really important to kind of understand that that's part of our immunity. This is all supposed to be helping us. So we shouldn't really be destroying it. And I'm sure that we'll talk a lot more about that in next week's event, where we are talking more about COP26, the post-COP26 environmental things that we're going to be covering next week. So do listen in for that as well. This week, however, is National Tree Week here in the UK. And this tree that you see here is one of the trees in my local park that I like to go and visit. It's actually a silver birch tree, but I like to call it my zebra tree because it's all black and white. So I love to go and visit that tree and many other trees in my local park. And you should do the same. In Japan, they do things like forest bathing, which is fantastic for immunity, calmness, giving yourself more oxygen. It's very, very health beneficial. And also in the past, we used to, in our culture, in Hinduism, we used to worship Vanaspati, the Lord of the forest, who we don't worship so much now. Why do we not value these things anymore? We need to get back to nature a little bit more to understand. Nowadays, Vanaspati just means plant, but it used to mean, Lord of the forest. It was very revered. Now we value our technology, man-made medicines, things like that. But it doesn't mean that we have to forget about modern medicine. Modern medicine is very important. I'm not saying don't take drugs or don't take doctor's medication, pharmaceutical medication, because it is valuable. It is very useful. When it needs to be used, it must be used. But there are things you can do to help yourself so that disease doesn't become a huge problem. Empower yourself with natural self-help strategies so you never actually get to that stage. So what is herbal medicine? It's the study of plants and plant chemicals and their actions on the body. But personally, I also use not only the scientific methods that we learn in university, but also I use the fact that plants have their own spirit, their own vibration. We talked a little bit about frequency with Niraben earlier. So plants also have a frequency. They are alive. They have a life force, and that life force and its personality will have an impact on our health when we intake those plants. So it's fantastic that we can actually reach out to not only our friends but also our plants all around us. And what kind of actions do we need from those plants? So the phytochemicals, the plant chemicals we talked about earlier, they have different actions. Different plants have different chemicals, some have multiple chemicals, and they all have different actions. And the ones we need for immunity are these ones in the yellow boxes. So we need things that stimulate our immune system. In other words, they're actually helping us make more immune cells, the fighter cells. We need immune modulating. Sometimes immune system can go too fast and too arrayed. We need mucolytic herbs, things that break down mucus. We need things that kill bacteria. We need things that kill viruses. Anthelmintic means things that kill worms. We need anti-inflammatory herbs. We need herbs that help to manage fever. They're the diaphoretic and febrifuge herbs. And basically, just think of herbs as the original superfoods, because they are just foods. And I'll show you that in the next slide. So fruits, vegetables, herbs, culinary spices, things that you're using every day in your cooking, they are also herbal medicine. They are plants. They're all from vegetarian sources, and they are nourishing our body. So there's the nourishing side, and then there's the super nourishing side, which is the herbal tonic. So they're the foods that have a lot more benefit. So you might have heard of things like, oh, let's have goji berries or dates or something like that is going to build up iron in your body. So those are kind of herbal tonic foods, and you're trying to move to a more potent level each step of the way. And the more potent you go, the more stronger the phytochemicals that are in there, and the more action they have on the body, till you get to a point where you have very toxic plants, which have very high levels of phytochemicals. And herbalists do use them in very, very small drop doses as well, in severe cases, things like cancer and things like that. So interesting to see that herbs are not something that are kind of a thing that you have to worry about. They're just foods. They're you've come across them all your life. So let's talk about my favorite herbs. So here I'm going to be showing a few of my favorites, but there are thousands more, and we can talk about those. If there is a herb that you'd like me to talk about, then do just pop it in the comments, and I'm happy to cover any herbs that you've heard of. There might be some I've never heard of, especially if they're from across the world, and I'd be interested to learn about them. So let's share. So echinacea is very popular in the Western world. At the moment, it's had a huge revival because of all the research that's been done on it. But it actually has a chemical inside it called anandamide, which actually comes from the Indian word anand. It creates the happiness feeling. It's called the happiness molecule. And it also contains other chemicals called alkylamides, which work on immunity. It creates an action where it's boosting your immunity, but actually calming it when it needs to calm it. It creates a lymphagogue action, which means that it's supporting your lymphatic system. It brings down fever. It creates immune cells that will actually go and eat away at the debris that's left from after an infection. So, for example, if you'd had a lung infection and you've recovered, your fever's gone, but actually there's still a lot of mucus and bacteria sort of still hanging around that you want to get rid of. So immune cells like echinacea, herbs like echinacea will go there and actually clean up for you. So it's very important to actually take time to recover from things. And some people use it as an immune tonic, just generally every day for a prevention thing, for colds and flu and respiratory things, throat infections. It's particularly active against streptococcus infection, the sore throat infection that can happen. And it's very, very safe to take long term. So do consider, echinacea, a wonderful herb. And it's the root we use in this plant. Although the flowers are beautiful, it's the root that has all the active constituents. And then we have thyme. Thyme is another Mediterranean, Western world kind of herb. But it grows really well in any hot, dry climate. So it can be grown, all over the world, really, apart from the extreme cold countries. So it's something you can grow yourself, such an easy plant to grow. It doesn't need a lot of watering, and it has an affinity for the throat, very highly antimicrobial because of the active constituents, thymol and carvol, which are the essential oils in this plant. And I love to use this herb as a syrup for coughs and children with sort of a bronchitis or coughs and colds that are affecting the throat. Very, very safe herb to use. So I like to use it even with children. And you can make a tea from it. You could use it as, I've shown you in the picture here. You just take a spoonful of that, add hot water and make a lovely tea. You can add a bit of honey to it as well if you wanted to. And it's just a lovely soothing herb. It smells great. So it's a lovely thing to take. Enjoyable tea. And then my other favourite herb for immunity is elderberry. And elder, the tree elder, is an amazing tree because it actually is very generous. Mother Nature has made it a very generous tree. It gives us berries in the winter and flowers in the spring. And they both have amazing health benefits for the immunity. So the berries are rich in vitamin C and a thing called bioflavonoids, which work synergistically with vitamin C to help you absorb your vitamins and support your blood vessels as well. And the flowers have an amazing property of inducing sweating. So herbalists like the idea of someone who's got an infection to actually have a fever, induce a fever, and actually allow that natural course to happen where the temperature rises, sweating occurs, and also the heat, the couple of degrees higher body temperature can denature the proteins within the bacteria or the virus. And that's your body's natural way of killing bacteria. So it's just supporting your body to do its natural thing. And that's the difference between, natural medicine and drug medication, where drugs often suppress symptoms. So you end up actually being ill for longer, or you have a recurrence of the condition, or it changes and becomes something else, like an autoimmune condition. So this is a nice way of actually supporting the body to do its natural thing. It's really high in antioxidants. I know we've talked about antioxidants before in a couple of other episodes. Antioxidants basically protect your body's cells from free radical damage. So that's all the things that cause aging and age-related diseases. So we want to keep all our cells very healthy and young. So antioxidants are really, really important. So vitamin C is one of those, and vitamin A, coenzyme Q10, lots of antioxidants exist, and they're all found in beautiful, colourful fruits and vegetables and plants and herbs. So a lovely, lovely herb. Just be careful where you pick these from. If you're picking yourself, don't pick from low-hanging branches, pick from higher up. Just be careful of people spraying things, chemicals. So just if you're wild picking, then think about that. But it'd be nice to have an elderberry tree in your garden if you have a garden. So that'd be nice. The other fantastic herb that's available everywhere, all over the world, is garlic. And this is super, super fantastic because I've looked into a lot of research into garlic. And garlic, I found, has amazing, amazing properties, because when you go to the doctors and you get an antibiotic, it only kills bacteria. But actually with garlic, it kills bacteria, it kills viruses, it kills fungus, and it kills parasites. It's an all-round, but it doesn't actually kill the good bacteria in your gut, which is really, really important, because you may have heard that when people take antibiotics, they're killing off their good gut flora, which is like the good bacteria in your gut. And we don't want to do that, because that affects other things in your body. It can actually, now we've found that it can affect your mental well-being as well, to have bad bacteria in your gut and the good ones being killed off. So it's really, really important to have the right balance of gut flora, and garlic helps you to keep that. If you've already got it, then it helps to keep it, but we can also boost gut flora, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. So where would you use garlic and what way? So you can just add it to your cooking, lots and lots of garlic to your cooking. You can even give it to children, maybe crush a little bit of garlic and put it on some um, bread or chapati or crackers or something and just warm it, and even children can have it. And they'll like it like that. You could have it in hummus, or you could have it in curries like sabjis and shark, what we call shark in Gujarati. So you can add it to your food. But if you have an infection, then you might need stronger doses, and you can buy garlic in tablet form and use it like an antibiotic, where you take it every 3 hours, every day for 7 to 10 days, and it will work very, very well as an antibiotic. And I often prescribe it like that with severe infections like bronchitis. So really important to include it in your diet on a daily basis, so you're preventing. And what it does do actually is take away all the mucus and the sinus that's congested in your chest or in your face, and it breaks it all down. We call it a mucolytic action, and it takes it all out. It helps you to cough out any excess catarrh and mucus. So it's a wonderful herb, and the other benefit is that it actually helps your heart function as well, helps with things like cholesterol. So it has lots and lots of benefits. So try to include this in your diet. If you don't eat garlic and onions, then obviously you can't have this one, but there are many others. So yes, I understand. Another fantastic herb that you may not have realized is highly antiviral is star anise. And we use this often in Indian cooking as well. We put it in our dals. Some people put it into soups and stews, but you can make it into a tea. Here I've created a tea, and then we're going to add some star anise to it as well. It has a wonderful, lovely aniseed smell and taste. Some people don't like the taste, but it's if it's a medicine, I guess you can take it. But a lot of people do like the taste and smell, so it's your own choice, I guess. And it's antiviral, as I said. So there's a chemical within that called shikimic acid, and that has been extracted and used to make antiviral medications like Tamiflu, which was used for swine flu. So they've actually done clinical trials and seen that it destroys the outer layer of viruses and viral infections and prevents them from spreading further into the body. So including this in your diet on a regular basis, you're just going to prevent catching these things in the first place. But if you've got flu, it might be nice to have this as a lovely tea, or have a dal or a soup with lots of star anise in it, and it will help you to recover a lot quicker. And the wonderful thing is that, you can't really get antiviral medication from your doctor, because if you have antiviral medication that's in drug form, it's quite strong and it has a lot of side effects. So they hardly ever prescribe antiviral medication, except for now with severe COVID. But normally they wouldn't prescribe antiviral medication unless they really, really needed to, if it was a severe viral infection. But things like colds and flu, they're not going to prescribe antiviral medication, but this is just as good, without the side effects. So amazing plant, and it's beautiful to look at as well. It looks lovely in your tea. The other thing you need to be careful of is eating well. So although we talked about herbs coming into effect, as we said, they're specialized food, but what you eat on a daily basis needs to also be nourishing and nutritious, supporting your immune system. And some of the key nutrients you need are things like vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. These are really key important things for immunity. So vitamin C, as we said, is highly antioxidant. There's been a lot of research now done on vitamin D, that many, many people are deficient in vitamin D because it's a fat-soluble vitamin. And a lot of us are eating very low-fat diets. People are trying to lose weight, or they think it's healthy to have very low fat. But actually you need some fats in your diet to be able to absorb your vitamin D and your A and your E and your K. So all these things are really, really important. So where do you get your oils from? It's not processed oils. We want to have our oils from natural means like almonds and seeds, sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds, and those kinds of things. Talking of pumpkin seeds, zinc is another fantastic antiviral, and that can be taken in the form of seeds as well. Pumpkin seeds are very rich in zinc, so include those in your diet on a regular basis. There are other non-vegetarian sources of zinc as well, like like oysters and things like that, but I'm sticking more to the plant-based here. So in your food, these are fine, but if you've actually got flu, if you've got bronchitis, if you've got an infection, then you want to take a bit more. So then you might buy a supplement, and you want to take a little bit extra vitamin C or vitamin D. You could even measure your vitamin D levels and see if you need more, because normally we get it from sunshine and from things like mushrooms. But if you don't have enough, then it's important to top it up with supplements, but try to address the whole thing through diet at the same time, because you don't want to be on supplements long term. You just want them at a short term to boost your immunity at that time. So eat the rainbow. So we talked about phytochemicals. Well, the rainbow basically is an easy way of remembering to get all your phytochemicals, your nutrients, your plant chemicals, because each color represents different things. Like yellows and oranges represent things like beta carotene, reds represent lycopene, blues represent bioflavonoids like blueberries and aubergines and things like that. So try to have a variety of color. Green is so rich in magnesium and iron, so try to include all the different colors of vegetables in your diet. Maybe 5 to 6 different vegetables per meal would be fantastic, different colors. Here I've got a picture here of rainbow chard, which I bought in my local market, and I love to look at that. It just gives you joy to see such colourful vegetables. So the other factors that we need to consider when we're thinking about immunity is stress. So this is the number one enemy of immune strength. If you're stressed, then your immunity will go down. And if you're stressed, then you might eat badly, you might make bad decisions about food, you might not sleep as much. So all these things are going to affect your immunity. So think about incorporating some adrenal herbs. They're the herbs that support your adrenal glands, which are the glands that produce all your stress hormones. So supporting the adrenals will help you to cope better with stress. And those are herbs like adaptogen herbs like tulsi, ginseng, ashwagandha, Siberian ginseng, all these kinds of lovely tonic herbs. And you can also use anxiolytic herbs, which means herbs that calm down anxiety. So valerian, passion flower, chamomile, all these kinds of lovely herbs, and help yourself to sleep better as well. So those calming herbs can be taken in the evening as a lovely tea, and it'll help you to sleep better. Remember, sugar consumption can dehydrate your cells, make your liver and pancreas work a lot harder, and upset your gut flora. So again, that's going to compromise your immunity. So think about how much sugar are you consuming. Stick more to vegetables, more to fresh as much as possible, and beautiful colors in your food. And we talked a little bit about human connection and relationships. So Niraben talked about that, reaching out to people, sharing your story. And, we need to do that. We are gregarious people. When we are under stress, when we have got traumas, what actually happens is that we release oxytocin. Now, the ladies amongst us, they may know that oxytocin is a hormone released straight after giving birth. It's called the bonding hormone. Why would that be being released at a time when we are stressed? Well, the reason is that our bodies are designed to protect us, and they have very intricate, complex ways of helping us. that we don't really fully understand. But this bit is about reaching out to somebody. If you're under stress, your body is literally releasing hormones to help you connect with someone else and get help. So follow that. And that's why we've seen over the last 2 years during coronavirus that people are reaching out. People are creating community groups, doing yoga online, meeting people, that they've never met before online, and all sorts of different connections are being made that wouldn't have been made before. People are actually talking to their neighbors and supporting each other, doing shopping for each other. These kinds of things are happening, and that's the reason. So remember, the role of fevers, that's the key one. Never suppress the fever. We can use herbs like elderflower, peppermint, yarrow in fever management, and allow the fever to take its course and support your body to heal itself. So that's just a reminder of being careful of using herbs without knowing what they are, and never use herbs unless you're absolutely sure that you're safe with them and you've used them before. If you're using any medication or you have any health conditions, or if you're pregnant or breastfeeding, then it's really important that you get advice before you take on any herbs. This is how you can contact me. And I'd really like to say thank you to Dr. Lalit Soda, who actually introduced me to this lovely global family, and to Mr. Neil Kumar, who's organised everything for me to be here, and my lovely host, Dr. Hani Kalaria. Thank you ever so much for inviting me here. I really have loved this opportunity. But I will take questions now.
Wow, what a lovely presentation, Varsha. Gee, it's just so much knowledge, all jam-packed into that one presentation. And, health is wealth. So what a wonderful gift you can give to the world, and these wonderful tips, advice that you have just done so. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. That was really amazing. Can you imagine how much herbs and plants can have an impact in your life?
Definitely.
In your health especially.
And each time you eat, you have an opportunity to include some herbs, some prevention medicine.
And I'm going to just put some headphones on because for some reason my sound is very low. So I'm just going to set this up so that I can hear your voice, so that they can, just for the time being. Hello?
Hi, can you hear me better?
Yes, I can hear you now perfectly. Thank you so much.
Closer to the mic as well.
That's okay. I thought I don't want to miss out on any of the information that you're giving me, etc. No, but I have some questions for you. This really amazing presentation that you had, and some questions coming through as well. So I'm mixing them both together. The first question that was there was, this is an ancient knowledge as well. This is something that our ancestors used to use for many years. And it's proven things, because for years and years, people, if they were ill, then their grandma would give them this and they would get better, for example. And it's all proven. Why is it still not accepted in the mainstream markets? Why are people still giving drugs instead of trying to find a more natural method?
I do believe that that's a little bit to do with the society that we live in now, that we want everything fast. We want to click on the computer and your Amazon delivery arrives, and
Yes.
pizza arrives or whatever. So we want to have very quick fixes, and we have this mentality that even if we're ill, we should just go to work. We should take a pill, take a headache pill or whatever, and go to work. But actually, we need to think back to how things were done in the past. People would convalesce. If you're ill, you would actually have bed rest, and people would come and put a cloth on your head.
Yeah, get all the heat out of the body.
You and look after you and bring you different kind of food, so there'd be healthier food like mung bean dal and soups and rab. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, absolutely. From the Gujarati background, we know these are all full of packed with really high nutritional values. Yes.
But we don't do that now. Now we think, okay, I don't feel good, So I'll have a pizza or I'll have a chocolate because I want to make myself feel better. And so that exacerbates illness further. And the mentality is that you just want to get back to normal as quickly as possible.
It's a fast-paced work, isn't it? There's
Yeah,
fast-paced. Everything's fast-paced. Or let me pop up. I've got a headache, so let me not think about the fact that I could be tired. I may need a bit more rest, or there could be a lot of EMFs around. Like using the computers, etc. So
definitely. Yeah,
yes, so you're not looking into why you're getting this particular headache, and you think, oh, let me just pop in a Panadol. I mean, I'm one of those people who hardly take any medication. I don't take
exactly.
painkillers. I don't take anything. I know that there always is a natural way of dealing with some of these things. And there was another question here as well, and that is even though the drugs create side effects, we find that plants and herbs and things like that don't even have side effects.
So
Why
you
are
can,
people? Yes, oh yes, can you tell us a little bit more
yeah, you
about that?
can have side effects with herbs. This is a misconception, actually. Occasionally, you can have side effects. You can be allergic to herbs. You can have side effects if it's interacting with another drug or it's just not suitable, it's not the right herb for you. It can happen. It's very, very rare. Very rare. The reason that
Right.
is the case is because what I was telling you about phytochemicals, plant chemicals that exist within plants in numerous amounts. So within an orange, for example, you have vitamin C, you have bioflavonoids, you have fiber, you have a bit of beta carotene, you have so many different things, some potassium and so forth. And one thing works with another thing to create a synergistic balance. Whereas if you take out one chemical from it, like just the vitamin C, and just took that in a high dose pill, it's going to actually be quite acidic for you. So then you get the side effect.
Right, right. Just because my dad's always saying, "Oh, you don't need multivitamins because we've got enough." And what if you have extra more than your body takes, needs, etc. So he sometimes mentions that sometimes you don't want to over give yourself too
Yeah,
many vitamins and minerals either, and let your
that
body
is true.
produce.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
getting your vitamins from food is the best way because you're not going to be able to overdo it unless you're just eating one group of food continuously.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
variety is the key. Make
Yes.
sure you have all different colors of food.
The
If you
rainbow
want to have
colors, as you mentioned.
supplements,
Yes.
then
Yeah.
you are going to be in a situation where you could overdose. But that would only be with things that are fat soluble. So vitamins C, for example, is a water soluble one. B vitamins are water soluble. You need to replace them daily. They get washed out of your system daily.
Hmm.
So you're not going to overdose on those. Um, Perhaps B12 a little bit. Some people, I have seen some people overdose a little bit on B12.
Right.
Um,
How do you know that? How do you know there's an overdose? Is there something that happens? What happens
so it
if there was?
depends what it is. For example, beta carotene. I've seen people who've taken too much sort of vitamin A, and their hands, their palms can go orange color. You can have kind of twitches and things like that if you have B12 in excess, but you'd see that on a blood test. So yes, you can overdose. So this is why I say it's always best to use food and only use supplements short term to help you whilst you're addressing the food.
Right, very interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting idea. And you also spoke about, like elderberries. I believe you mentioned that we can also grow them in our gardens. Are there any kinds of herbs and plants that you would recommend that we could grow in our own gardens, which would be easy to grow because we live in UK, for example,
Yeah,
and other people are living in more maybe sunny countries, and everybody's got like different climates everywhere. So what are the kind of plants and herbs that we could grow, which are easy to grow and would be very useful for us to have, on a regular basis? Like, for example, wheatgrass. I've heard that, of course, you can grow wheatgrass very easily at home and in the garden. And then you can have little juices, little wheatgrass shots every single day
yeah,
to
that would be
help.
very good for your immunity. Yes, yeah,
Yeah, and to alkalize, of course, your whole body as well to get rid of the acid and to get the pH balance there as well. So that is easy to grow, for example. Is there any other plants and herbs that you could recommend that people
yeah.
could?
So elderberries grow really easily as well. If you plant a small tree, it will, thrive in this country, definitely. It grows easily everywhere. Um, what else? Echinacea is a little bit harder to grow, but it takes 2 years for that to flower. It flowers every 2 years, and then you need to kind of get the root, but don't take all the root. Allow it to regenerate as well. It's very important to be sustainable. So you take part of the root, you dry it, and you can make that into a medicine. You could easily grow things like chamomile, peppermint, all those kinds of herbs. You could grow some lung herbs. There's a lovely herb called inula, which is really warming for the lung. And there's things growing around you all the time, you know, even in the streets when you go for a walk, you see things like plantain, you see things like, what else do you see? Like burdock, which is a lovely cleansing herb. On your journey, you know, out and about, you will see these. And I take people on herb walks to identify these plants and learn more about them. So that would be a fantastic thing. Look for a herb walk in your area, or get yourself a flora book, because when the plants are in flower, they're much easier to identify. So you'll see, you know, from the flowers, they're all color coded, and you can actually go out for a walk, see a plant and look it up. Or you can get apps as well now where you can actually just take a picture of the plant and it will tell you what it is.
Right, that's a really great idea, isn't it?
With nature.
Yeah, it's such a good idea that you can get to know a little bit more about the kind of plants and herbs that could really help to boost up your own immune system, to help to boost up your health. And it's really worth, because we talk about learning things. We read the newspaper every single day. We read this, that. But these things are the bits where you can spend a little bit of time, you know, that it's going to have lifelong, benefits for you.
I would say skip the news, actually. I would say do
Me too.
newscasting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like we don't want to crowd our heads with so many, you know, media news that is actually putting us on a wrong, you know.
Mindset,
yeah, I definitely.
Negative, you know. Maybe just watch the news once a week. You don't need to be rewatching it over and over again, because these things will have an impact on our stress, and then the stress will have an impact on our, you know, gut flora, our sleep, and everything else that's going to help us with our immunity. And the number one thing I would say actually is fear. You know, this fear that we've got inside us, we need to let go of that and really trust our bodies that, you know, if you cut yourself, your skin will heal. When you were a kid and you injured yourself, you can't even see that scar now.
Yes, absolutely. Body has
power to heal.
Yeah, it's a natural method that comes through. You know, that's absolutely right. And Rosha, we got so many questions coming up from all over the place, by the way. You know, a whole load of them coming through. Let me ask a couple of these for you. Sarita from Kampala, Uganda. She wants to know if turmeric powder is better raw. A turmeric powder is better, or raw turmeric is better? And what are the differences between the white and yellow raw turmeric, please?
Fantastic question. Thank you, Sarita. So depends how you want to use it. Fresh turmeric is great because it's got all the active essential oils still in there. So that's the beauty of that. Don't peel away the skin, because the skin, just underneath the skin, is where all the lovely oils are and all the aromas are, and they're the active constituents. So important to keep those. Just take away the milder, dirty bits, you know, and then keep a majority of the skin. In terms of dried and powdered turmeric, that can be very useful because it's concentrated. The water content has been removed, but some of the oil is lost. So you need to add black pepper to increase its bioavailability. So that's the turmeric, the Latin name curcuma longa, that's the bright yellow one. And then you have the lighter yellow one, or the white one. Some people call it the white one. That's from the same family, but it's not actually curcumin. It's not actually turmeric. It's called zeodari. We call it amba harder.
Ah, yes, I've heard of amba harder. Yeah, when they're cooking, you use amba harder. Yes.
And we can put that into like a pickle. We could make it with just sort of brine, salt water, and chop it up and keep that. And again, it's a wonderful herb for skin. It gives the skin a beautiful glow. If you're prone to acne and things like that, then it's fantastic for that. But the turmeric, the bright yellow turmeric that we use in our shak and dars and whatever and curries, that is highly anti-inflammatory. Anti-inflammatory. It's had the most research done on it out of all the herbs, and
Yes.
it's been found to be very useful for sort of prevention of tumors from growing bigger, because it blocks the angiogenesis, the way that the blood vessels are growing towards the tumor. It stops that. It's anti-cancerous in that respect. It's anti-inflammatory. It helps with sore throats. It helps with joint pains, arthritis, rheumatism. It's so versatile. You can use it on your skin, all sorts of things. Yeah.
Absolutely. And you know, when I get a little eczema sometimes because you have dust allergy or false jewelry, sometimes you wear it and then suddenly you come up with a little rash because of it. So I always use turmeric. You know, I put turmeric powder and mix that and put that in for a
Yeah.
few days, and it just gets rid of everything. So it's so
Yeah.
beautiful. You don't even have to use skin. You know, sometimes medical ointments can thin
Of
your
course.
skin,
Yeah. And
whereas
one
these,
of
yes.
the things we learn even as children, probably a lot of us Asian people know that if you cut yourself and you're bleeding, you just put turmeric powder on. And not only does it stop the bleeding, but it's antiseptic.
Right. So you don't even, so even if you haven't got antiseptic at home, like
Yeah.
cream or anything, this is a great way to just quickly go and get a little, which is always there
Yeah.
in the kitchen anyway,
You
most of the
just
time.
have to, the side effect there is that everything goes yellow.
Yeah, I think we can manage that. Just get
Yeah.
this blood stopped, right? The bleeding. Now we got another question, which has come from Zurich, actually, Switzerland. A lady called
Oh,
Selena. So hello, Selena. Thank you for your wonderful question. I just wanted to say that she wants to know what's the best herbs and spices to consume during this COVID season. I'm sorry, the cold season, the COVID season. Yeah, cold season
cold
because of the
season.
winter. Yeah, because of the winter in Switzerland is pretty cold too, as you know, and here
So she's
winter's
looking for
coming up.
herbs and spices. Yeah.
Yeah, so she just
Okay.
asked, so what are the herbs and spices to consume during
Lovely.
to warm you
So
up a bit?
warming, ginger, obviously if you can handle it, chilies, turmeric, all these kinds of traditional root veg. They are vegetables really, you know, but they're just specialized vegetables. And include them in your diet. Add them to your curries and foods. You can even add them to things like pasta sauces. You know, you add you make a lovely pasta sauce and you add turmeric to it. You're not even going to notice that it's got turmeric in it, and it's you know, you're giving it the whole family a boost of, you know, health giving properties. What else can you use? You could include lots of fruits and vegetables in your diet, like we've just said. What other spices? You could use honey, lemon, ginger, make those kinds of drinks as well.
My
And you,
favorite, yes, I
yeah,
like those. Are
in
very
that
good.
you can add all the masalas. You know the masala that we use for tea
Yeah,
masala?
yeah, which is
Add
mixed up with
that.
lots of,
Yeah,
which has got cloves and cinnamon and
exactly.
just got lots of different types of spices.
Yeah,
So like
cloves are
tea masala.
antiviral, so
Mhm.
include those. The star anise I mentioned, include that as well. Garlic, I put a lot of garlic in my food as well. Um, so all those kinds of lovely cooking herbs actually.
So there you go, Selena. Yeah, these are amazing because I think what Varsha just mentioned as well about the tea masala. The tea masala's got so many, especially if it's made at home. We make ours always at home, so
Mm,
it's always got fresh cinnamon and things. It's very powerful because it's got lots of little spices
yeah,
and the herbs that you mentioned, of course, because turmeric comes under the herbs category, right? So
yes.
yeah, so which would be great. Yeah, and there's another question, by the way, that's coming through here. So I hope both Sarita and Selena, you're fine with that. We've got another one coming through. This is Abida from South Africa. And she says that, are there any tips that you could share to boost immunity during this pandemic times?
Yes. So when the pandemic first hit, a lot of us herbalists got together to decide on how we can help. And there are much more eminent herbalists than myself. I can't consider myself a baby herbalist,
No,
but
you are amazing. We're so proud to have you here.
thank you. But there are other, you know, herbalists around the world, and we did all gather and we did actually come up with a plan. And some key herbs that are really, really vital are things that we've talked about, but also andrographis, which has been found to, it's a very bitter herb, but has been found to be very useful. I wouldn't claim to cure COVID, but it's going to help. Um, what else? I have a list actually, so I can just refer to that if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure, sure. Of course, that will be great. So this is, I think, for almost everybody who's out there, all our audience members, you'll probably find this very, very useful because, of course, we're living in during our pandemic times at this moment as well. Always new types of variations coming out that also we hear. Yeah, so Varsha, yeah, for all our audience members worldwide, what would
A
they be able
key
to
herb
use?
for respiratory health is thyme, which we've talked about. Elecampane, which is a lung warming herb. So very, very important to actually keep the lungs warm. And one of the key ways to do that in the cold season is to, I know we're all wearing masks all across the world, but maybe having a scarf so that cold air is not going directly into the lungs. Always try to breathe through the nose. Practice with the pranayama if you're not used to doing that. And making sure that the breath is warm when it goes in, basically, because your nose, kind of warms the air before it actually goes in. If you breathe straight through the mouth, you're going to get cold air hitting the lungs, and that's not going to help. Elderberry has highly antiviral properties. Echinacea as well, and another fantastic herb, which is a mushroom, we class mushrooms as part of the herbal family, is reishi. Reishi you may have heard of. It's a herb that is designed to boost your immune cells, your white blood cells, so you're ready for infection. And also when you have an infection, you're going to deplete all your white blood cells, so you need to replace them and help them grow back quickly as well. We have a lovely herb called dong quai, a Chinese herb, and that increases the little tiny hairs inside your nose and your throat and your lungs. And those little hairs are destroyed by coronavirus. So we need to make sure that they are strong and they grow back quickly, and that's what this herb does. Those hairs are things that expel mucus and help to push things out of the lungs. If they're destroyed and you've got coronavirus, you can't cough things out. So that's why it's important to have good cilia. They're called cilia, and they're little tiny hairs. So we include that. Sage is a lovely herb as well for drying up mucus. If it's very, very wet lungs, then that can help. Licorice, we call it jetimud in Gujarati. And that's highly antiviral as well. So you could take a piece of that on a daily basis as well. You've got to be a little bit careful with that in terms of high blood pressure, because it can raise your blood pressure. So if you are somebody that is prone to that or on blood pressure medication, then maybe avoid licorice. Although garlic balances that out. Garlic lowers your blood pressure, so you can have it
I
with
see. So
garlic.
when somebody's got high blood pressure, they can have lots of garlic as well,
Yes,
right?
that's right, yeah. So another little tip there. The garlic is the stuff that breaks down all the sticky mucus and helps it to be expelled as long as your little hairs are still there. Then we have Chinese skullcap, another fantastic herb, which prevents the immune cells that come to the area of infection. And once they've done all their work, they die there, then it helps to clear up the debris.
Oh, right. So it cleans up like all the toxins that could kind of, build up in your body. It gets rid of all the things that are not necessary.
White blood cells as well. The white blood cells that have fought for you, they unfortunately die there as well. So you end up with a lot of gunk that you want to clear out. And this Chinese skullcap does that for you. So, fantastic herbs there. Use them, in your daily life if you can as a prevention. I make a lovely prevention kind of mix. As well, a lot of my family and friends have been on this mix. A lot of my patients as well.
So is it something that people can order, or is it something that people can find out more about?
So I try to tailor it because a lot of my medicine is very unique, like bespoke. It's not designed for just off the shelf. So, like I said, if I've got licorice in it and someone's got high blood pressure, then I amend it and make sure that
Right. So very, very powerful. It's amazing. So individually take. That's why I say that, all our ancestors and ancient grandmothers and everybody, the amount of knowledge they used to have, they used to know a bit of this much, put a bit more of these herbs, knowing what that person needed, So it's very,
yeah.
very
And the
individually tailored,
family
beautiful.
recipe would work for you because your genetics were of that family. So, your grandmother's recipes will work for you and your children and your children's children, but might not be right for me because, I'm from a different family. So I'm used to different herbs and different genetics. So,
Yes,
yeah,
yes. A
keep to your
very good
family
point.
traditions. I would say reach out to the older members in your family and try and find out about your family traditions.
Yes, no, it's very true, isn't it? Because sometimes some people have diabetes, they have heart issues. So you know that these herbs and these plants will help you more to keep a stronger heart, for example, or
Exactly. Yeah.
etc. And the other bits that you also mentioned is not just about having the plants and the herbs. There's of course having the rest and the exercise that goes with
Yes.
it as well. Because that you mentioned about connecting with other community members. So there's a kind of, I believe you mentioned it was, is it oxytocin?
That's right.
For
Yeah.
connection that you would get as well. Yeah, well, to finish off with, I mean, that's pretty important as well, isn't it? Those kinds of
Very
things,
important.
sleep, rest, connection.
Very, very important because, we are complex beings, and that's why complex plants help us, because, it's a synergy in that respect. But we can't just treat one area of the body at a time, we can't just treat the lungs or just the heart or just the digestion. We have to understand we are complex beings. We have sleep issues, we might have stress at work, or we might have relationship issues, or we might have genetic tendency for something. So we have to consider the whole shebang, really. We have to understand the whole process of looking after our whole body, mind, body, and spirit. Which
Wow.
is why it's so important to be part of a lovely family like this, where we can, share our experiences and help others, and it gives you a sense of purpose, which is very important in your own well-being.
Absolutely. And I think, what you've shared with us has been absolutely amazing, really, really helpful. And I'm sure that
Thank
these
you.
tips, advice, guidance, and of course, a wealth of knowledge that people like a treasure, it's like a little treasure chest with so much information that people can go back with that, for this information, or for cold, I can go in and, this is what I need, or to boost up my immune system, maybe I need this. So it's like in a way, a whole knowledge encyclopedia. You're like a walking encyclopedia when it comes to this. So, which is amazing.
Thank
Well,
you.
Varsha, I just want to say, Varsha ji, thank you so much for joining us here today. Everything that you've shared has been so useful for everybody,
I hope it
including
helps. I hope it helps, and some little chunk of it can be utilized in your life.
I'm sure, and all those people out there, who want to boost up your immune system, just listen, follow this for a month, and you'll may see a huge difference in the way you feel, and of course your skin, and your energy levels, and all sorts of things, which would be
Exactly.
really important. Yes, thank you, Varsha. Thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
so
joining us.
much.
We're moving on, of course, to our next guest now. But before we do that, Varsha, I just wanted to say, please do join us in the future events that we've got coming up. For example, on the 5th of December, next Sunday, we have the post COP26 event taking place, where you will be hearing special guests talking about all the various things about climate change, environment, and many other issues that really, really affect each and every single one of us on this planet. It's a free global online session, as we always say, and from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. Do join us, which is, like I said, on 5th of December. As we move on, the next week, we have also 12th of December, Universal Health Coverage Day. Health for all. We really believe that health is it's something, your birthright. Everybody's birthright is their health. So why not come in, join us, and find out all the things that could help you to become healthier, happier, and of course, more positive. And mind, body, soul development. That's on 12th of December. Then we move on the 19th of December with the festive vegetarian kitchen. Oh, you're going to love that. You're going to have this beautiful, delicious recipes all for the festive season, Christmas coming up, and you will have some really great chefs all sharing their wonderful recipes with you and giving you tips on cooking and, of course, all the wonderful things when it comes to the food that we all love. So that's 19th of December. And don't forget, on 26th of December, we have Festivity 2021. Yeah, it's the end of our 2021, and I hope our 2022 is going to be a lot more better than our 2019 and 2020. So Festivity 2021 will be a really fantastic. It's a celebration. We will be celebrating Christmas, but Bollywood style. So do come and join us. You do not want to miss that one. You're going to love it. It's going to be fun. And that's not it. We carry on because in the new year's we have, of course, the Festivity 2022. Our entertainment and joyful celebrations will continue from Christmas to the new year. So do join us. These are fantastic events that are all lined up for you, our audience, our members, our family. So do join us. So Varsha, I hope you're going to join us. Any of those did you find any of those interesting for yourself?
All of them. I have come to every single one. My Sundays are booked now.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. That'll be brilliant. We've also got Amalia just joining us right now. Amalia is all the way from Singapore, by the way. And Frosha is from UK. Hello, dear Amalia. We wanted to say a global namaste to you all the way from Singapore. Thank you for joining us here. I know you must have been listening to Varsha speaking about all her plants and spices and how to... Tell, is there any comments before we go on to speak to Pareen?
I'm sorry, I just came on because I was actually discussing plant medicine with other people. Actually, yes, it's midnight here, and we just had a very lovely gathering of women who love plant medicine. So we were discussing that while this was happening. So I'll watch your replay, Varsha, and unfortunately I missed it.
Well, is there any of the final tips that you can talk to before we talk to a wonderful, gorgeous lady who has just won, by the way, a special beauty pageant just yesterday. So we're so proud to going to be speaking to Pareen Samani very shortly, a gorgeous lady and a very beautiful soul. So we're going to be talking to her very shortly. So Amalia, is there any question that you'd like to ask Varsha before we say bye-bye and move on to Pareen?
Well, so many questions with regards with plant medicine. You just do the whole range. Do you work with flower essences as well?
I have worked with flower essences. I'm not trained in that, but I do work with them for myself and the family. But I love flower essences because they work on the energetic side. They work on the emotions, and it's so important to take that into account when you see somebody who's going through some kind of trauma, because all these kinds of health issues develop from past traumas, right? It's to do with regret, forgiveness, some kind of problem that's happened in the past that's emotional and held inside. So it's really important to express those and to understand that we all have very unique personalities as well.
Yeah, what a very powerful thing you've just mentioned there. Yeah, that's true, because a lot of the illnesses people go through is all stress related, emotional. There's an emotional connection there, isn't there? Absolutely. And Amalia specializes, our dear Dr. Whiting, specializes in energy medicine as well. Fantastic. So how would we mix energy medicine with plant medicine, Amalia?
You're asking me now?
Yes. But how could you both combine and take over the world and make everybody healthy?
Well, certainly. I mean, the plants have their energetic properties and medicinal properties, but in terms they are also soul properties. They are called, devas or divas, and they are the soul of the plants. And for example, even essential oils, we call the oil itself the blood of the plant because it protects the plant and it transports all the nutrients actually. And so we call that, and so that's the energetic of the aromatic oils that really is therapeutic for our blood and our systems too. So, and definitely with the energetics of plants, for example, if we ingest a seed or a bark or a root, they have different correspondences with our bodies, and even a flower, when we take flower baths, for example, right? And that's very common in our cultures, in our traditional Asian cultures, flower baths. And that's how we work with the energetics of plants. It's
Yeah.
like concoctions, the decoctions, right?
Yeah, wow, that's a beautiful. Wow, Amalia, we can listen to both of you and Versha for ages. I'm also pretty excited to meet this beautiful beauty pageant winner next as well. So we shall carry on discussing more about all of this. Thank you so much, Versha. Thank you, dear Dr. Wai
Namaste.
Ching, Amalia, for joining us. A global namaste to you. And we now move on to this gorgeous young lady called Parin Samani. Hello, and a global namaste to you, Parin.
Hi. Good
Hello.
afternoon to all of you. Namaste.
Good afternoon to you. Now, before we move on, I just wanted to introduce you because I know that you've got such an amazing background to you, which I'm trying to find at the moment. But Parin, you ended up winning this special pageant yesterday. Wow. Before I introduce you, can you tell us, congratulations, first of all, tell us, what does it feel like to be a winner of a beauty pageant yesterday?
My God, this is it's an amazing experience. I don't have any words to say, but it was really nice. However, this is my third time I have become a winner. So
Really?
I don't know how it happened. It was a really nice experience. But I think so by getting it, it doesn't mean that becoming a winner, but responsibility comes on your shoulder, and more responsibility means more work for me to do harder and harder now.
Oh dear. Well, I think it comes very naturally to you. Look, we would like to congratulate you from the whole of the Healing Our Earth team here, all our volunteers, all our hosts, all our technical team, all the audience members. We all wish to really, really say a huge congratulations to you. And we're so proud to have you here with us. Also, the day after, and now knowing that you've won consecutively, there must be something very special that we're going to be finding out from you very shortly. Oh my God, I think Neil is really, really excited to share all this right now. But let me do a quick little introduction before we start this. It's Dr. Parin Samani, isn't it? Now, let me just share a little bit about this beautiful woman. Dr. Parin Samani is an independent academic scholar. She's an international motivational speaker. She's an educator. She's a writer, author, journalist, a humanitarian, and a philanthropist. Oh my God, beautiful. What a wonderful talent she has, and what a kind individual. Now, she has spoken in over 200 nationally and international webinars and conferences in various capacities. She's also ended up educating 100,000 people plus globally through her humanitarian work. Dr. Parin Samani has also published over 38 educational papers, newspaper and magazine articles, 15 books. She's been featured in over 208 videos, newspapers, and books for amazing societal contribution. Oh my God, it just gets more and more and more. You're going to be so intrigued by this lady. And Dr. Parin also holds a patent, 5 doctorate degrees. Yes, I did not say 1, I did not say 2, I did not say 3, I said 5. 5 doctorate degrees. And she's recognized 4 times in the World Book of Records. Yes, well, I've only broken the Book of Records once, so she's done amazingly well here. Now, numerous designations contributing to societal development, including international president, SP Women's Wing, a recipient of numerous multi-international awards, including 2021 Gandhi Seva Ratna Award, which is also a really amazing award that people, very, very prestigious award. The Corona Warrior Award, because of the amazing work she's done during the coronavirus pandemic. And of course, the Most Powerful Woman Award, which I think definitely suits her. Now, the continuous change in contemporary life has led to recognizing prevalent mental and emotional health challenges. So she believes that we can transform challenges like loneliness and social anxiety into opportunities towards improving our mental and emotional well-being. So she's going to be telling us a little bit more about our path to happiness, which I think is going to be so super exciting. So Dr. Parin Samani, What a long list. I think we need 2 days to talk to you with all these wonderful achievements of yours. Tell us, what does it feel like? How did you end up coming on this path? And you do so many things. Describe yourself. What do you enjoy from all of this?
You're talking about my everyday's work, or you're talking about the beauty pageant?
I'm going to come to the beauty pageant. And because from you, I have to say congratulations for your beauty pageant. That was just too exciting. But your background to come to the beauty pageant, that would be really interesting to talk about, you know. So your background, you've got such a varied background, haven't you? You've got journalism, philanthropy, humanitarianism. You've got doctorates in so many subjects. You just got such a wide. Are you a constant? Do you like growth? Do you like learning all the time? What is this? How do we describe a woman like you who is just so amazing and so unique?
Thank you so much, Dr. Hani, for such a beautiful and a kind introduction. I think I would say the journey, the life journey, takes me where I work. But I think the journey of my academician happened when I had in 2011, when I had a second attack of cancer, and that was my turning point. How I changed my career, because initially I'm a media person. I'm coming from the television and a media line in 80s, where I was a TV presenter in Ahmedabad Doordarshan and All India Radio Akashvani reporter and a presenter in the All India Radio. And then I become a writer. At the age of 19, I remember I've written 11 books. And at the age of 20, I published 11 books. So that was my achievement in my young days. But when I came back to England, I started working for the Lloyds Bank for more than 24 years. And now my career has taken me as academician, as a scholar. So I travel more than 87 countries in an aim to help the society at large, and to fulfill my mottos. I have got two mottos, which is number one, that I want to help the mankind until my last breath. And the number two, which is by working together, we want to make a positive global change. And that's what, like working with everyone like you, or like NGOs, governmental and non-governmental, and academician like universities, colleges, that has given me the inspiration and motivate how I can support them. So 2011 was my turning point to become, and this beauty pageant is not my cup of tea. It just came on my journey, where I was being approached by the media people that please, well, you do a lot of things on the education and the women empowerment, but we want to bring the people, the women from the small villages. Are we able to take your name, use your name, and have you on that pageant name tag that Dr. Somani is a contestant, and so more people will join. And with the name, people were only getting like a 4 or 5 entries or 6 entries in those days. And even though like yesterday, there were only 5 misses, not more than that, but they did not use my name. I was being told from Mrs. India, because I was a winner. So because I was winner from Mrs. India, I was being invited to be a contestant and be in a competition for the last night.
Wow. Is that right? And what was it like last night? Because I know that we really missed it. It was like, oh, I got to know, I would have loved to come and join you and, be there to support and watch the program. What was it like? And what does it feel like when they, called out your name?
It was, I never realized, honestly. Yesterday was a shock, because it was like a very hush, very cold weather. It was a freezing, icy cold. And the experience was, wow, the firecrackers were going and a lot of excitement was going. Good experience, but not the same experience what I had it in India of when I won Mrs. India and Mrs. Universe International.
Yes. Oh, of course, there's a different look, feel already. In India, there's thousands and millions of people. Here, It's a little bit more smaller. It's a little bit, and also with coronavirus, it's a little different.
But it was a good experience. My family was with me, and my good friends were there. So it was a nice, and I missed you as well.
I really wish I heard a little late. because it was such short notice. And I thought, oh my God, if I knew this, I would have been there front row and going. Yeah, no.
Neil Kumar as well. Seriously, from bottom of my heart, I'm telling you that really missed him. I really wanted him to be the part of the event, but unfortunately, he couldn't make it. And I wanted you to be there as well.
I'm so sorry. I got to here very late. But next time round, if anything like this ever happens, I'll be the first one there. When you win your fifth one, when you're
I don't know.
So what does it feel like? Because as a woman, going onto this beauty pageant, so you first of all need to be a very confident woman for you to be able to even go up on stage and to be able to compete and be able to compete with other, a lot of women feel, oh, what if I don't win and I don't want to take part, right? And they don't even take the chance. But you have the confidence.
Can I tell you, winning is not everything, Dr. Honey. We need to work hard, whether we win or not. To be the part of it, we all are the winner.
Yes.
So I think it's a +1 bonus point. I've got it, but everybody are the winner. I don't want to say each and everybody who were the part of the event yesterday, they all were fantastic, honestly. But we can't be the winner. Everybody can't be the winner, but everybody can't be the loser. So my question they've asked me, that was a beautiful question, which gives me very, the way what you are asking me, that correlates very much to my question. They've asked me that what is the hardest thing of winning and what is the hardest thing of losing. So I would say there is nothing to lose. Every day is a learning curve for everyone. But I think to be in this pageant and help others, that has make a lot of difference. Like instead of having 5 entries in Mrs. India, they received 550 entries, which is already recorded on the live program in India. When my press conference happened, the organizer did say, okay, we received 550 entries, and it was hard for them to shortlist it, and they shortlisted for 50 or 60, and then they came up to 10, and they came up to 3. So that was a big.
Wow. And you were the winner for that? You're one of the winners for that as well, from the 550. Wow, that's amazing. But I can see that you're a very humanitarian person, as you've also mentioned, but I can see it come through. You shine very bright, and we see a lovely energy that comes through you. And so you have very good intentions to go out there to make a difference in the world. And today you're going to be sharing something about the path to happiness as well, how to boost our own wellness and well-being. Perhaps, if you could do the presentation, and maybe I have a few questions for you as well at the end, and we may have a few questions from our audience members. If you're happy to do that, are you going to be doing a little presentation? Is that right?
I'm going to be sharing my PPT. I'm just having some difficulty. So I'm just asked already Neil Kumar. I'm going to try from my end, see what happens.
Oh, there it is. There you go.
My daughter, I think so. My daughter is going to share right now and see if it does work. Can you see that?
It's already on the screen. We can see it. Paving our pathway to happiness, a step towards improving mental health and emotional well-being.
Perfect. So you can see that, no? Okay.
Yes.
So, can you see the first slide right now? Perfect.
So I'll leave the presentation for you, and then I'll have some questions at the end.
Thank you so much, honey. Thank you
no
for
problems.
the introduction, and thank you for inviting me here today.
Oh, it's our privilege. I mean, we're honored to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I start? Yeah. Perfect. So thank you very much once again, Dr. Honey, for the lovely and kind introduction, as I mentioned you, and thank you for having me here. Thank you, Neil Kumar, for having me here, and the organizing team for inviting me here, and to all of you who have joined today live on this presentation. It is my privilege to be here with you all and talk about paving our path to happiness, or step towards improving mental health and emotional well-being. I think that is the topic is very defeating to all of us in this pandemic. Particularly, we have now entered a new normal society, new normal world resulting from the pandemic. I'm sure you all agree that we have been experiencing a wide range of emotions, continuously change in contemporary life has led to recognizing prevalent mental and emotional health challenges. We can transform challenges into loneliness and social anxiety into opportunities towards improving our mental and emotional well-being. Let us together, let's pave our path in the attempt to find happiness. So I would like, I think it's the second slide. On to the next slide. It's not changing my slide. Oh.
So you just need to click on the second slide and it should work.
I think no, it's parent sharing. Can you ask a question? No, it's not. Can you see the second slide? No, you can only see.
No, we cannot see the second slide. So if you could just click on the second slide on the left. If you click on the second slide, it should help you to go onto this.
I got it.
If you click on, we still can't see it at the moment. Yes. Would you like to maybe stop? Oh, there it is. Yeah, we're there. It's changed. Yeah, we can see breath.
So yeah, breath one. Yeah. So now I would like you to sit comfortably now and show me your hand. Let's do a little exercise. Put your one hand on your heart and other hand below your belly button. Relax your shoulder. If you are comfortable, then close your eyes. I want you to concentrate on your breathing. Nice and easy. When you breathe in, just say, I am in excellent physical health. And when you breathe out, I want you to say, I am mentally energized. Breathe in and say, I'm excellent physical health. And now breathe out. I'm mentally energized. Think about the moment you're experiencing right now. Forget about the past. It has gone. Do not worry about the future because it is an illusion. Just concentrate on the here and now. Now gently open your eyes. Welcome back. Our words are very important. Many minds in the society have been conditioned to forget the positives and dwell on the negatives. Let us only utter the positive words. What we say manifests. So every morning when you wake up, for 5 minutes, breathe in and say, I am in excellent physical health. And breathe out by saying, I am mentally energized. And do the same when you go to sleep. This will really help you. So every day, we experience a multitude of emotions. We experience the multitude. I think, one second, can we have a...
If you could click down and you should be able to move on to the next.
Are you getting a third slide?
No, now what is mental health? It was there. Can you go back? Because it's on mental health at the moment.
Yeah,
it needs to go. It needs to, that's it.
That is a slide. Okay, so it is
that?
changing. Perfect. I think so. My system, I don't know what's happening with my internet today. Every day, we experience a multitude of emotions, for happiness to sadness, to stress, and maybe even anxiety. Whatever emotions that we face, it's okay. But it is important to understand what mental health is. Because in society, when people think about mental health, automatically they have been planned, they have a negative image in their mind. This must be like a thought process must change as we raise awareness among ourselves and others. So what is mental health? I want you to think about what is mental health. So it is defined as a state of a human being, of a well-being in which an individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stresses of life, can work productively, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. So if we can see that we all have mental health, it is not just about somebody who have mental disorder or disability. It is about looking after your happiness and wellness. Therefore, it is very important that we all look after our psychological and emotional well-being, not only now, but for the future. So it is referred as to our cognitive and emotional well-being behavior. So in other words, how do we think and how do we feel? That is very important. How we think, behave, and feel. We all have a mental health issues, but we may have got at the certain stage, we may not consider ourselves, because the way that we think, we behave, and the feel is the key factor of our everyday, day-to-day. In relationship with the family, friends, and each other, if we look after our mental health, then we can enjoy life more. But we need to create a balance between our daily activities and responsibilities. So within competitions, many individuals can start to feel precious, anxious, and worried. So this can rise from having little or no control about the result of situation. So like yesterday, like after the competition was finished, everybody were worried, but I knew myself, okay, it's okay. If I win, it's fine. If I don't win, still it's okay. There is something better waiting for me. But we have to feel that way. That has to come from inside. So do not worry about the end result. Enjoy the journey and take joy in every moment you are going through. So if you think about a car tire, it runs perfectly with the correct pressure. Without enough pressure, it can deflate, while too much pressure can cause the tire to become unstable or burst. So therefore, like the tire, we must ensure that we take enough pressure to motivate us and help us run efficiently. But to exert, do not have too much pressure on ourselves that affects our health. So stress can have many influences on us. You can see there is a positive and a negative stress. But remember, some stress at the low level of stress can be useful and healthy in order to achieve a particular goal. So in a positive form, it can be proven to improve by psychological health and facilitate performance. It is considered as an important factor to motivate individuals. It can help people to adapt to a situation, and it can be as a result of a reaction of surrounding environment. When we talk about the negative stress, see, high level of negative stress is not a good, but remember, without the negative stress, what can we do? Like high level of stress can result in biological and psychological and social problems, which can lead to a serious illness. So negative stress can go to a highest level, which can be cause a illness, and a stress level doesn't help you, but it will bring you down. So when stress is caused by internal perceptions of a student or within ourselves as educator, it can produce anxiety, negative emotions, and feelings. This can lead to stress, pain, and sadness. If it persists, it can lead to a serious psychological disorder, such as post-traumatic stress. So it is important for each and everybody, but I'm telling it's important to recognize a sign of burning out, as it happens very gradually in 5 stages. So we will look at the 5 stages, how it has affected. So number 1, when you're getting married, the honeymoon period, like, just working and stress and all the things you have to organize, that is a stressful time. Number 2, lack of energy. So when you don't have energy and we have to do a lot of things. Number 3, initiation of chronic signs of being out. You're completely out of the track. And number 4, when you're in crisis, like health crisis, finance crisis, family crisis, any difficulties you're facing. And number 5, reaching to a stalemate respectively. So therefore, it is important to be aware of these elements and look after ourselves. So stress and anxiety cannot be separated, as anxiety is warning sign which alerts as an individual that danger is coming. Danger is coming. And that can individuals should prepare themselves to cope with that danger. However, mild level of anxiety are important for survival and protect us from threatening dangers. So it is a subjective feeling which can occur without an external factor, while the initiation of stress needs to be external factor. So the main stress relates to the issue beyond our knowledge capability and challenges are and challenging the abilities. So when we are looking at all the stages, the amount of stress individual experiences can be presented in different ways. For example, a lack of support, withdrawal from the family, friends, around the society, the amount of work that has to be accomplished in a very short passage of time, and work balance with a life balance, our body, mind, and our emotions and our behavior reflect the stress we are feeling. So, for example, our body may feel headache, breathlessness, fatigue, different types of things when we're feeling. Our mind may feel worry, negativity, hasty decision, etc. And we may feel irritable, a loss of confidence, and our behavior might become more accident prone, restlessness, or insomnia. So you can see others on the other slide where I have just put it down all the issues where I feel that can affect. So similarly, there is one factor of loneliness. Loneliness is the feeling of being unhappy because you have no friends. You have no friends and you feel lonely. And you don't have anybody, friends or family, to talk about it, or a period of time being sad and spent alone. So loneliness is an emotion state in which a person experiences a powerful feeling of emptiness and isolation. It is a feeling of being cut off, disconnected, and alienated from the other people around you. So lonely people can often feel vacant or empty inside. It can be described as a social pain, which is a psychological mechanism which motivates individuals to seek social connection. It is usually associated with lack of social connection and intimacy. So more people are becoming overcome by loneliness. According to the UK government loneliness annual report 2020, research has deduced that between 6 and 18% of the population often feel lonely. Other studies have shown that approximately 1 of the population people die before the time due to loneliness. It has been proven within studies that loneliness is as damaging to our health as smoking up to 15 cigarettes per day, and loneliness is worse for you than obesity. So how we can look after our mental well-being? So we can say that all by helping ourselves and make necessary changes. Wherever we feel that we need to do, we have to change necessary changes to make ourselves happy. We should aim to be active. For example, exercise ability to minimize some of the emotional intensity that we feel. It helps us to clear our thoughts and ideal with our problems in a calm manner. We should stay calm and take control of the situation, because every problem there is a solution. If we think we can do something and believe in ourselves, then surely we will find a solution. This in itself is an act of empowerment, and this self belief will result in the solution that you can believe in. So remember, managing mental and emotional health can be eased by ensure that we have a good family support, good system, good people around us where we can have good friends, the good network who you can share your concerns with. So you will find encouragement and a fresh perspective through which you can view the situation in a different way. Therefore, use technology to video calling somebody and talk to the people. Never doubt your ability. If you are unsure on something, detach yourself from the situation and give yourself the advice you would give to close friends and family. Do the activities that you enjoy. Engage in the hobby that makes you feel happy and find a fulfillment. Simultaneously, we should avoid unhealthy habits and help each other. We must realize that we cannot always change a situation. So we should concentrate on the aspect of life we can change and do your best in every situation. We feel that you have too much to do, then by planning ahead, you can split up your task into the easier and more manageable part. So as a human being, we are a social animal and who try to stay together with other people. So if we are left alone for too long, then we become ill. Therefore, we need to aim to get rid of negative emotions and replace it positive emotions with the aim of finding happiness and joy within yourself in what we are doing. It has worked for the people that I have tried to help in the past. Therefore, I hope that it will also help you through your life journey. You see, a few months ago, I was speaking to one of a good friend who was thinking about her experience in the university. While she was talking, she said that she always felt like stressed and she was avoided by all her friends, and she felt that she never fitted in that university. She felt that she's left out. I could feel the sadness that she was experiencing from within her voice when she was telling me her experience. She said that often she would ask herself, what's wrong with me? I thought for someone to ask themselves that, it's not the right. That question itself is a very painful. So I started to research the topic of stress and other negative emotion after speaking and after listening, sharing the story, what she was telling me. I really wanted to understand how we can get rid of it. So that was a question, and that's why I started working on this research. So get rid of it, transform to a positive energy. I discovered that all that people want in life is to be happy. We all want to be happy. We all want to have a smile on our face. But because we have got so much piled up on the top of our head, we don't know what to do. That is the initial human desire, to be happy. It is this want for happiness that binds us all together. We all want to be happy. None of us want to suffer. Am I right? Yes, that's true. Nobody wants to suffer. It is the emotion and desire that link us to our friends, our family, and to all other human beings that may not share the same opinion as we do. So within the history, the ancient Buddhist monk, it's a beautiful saying. What he's saying, that happiness and suffering are all within the mind, that are not external. This explains that the happiness is not external found through the object or in the different people. Happiness is internal. It's internal and it is in the mind. Therefore, if the happiness and suffering are within the mind, then the cause of happiness and suffering also live within our mind. The ultimate difference between the people that are unhappy and stressed and the people that are not is the way we see the world. It all depends on us, how we look at the world and how we want to take the world further. So we need to change our perspective on the world, not them. We need to change. If something does not work out, or if something goes wrong within the life, if we answer a question that we are able to ask in the another way, or a mishap occurs, then do not perceive that that is the failure and this is our fault. No, if we know that we have definitely tried our best, instead, we should analyze the approach that we took and look at the different ways of achieving our object and learning something new. So I give you the example of a mouse and a maze. Now, if you look at in this chart, what is happening? The maze has many obstacles, and the blocks within the maze, it is aim of the mouse to overcome those challenges, to find its way out of the maze and reach its destination. So when an experimental mouse is put into that maze, it comes across a hurdle. It turns around and looks for an alternate path. It tries a different avenues and tries something else. It helps in doing that every time it reaches a block. However, human like us, what we do, we'll go back and make the same mistake again and again and again and again and repeat what we have always done. Therefore, we should not be afraid of the change. Mahatma Gandhi said beautifully, a beautiful quote, that be the wish you want to see the change. So we should not be afraid of trying new things because we want to see the change and thinking outside the box. The most successful people in the world have been rejected many times, but they continue trying and do not give up. Therefore, despite how many challenges we encountered, we must continue trying to improve our future and overcome every challenge through innovative ideas. And one day we will succeed. So let me give you a beautiful example. Everybody knows about KFC. Am I right? Everybody knows about that. Let me tell you a little story about it. The example of Colonel Harlan Davis Sanders was an American businessman. I'm sure you may have heard this story in the past as well, but I want to share it out. So I wanted to explain you. He is the founder and a brand ambassador and symbol of KFC. I'm sure you have all heard properly. KFC, which is a fast food chicken restaurant chain. Well, Cornell had many jobs in his life, but then he began selling a chicken in a roadside restaurant with a secret recipe. When his shop closed, he wanted to sell his recipe and create a franchise across the United States. It was only his persistence and resilience that enabled him to face 1009 rejection. Yes, you heard me correct. He was rejected 1009 times before anyone accepted his recipe. He achieved success at the age of 73 years old. Therefore, also he adopted a positive mindset and embarked upon the journey of his dream and wanted to take his journey to his dream. So it does not matter how many times we face rejection, we must get back again and keep trying. So this is a beautiful example that not many people will do that. People will give up. And believe me, my life story also comes up with the same thing. I could have given up in 2011 when my life was going to end, but I did not do that. I continued with the hope. Every day I wake up in the morning, I have a hope to live for the next day because I know myself what I have gone through, my health challenges. So never give up. yes, you will reach your goal. So many minds in the society have been conditioned to forget the positives and dwell on the negatives. For example, during the pandemic, we are constantly being made aware of the global statistics linked to the pandemic, which is creating much negativity. It is the role of governing bodies and health professionals to keep us updated with the number of positive cases and educate us on how best we can protect ourselves. However, I believe that it is our job to reduce the statistics and not dwell on them. So now what I would like to do, I would like to take you to um like I would like to show you this thing. Can you see a piece of donut here? This donut, I don't know how many people can think
That's
about.
moved a little bit. Yeah, there it is. Improving mental and emotional health.
Yes. So can you see that there's a hole in the donut? What does that mean? Okay, we all have a hole in our life.
We cannot see the donut. We cannot see the donut.
You can't see the donut?
Nope.
Oh, you can see my slide changing?
I can see the vaccination.
Okay. No, we want to go back. We don't want that. We want to see the vaccination.
No, it's forward. You're with the maze. I can see the maze.
Oh, maze. Have you not seen the KFC one?
No, we're in the KFC now.
Okay, so now not this one. I want to take you to the donut. Can you see the donut now?
No, next one, please. Can you change the slide? Yeah, I can see mind conditioned, creating much negativity.
Okay, can you see now? What is it coming now? Oh, God.
No, just improving mental and emotional health.
Yeah, okay, exactly. Now that's a donut?
There's no donuts. If you'd like to do the next one, maybe the next slide.
Okay. Is it coming donut?
Nope. I like this donut. It's like
is the positive mental attitude is there?
No. Improving mental and emotional health. Your slides are not moving, Harry.
Is it moving now?
Honey, if you can read me, let's stop slide sharing and go into a chat with Dr. Pareen because we'll be running out of time shortly.
Yes.
Sure.
So now that's fine. So what I'll do, I wanted to sum up myself as well. So let me quickly run through the last bit and then we can start taking the questions. Yeah. So what I would like to say, okay, in this pandemic, we all have gone through a tough time, and I would like to leave with my 3 messages just before I end. That from the personal perspective, we all have a mind, heart, and a soul. The mind is intelligent but cannot work alone. The soul is peaceful but cannot work alone. And the heart is loving and tender. If you combine intelligence and peace together, you get fulfillment. If you link intelligence and love together, you get harmony. When you link peace and love together, you are pride. However, when you link mind, heart, and soul together, then we achieve pure happiness. In my opinion, is the key to the happiness. Remember, in life, there are numerous challenges that we face, but we want to be part of the wider solution, not the problem, but how. I have 3 important messages to share with you. Number 1, believe in yourself. Nothing in life is constant. Even the caterpillar changes into the beautiful butterfly. So you know that you have the strength to create a positive and inspire others. Do not be afraid. The world has faced previous challenges, war, disease, political unrest, financial crisis. We came out resilient and stronger than before. We learned from the past and created a better future. You can make this country a prosperous again. Number 2, follow your true instinct. Do the right thing. Do not forget your ethical values. Be kind, be humble, be generous, fair, and help each other. Number 3, be the person that builds bridges, respect diversity, and despite of background, ethnicity, social, political, or religious lookouts. Remember, this is our country. You can change the future and you can make positive impact in the society at large. Start with the family and friends again. I always believe that by working together, which is my number 2 motto, by working together, we can make a positive global change.
Right. And this is exactly what Healing Our Earth is all about. We work together, we create a platform which is for everyone to come together, to unite, and to create positive change. And all humanitarians coming together to do the best they can, and
Yes,
each one doing their part, and together hoping that we can create maximum, impact.
absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Perry, that was so amazing. Lovely presentation. I know a few little technical hitches here and there, but the content and the substance of what you had to share was amazing. Really, really very, very helpful. And actually, I loved what you were sharing about the mind and the soul. And then you said the mind, soul, and because I'm very much about mind, body, soul. I like all three working together. I always highlight that with anyone I speak to, that it's important to have all those three working together very strongly. You mentioned something about if the heart and the mind. Can you repeat that one again for us a bit more slower?
Yeah. So when we have a mind, body, and a soul together, what happens when we think about our, because see, when we are thinking about the mind, body, and soul, what happens? Mind, heart, and soul. So when the mind is intelligent but cannot work alone, the soul is peaceful but again cannot work alone, and the heart is a loving tender. If you combine intelligence and a peace together, you get fulfillment. If you link your intelligence and a love together, you get harmony. But when you link peace and a love together, you are prime. However, when you link your mind, heart, and soul together, then we can achieve the pure happiness, in my opinion.
Oh, that is amazing. I love that. I'm going to take back that teaching with me forever. That's a very beautiful teaching, and I really love it. It's very, very connected to what we're about, because we all want to try to do the best we can, but it's important to remember it's no point just being a spiritual person and just be peaceful, because you won't be able to maybe make right choices, or you may be a bit too naive sometimes because you're just thinking peace, 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 but not thinking, is this the right decision to make for this particular. So you need to have that. And the third thing is, if you were very peaceful, and let's say you're very intelligent, but peaceful and intelligent, fine, but not very kind and not very compassionate, you may end up making decisions which are not good for the humanity. You may think, oh, it's good for my company or good for myself, so peacefully loving and making money intelligently, but not really thinking of the world, and having an impact on the world. So I think that is a very powerful message that you have shared there, Dr. Pareen. Not just a pretty face, not just a beauty pageant winner, but a really wonderful brains behind the whole thing as well. I can see you had 5 doctorates, Dr. Pareen. Which are the 5 doctorates that you hold?
Yes, I wanted to add one thing, which I know you told. I've the sixth one, I've just received it on 21st of November from International Internship University, which is not added on the website because since this has happened, I was traveling from India to here, and a lot of things were happening. So I've got 6. So first one, I have done PhD in the International Leadership Management. First one. Yeah. Number 2 PhD, which I have done in the media, because I'm coming from the media and journalism. And number 3, I have got the honorary degree for a PhD in the global education from Sweden. Number 4, I've got the honorary degree for the honorary doctorate in humanitarian. Number 5, I've got a doctorate in Delete, literature of doctor, from Mother Teresa University. And the one which I've received it on 21st of November, I've received from IIU, again the same thing, Doctor of Literature in the education field.
Wow. This is just such an amazing, we are so blessed, each and every single one of us here at the Healing Our Earth, that we get a chance to meet such amazing people around the world. Also, you are from UK, you are traveling as well, you do a lot of traveling. I know you mentioned over 87 countries you've worked in. Yes, I remember that. And so that was amazing. But the point is that we have this talented individuals who are maximizing their true potential, being amazing role models in society, also creating maximum impact for the world. We are very proud to have those people joining us and sharing their wonderful knowledge with the rest of the world here. Thank you. And we have a question that's come through for you, dear Dr. Pareen. And this gentleman is, his name is Aspen from Norway. So I thought just before we finish off, I think we had a few, but maybe this one we can answer. He says, my partner always gets angry with little matters, little things. And I try to stay as calm as possible. And later she keeps apologizing. Should I become angry as well with them, or how can I stay cool without stressing? Because it seems like the girlfriend or the partner keeps, really stressing him out, but he doesn't know how to react and how to deal with this situation. Any tips that you could give for this?
I would say, in a situation like that, see, we all have an argument some or other way with our family, our partner, with everyone. But I think so, silence is the best way. If the situation arises, don't say anything. Just for a moment, don't mention anything, and be on their agenda. Be on their agenda, what they like us to do. And if we do according to their agenda, believe me, argument will not happen.
What a lovely, yes, that's great. Who can argue with somebody who's silent, right? Who can argue with somebody who says, yes, I agree. And then you can't argue with that, right? My dad does that actually with my mom a lot. So he's a wise man. He's a wise man.
Absolutely, yes. And I can see beautiful ladies are sitting and their beautiful smiles. I can see there. And you know what? That is the true thing. Am I right or wrong, ladies?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I before I perhaps introduce my next host, who's going to be taking over very shortly with some other interviews that are taking place. I just wanted to ask Dr. Pareen, you talked about inner happiness. I thought that inner happiness was a very, very important point, because a lot of people think that happiness will come from getting money or achieving a goal or getting a award or something. They think outside happiness is the happiness that they strive for. But that inner happiness that you talk about, could you describe what people could feel? Because, I know that blissful feeling, but I just want to ask yourself, what do you think means inner happiness?
No, inner happiness, if you're talking about my personal opinion, inner happiness comes within yourself. Money is the object. Name and fame is the object. Today you won, tomorrow you may not win. It's okay. But inner happiness to help someone and that smile on someone's face, what you've done for them, the person will remember you for your life. So the happiness is not telling everyone, oh, I'm happy. No, the happiness comes by sharing your experience, helping someone, being on the part of their happiness. And that is something, that's my way of thinking.
That's beautiful. So you get joy from giving joy to others, and you experience the joy yourself by helping others.
Yes,
I think
yesterday, this is a live example I'm giving you. A lady called one of our team member from Healing Group as well. Sumi was a part of the contestant too, and her name was called out as the first person on the list yesterday, and she received one of the title holder as well. So when she received it, everybody were watching, everybody were worried and thinking, myself, my daughter, this is my observation of my daughter, is telling me, Mom, you were so cool and calm. You did not see anything. I said, there's nothing for me to worry. If I get it, I get it. If I don't get it, I'm happy for everyone who are getting it, because their happiness is my happiness.
Wow, what wise words we have here. That really puts it all into a nutshell, telling us what a beautiful soul you are as well, dear Dr. Pareen. Very, very, very enjoyable presentation. Thank you so much for that. We have our wonderful ladies who are joining us right now. So before I even introduce them, I'll just invite them to come and maybe ask a couple of questions if they wish to. Hello, my dear Sheila from USA, my dear co-host, my dear sister, Healing Our Earth family member. How are you?
I'm good. It's so good to see you all. How are you doing, honey?
Really well. It's good to see you looking so glowing and so beautiful. And I have my other two sisters, another sister, Sharon, dear, from USA. Hello, Global Namaste.
Namaste, everyone. What a beautiful presentation. I'm feeling just, relaxed and in this sense of silence, and also a sense of stillness and a sense of spaciousness.
Thank you
so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I told you, all the ladies will absolutely appreciate this. And we've got, of course, our Dr. Wai Ching Amalia, who's also joined us all the way from Singapore. As you can tell, it's quite a multicultural family now that we all come together to enjoy with the focus on transforming lives positively.
Thank you, Dr. Pareen. That was so inspiring. And I do the same work too. And just that it's just beautifully inspiring for me, and just to be comforted by your words also, that we are doing on the same path to do this work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
for the
so
lovely
much.
Is there any final questions? Any question that we could ask Dr. Pareen before we take over and move on to dear Sheila taking over the rest of the slot with Sharon? So is there any questions, ladies, that you would like to ask Dr. Pareen? I always say any interrogation questions that we need to interrogate Pareen with. She's a journalist, she's a humanitarian, she's a philanthropist, she's got, as she mentioned, 6 doctorates. She's, somebody who teaches people about health and well-being. She's amazing. So is there any questions that you may have?
Yes, my dear friend
please
Barbara
go
here.
ahead.
Barbara, who's joined us, she has a question.
Oh, okay. So we've got Barbara. So Barbara's going to be joining us very shortly. Hello, Barbara. A global namaste to you. I know we will be speaking to you shortly, but whilst you're here, is there any questions that you would like to ask Dr. Pareen?
Yes, I wanted to review just the piece about peace. The inner peace comes from which 2 combinations did you say? You said harmony comes from the intelligence and the loving heart, right?
Peace. What I say, that if you combine intelligence and peace together, you get
peace. That equals harmony.
That's a fulfillment. But if you combine link intelligence and love together, that's a harmony. Love and intelligence.
What are the 2 that you linked that equaled peace? You said it right at the very beginning.
You said intelligence, and you mentioned intelligence and something creates peace.
I said intelligence and peace together, you get fulfillment.
That's great. What creates peace in the world? I keep watching Gandhi, be the change you wish to see.
Sorry.
So Barbara's asking, what creates peace, do you think, within ourselves? What creates peace, and in the world, what would create peace?
I think peace comes within us. If we are peaceful, peace will only happen when we are happy, we are content. So we have to satisfy ourselves when we are happy, and we know we don't care about how success we are or we are not successful. Matter, put that on the hold, but we should be content with whatever I have. If I have a small car, I'm still happy. If I have a Mercedes, I'm still happy. If I have a Bentley, I'm still happy. But we should be happy within us. As I told you, money is just an object. Name, fame, your name is just that will come and go. But contentment is the main thing. That will give you a peace in your mind. And the world peace, we know how it is. Everything is going haywire with the COVID, with all the fightings around the world, Taliban's. What is it? We are creating. What's happening with the media? There's only little message, 1 line, and we make it 10 lines. And that 10 lines give anxiety to us. And then the peace is gone away from us. So why are we watching the news? Why do you not convert that news into the positivity?
Very wise words. Thank you so much, dear Dr. Pareen. Thank you.
I remember the beautiful quote, as I mentioned, of Mahatma Gandhi: be the change you wish to see in the world, because you want to see the good change in the life. So you be that. And that's always a touching quote for me. And that's really nice. And I would like to say a very, very big thank you here to Neil Kumar and Dr. Honey. Honestly, I really enjoyed it. And I don't have any words to say, but Neil Kumar has connected me to so many people. And one of you, Dr. Honey, that I connected to you before I came on this program even. So it was really nice that the person himself, he himself has created a group of healing people. Can you see that? And see beautiful people from US, from like Singapore, and all these people are here from UK, different part of the world. People are here. What shows here that we are one global
family. Thank you so much, Dr. Parveen. That was a really fantastic way. Now, you were listening to Dr. Parveen Samani there. She was absolutely amazing, as you heard. If you missed any of this presentation, you really have to go back and watch this whole presentation again, because she had some really great tips and advice to share with the world. Again, congratulations from each and every single one of us for winning the pageant yesterday. And thank you for the invitation. Sorry, I couldn't make it. But for next one, I will be there on the front row.
I think all of my beautiful ladies here, definitely, and all the gentlemen who are listening to me today, I want everybody to be there. I'm a person that I like to take everyone with me. When I don't go by myself. I'm a person of the family. My family.
Well, we're part of your family, dear Dr. Parveen. Now you're part of ours, and that's it. We're not going to let you go. That's it. You're one of our sisters here. Thank you. So now we're going to move on to our next way, and I wanted to introduce our wonderful Dr. Sheila Dobie, who's going to be now hosting the next parts of this program. It'll be Dr. Sheila Dobie with Sharon Rose. They're both co-hosting. And of course, they will be interviewing some beautiful guests who include a wonderful Barbara, who's going to be joining us very shortly. So hi, Sheila. Sheila, I'm going to introduce you before we start. And I'd like to say, just in case if you haven't met Sheila before, which would be very unusual unless you're just a new audience member, then I'd like to let you know that Dr. Sheila Dobie is from USA, but she was born in England and she moved to the USA. She's a whole health dentist, humanitarian, and an entrepreneur. She's also a television host, as you can tell with that beautiful $1 million smile that she has. And Dr. Dobie is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award. And she's also been the recipient of the California Patient Choice Award. I think she probably deserves many more awards than that. She's doing amazing work in the community as well as globally. Dr. Dobie takes a special interest in helping the underserved and underprivileged children and women in her local community. And on the professional front, Dr. Dobie was the past president and dental health chair of SACDS Dental Society. She's a graduate of the American Dental Association and Kellogg's School of Management Institute, where she learned and she studied diversity in leadership. So her current passion is working with, I would say, what do you call it? A little, I can't say, but a little hashtag kind20, because she's such a kind soul. That's why welcome to you, Sheila.
How are you? So good to see you, honey. What a wonderful session you hosted. You did such an amazing job.
Oh, thank you so much. I was like missing you guys, but I really enjoyed it. It was so much fun. And I've met some really amazing guests. Every single guest that we've had today has been absolutely amazing. And I'm so proud. I have to say a very big thank you to Neil Kumar, who had this fantastic initiative of bringing this Healing Our Earth together, because every Sunday I get a chance to become like a little encyclopedia. I learn and pick out knowledge from all these fantastic guests of ours, put them all into my little encyclopedia there. And it keeps helping to improve me as a person, helps me to keep on personally growing as an individual. And Sheila, with you as well, you're going to be co-hosted. Your co-host is Sharon. I'll do a quick little introduction, and then I'll let you get on with this. We also are going to be joined by Sharon Rose, as you can see. She's a co-host working with Sheila Dobie today. And Sharon Rose, she's an MA, and she's a winner of the Filmmaker of the Year Award from the 20th World Congress of Qigong, Tai Chi, TCM, and Taoism and Natural Healing. She's the director, producer of the forthcoming documentary series called Quantum Chi, The Taoist Art of Nurturing Life. You have to watch that, as I always say, such a fantastic series. Now, Sharon has lectured, performed, and presented her films in numerous universities, spiritual centers, cultural organizations, and museums, and was a consultant to the National Endowment for the Arts. She's the author of The Path of the Priestess, a guidebook for awakening the divine feminine. It's a fantastic book. And she's currently completing a CD called The Nectar of Bliss, dedicated to the healing power of the divine feminine in cultures throughout the world. I'm so pleased to introduce to you our dear Sharon. So namaste, global namaste,
Global
dear Sharon.
namaste to you, Honey G and Sheila. I am so thrilled today to bring my dear, dear friend and collaborator and singer and so much more, Beth Quist. I am so thrilled. She's one of my lead singers for The Nectar of Bliss that you just mentioned.
Right.
And like myself, many of you know me to some extent now. She's like the vocal equivalent of myself as a dancer who has trained in and performs music from so many cultures. Beth Quist is a multi-instrumentalist, vocalist, and composer. She began playing piano at age 2. Like us, honey, we started, 3, dancing?
Absolutely, I was 4 when I started, yes.
She has a 4-octave soprano voice and plays piano, keyboards, santur, which is hammered dulcimer in the West, doumbek, guitar, flute, and various other instruments. Her music combines influences from the Balkans, the Middle East, and India, along with her Western upbringing. Based in the USA, in Colorado, she performs solo with Bobby McFerrin's Voice Estra, The Crown, and Sheriff-A. And our dear Jesse Manu, who also collaborates with us, I think he's here today. He's part of Sheriff-A. She was lead soprano, instrumentalist, and character in the creation band for Cirque du Soleil's Ka. She has collaborated with Kitaro, the Jeffrey Castle Band, formerly known as Guarneri Underground, the Motet Tregun, Sharon Rose. She also composes scores for dance, film, and other media. Global namaste to you, Beth.
Right now, dear Beth, I'm going to leave you in the good hands of dear Sharon and Sheila. But I just wanted to say I'm a great fan of Cirque du Soleil. I've watched every single program of theirs, every single production of Cirque du Soleil. So it's a real privilege to have you here joining us today. I'm looking forward to hearing your beautiful voices. I've heard a lot about you from Sharon. So I'm going to leave this in the good hands of Sheila and Sharon, all yours, my dears. And I'm listening all the way through. Enjoy and a global namaste.
See you soon, honey.
Thank you.
Stay with us. Bye.
Thank you.
So Sheila, it's such a joy to be co-hosting with you.
I know, it's my pleasure, Sharon. I mean, you're just so talented, and I've been watching you for the past couple of weeks and finally got a chance to host again this week. So I'm super excited, and to have such a talented person as Beth on our show, it's going to be I'm so honored and so excited.
Thank you, Beth. Namaste, global namaste to you.
Thanks so much. This is an unexpected surprise and last minute, and I'm really grateful. Thank you for having me on.
So we would like to begin. Where would you like to begin? I know you're going to be teaching some chakra healing, and you're going to be singing for us in, I think, 3 different cultures. We know sound, music, it's the universal language. And if anyone knows that language, it's you.
Well, I was considering, I mean, we could even start with a little bit of sounding. And this, if you're up for it, I can turn on the little bit of reverb and make it, sort of pretty. I've worked a lot with a couple of people, Dean and Dudley Evanson, with Soundings of the Planet. They're based out of Bellingham, and they do a lot of sound healing. And plus, having studied yoga since the 1980s, and so I've been really interested in the chakra work, and particularly the sound as it relates to the somatic feelings in the body, like the sounds actually inspiring and opening up and creating that energetic. And many of you know the bija mantras, Lam Vam Ram Yam Ham Sham Om, for the chakra system. I was thinking about starting with the heart. It seemed just to do a quick little heart chant with all of you. If you're if you're up for it. Another tone that you could, I know you're all muted. This would be so much better if we were in the same space together and singing together, but feel that energetically and feel that etherically. And the chant, you can chant for the heart chakra, it's yum. And you can also use a tone that Jonathan Goldman, he's a sound healer. He uses the sound ah. So you can do either one or both and just chant those tones. And I'm going to be singing in a rag Bhairav. And you can sing on the sa or the pa. Bhairav is sa. So we have komal re and komal da, so flat re, and then sharp ga, so should ga, and should ni. So it's a lovely, lovely, lovely rag. So let's just start. I will put on a little reverb. Is that too much? Let me know. This is a new program. So, and the yam or the ah, sing it on the sa, sa, yam, or if you're a low voice, yam, down there, you can sing the pa, yam, wherever you feel it most in your heart. And the beat of the heart in a rhythm of 5. vibration a lot.
So beautiful.
Wow, that was amazing. You kind of feel it inside your body, like it resonates.
Oh, I'm so glad, because one of the things I've been doing with the chakra is really getting into the body of it, the somatic, the feeling, rather than just sort of the intellectualization or although that works for some people. I think everyone is different. I tend to be very kinesthetic with music. Some people see music, which I think is
Beth, can we ask you to just increase the volume? It's kind of very, very low on your end. And even when you're doing the music, if you could do it a little bit on a higher, I think it could just vibrate a little, because we're all across the world here. So we got to get that vibration all the way across there.
We did a test earlier. It was perfect, but the internet, you never know.
Who knows? Anyway, it's up. It should be up more.
There you are.
Let me try this too. I'll turn that up a bit. Hopefully that'll be better. Thanks for letting me know.
Absolutely. I'm so amazed at your voice. It's just so beautiful. And it just, like, the way it sounds and the way it resonates, and it's just amazing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I feel blessed. I know that the voice is not, you're born with it, and every voice is so totally different. It's like a fingerprint. And so I feel very lucky. Occasionally I get a little jealous of bass singers, but then I remember I have a high range too.
So Amalia is here with us, and Amalia knows Beth's voice very well because she's singing in our series Quantum Chi. She and Jesse Mano and James Hoskins, our cellist. And so Amalia.
Truly, Sharon. I mean, we talk about vibrations, Beth. I know your resonance. I know your soul song. And, just through the soundtrack. And when I heard the soundtrack of Quantum Chi, I was just like, Sharon, what's this? Where is it coming from? And it's like, what coherence with the chi that's coming through, right, with our project. So I really truly feel as if I know you through your sound, your vibration. So it's wonderful to meet you here.
Oh, you too. It's what a beautiful project that is too. I'm so thank you, Sharon, for putting that together too, and for it's amazing. I hope you all get to see it at some point. It's pretty spectacular. Yeah.
We will. This is my family. And welcome. This is your family now too.
Thank you.
And Jesse, I think he's with us here today. And all of us. It's such an honor for me to be part of Healing Our Earth. And I'm so pleased to bring you and the guests I've brought, who have all been so happy to bring their wisdom and their music and their grace to this family. So Beth.
Yes.
Would you like to sing? One of her specialties is Turkish music.
I just am taking a flag off of I had this covered, so I didn't resonate too much with the guitar, although that might have been interesting. So let's see if you can see this. I'm going to move the camera a little bit. Here we have the santur, or hammer dulcimer if you're in the West. And I'm going to play a Turkish song. It's a traditional Turkish song from the Black Sea region. And being last minute, it's one of the ones I play the most. It's on my album New Moon, and James Hoskins plays a beautiful cello on it. And I often play it with dear beloved Jesse Mano, who also plays fabulous Turkish saz. So this song is it's a little bit of a sad song, but I also think that it's important to get in touch with that feeling, even though I know that there's a lot of practice of happiness and that. But if you're feeling sad, to be able to express it in music and again, like let it move through you somatically. And so this is a song called Bira Tashber. There's that. So how's the volume now? Okay, thank you.
Wow, that was amazing.
Thank you. Thanks.
As always, Beth, as always. Once again, I have to say that I'm so happy to bring you into our community.
Thank you so much. There we go.
So tell us a little about, your journey in music.
I think I probably came out of the womb singing, as many of us do. And yeah, I was born in Heidelberg in West Germany. And I was told, my mother tells a story of we used to go visit some castles, the big reverberant spaces, and I got us kicked out of castles because children are supposed to be seen and not heard. So we'd get into the big space, and I'd go and listen for the reverberation in the room. So I think that I was already there. And then at age 2, we moved into a place that had an old piano, and I just started playing. And then age 6, started studying classical piano, picked up a few instruments throughout school. And then in college, I was a piano major at the University of Colorado. And that's where I met Jesse Mano, and started accompanying for dance classes. And he got me into that because I was dancing, and my dear Sharon, modern dance, and just fell in love with the combining of the different art forms with music. And it really opened up a whole world. And then Jesse brought me to a Balkan music and dance camp in Mendocino, California, for the first time in, I guess that was 1986, I think. And one of the first classes I took, it was an advanced singing class, but I heard this woman sing. They did demonstrations at the beginning so we could decide who we wanted to study with. And I just burst into tears. She sang it was a Greek song from the Rebettica tradition. And so it had a lot of Turkish influence. It's right on the border where this style originates, is the border between Greece and Turkey. And I just cried, and I knew I had to study with her. And I asked her, I said, if I sit in the back, I'm not advanced, I don't know this style at all. This is my first time learning these world. Well, I think I'd always had an ear for them, but she said, oh yeah, no problem, you can sit in. And within 2 days, I was singing on the advanced level. So it kind of makes you wonder sometimes about maybe a past life. I don't know, but all I know is that I'm incredibly grateful. And it opened up, that opened up a world of going and studying Bulgarian, Turkish, Greek, and then of course Indian. I just completely fell in love with the raga, and I love the Svara system. It resonated. Although I've recently studied some more of the Western do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, with a good friend who's gotten me into some interesting things that I might be delving into that some more. But I love the Svara system. It just the sonic quality of those syllables, and so yeah. And here I am continuing to just explore, and I just love what a time we live in to be able to hear all this music from so many parts of the world. I mean, that's what incredible gratitude I have for that.
That's been our vision of all the work that we've done. In our hearts, we hold these traditions.
Yes.
We maybe, look like this, come from America, but, we are so blessed to be able to study and really go deep at this time in the world, even with all the craziness going on. And also Beth is very, very knowledgeable in rhythm and talk. So I even wrote a song in 11 just for Beth and Jesse. I like to challenge people. So in the work we're doing together on the Nectar of Bliss, every song has different tals. So and from different cultures. So one of them starts in Choctaw, and then it goes into a Middle Eastern equivalent, and then it's so we're doing this, and I wrote one in 11 actually, and it was so interesting. It was specifically for Beth and the musicians, and she's standing there as she's singing, counting. It's very beautiful, and when it's all done, we will bring it forth to all of you. And also we would like to have some of our dancers involved in making the music video for something, like we have a song for Lakshmi, and it would be amazing to have our community in Healing Our Earth hear the songs, make some choreography, send it to me, and make a music video, so we're all involved.
Wow,
so
that would be lovely.
You have
Beth,
some songs for us.
Beth, do you combine a lot of the music from the different cultures and make your own kind of music?
Definitely. It's kind of like a world stew.
Do you have anything you could share with us that has a combination of all the different cultures?
Well, maybe not all of them at once, but one of the things when Sharon was talking about it, I was thinking about doing an original piece that kind of, it has an element of a little bit of African and a little bit of Irish, Celtic vibe to it, and probably, I think you'll probably hear some Indian in there as well. I'm just so heavily influenced by that, and so let me get my guitar on. I'm a little bit wired in here, so it might be a little bit of a. This one, if you can't see, well, you can't, because I don't have a fancy camera or a fancy, I'm taking care of my mother right now. She just had surgery. So I'm at their house in their garage, which is pretty fun. So I can't do a wide camera, but so behind me here is a table saw. And so, let's see. So down at my feet here, I'm playing a kick pedal on a cajon. So you'll hear the drum, even though you can't see it. Maybe you can. Sort of. You can see the leg moving. And then I'm going to play the guitar with my right hand as a drone, an open drone, and the hammer dulcimer in my left hand.
Wow, you're using just like everything you have. That's amazing.
Pretty much. And this is another thing that came out of dance accompaniment, was when you're playing for a class with 50 modern dancers, you try to make your sound as large as you can, and so you just try to do as many things as you can with all your different limbs.
Do you have a particular favorite kind of music that you enjoy most?
Oh, that's I think impossible to choose a favorite. I love it all. I think it was possibly, it might have originated with Louis Armstrong, but I've also heard Miles Davis say there's only two kinds of music, good and bad. So I don't even know if there's bad music if it's coming from a place of integrity and love. So this is a piece called, I'll speak it first. There we go. A piece called Deep Well. And let's see, we only have, again, with just one microphone is kind of like being in an old time radio show where you have to kind of hope that the blend is correct, the balance is correct. It's an unheated garage, so I'm also covered with down. All right, there we go. Oh, geez, I can't believe this. I put the wrong guitar on. They're different tunings. All right.
This is so sweet, Beth. I'm so grateful to have you and for Dr. Sheila and Amalie and everybody to meet you personally. You know, you can see it's not only this exquisite voice and talented musician, there's a light of spirit, that a purity, that, you know, this quality that just emanates from Beth.
This is my contortion part of the show. So this is an open A tuning. All right, now I'm ready. Oh, we've got some things reflecting back there. Here comes the light. Now we're going.
Wow.
There you go.
Yes. Yes.
Deep well. I wrote that in Woodinville, Washington, right at the edge of some old growth forest.
Ah, I see we have, it looks like Jesse. Is that Jesse here?
Jesse!
Can we bring Jesse on?
My beloved brother. Hi. I love you.
Yes, one time we need to bring, we're having some music, some really wonderful in December for the holidays, some music events, and it would be excellent to bring you both on. I know you can't sing it and play at the same time, but we could have, you know, maybe Sawal Jawab kind of.
Right.
I feel like the world just needs music. So relaxing. So relaxing. You just feel such at peace, and it just brings out like this positive energy. It's just amazing.
Thanks.
How do we listen to more of your music?
What did you wait, real quick. I'll answer that question. Jesse, you said something?
Go ahead.
Oh,
Jesse.
I said I can come join you in the garage there.
Come see the Beebs, the parents.
Playing music when it's cold is
It's not bad. You can see the sun's coming in. So we're getting a little passive solar, which is nice. As terms of where you can find me, I have to admit I've been bad about getting my website fixed, but that's a goal to get it back up soon. It's my name, bethquist.com, Beth Quist, so BETHQUIST.com. But you can also find me on YouTube. I put a lot of my stuff up there, including a lot of the new chakra work that I've been doing. I'm in the process of finishing a series of ecstatic dance for somatic work with the kind of authentic dance approach with the chakras, and that's all up on YouTube. And that channel is Quist Tunes, so QUISTUNES. Where else? Facebook. You can find me on Facebook. Just put my name in, and you can find me there. I know some people say to get into the other social medias, but I don't know.
Don't worry, you're part of Healing Our Earth now. We'll be shouting out your beautiful music.
Thank you.
Yes. And we're in the process of creating an online portal for all of us that are involved with the music and the Qigong, and that probably will begin in the spring. So we'll keep you informed. And I really want to bring Beth and Jesse and our cellist, James Hoskins, and our tabla player, who's a disciple of Jeffrey Rogers, who's a disciple of Zakir's dad, actually.
Well, yeah, that's right. He did start with Apaji. Yes.
Apaji, yes. So, you know, we love you. We love the Indian heritage. It's deep within us. And so, as I said, we are so happy to be able to bring our understanding, you know, how we have taken it in and filtered it through our being back to you and to this audience.
Well, it's a privilege to still be able to play music throughout all this wild stuff we're going through in the world.
Yes, it's been quite the journey with COVID, and what's kept me in joy, in grace, in bliss is working with Beth and Jesse and Amalia and Healing Our Earth. It's been, thank you all.
Thank you very much. I was gonna say too, this is a real honor because this is the first time I've played live at all for anybody since the pandemic started. So at first I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I can do it. It's been so long. and I feel really good. If I mean, it might have been a little rough around the edges, but it just feels really good to be back in it. Thank you all so much, and thank you, Sharon, for inviting me in on this. It's what a treat.
I knew this family would love you, and I think that Mina is here. Is Mina here? I would love for Mina to come in and see if she has anything to ask you. Let's see. Okay, well, and Neil G, are you here? Neil Kumar?
I am absolutely very much over here. I even made a comment on here where I said, this is simply divine and beautiful. So Beth, what I loved was that in a short time, you managed to mix your sound. You went into the sargam, saregama, padanisa in your style. It was beautiful, the nice rhythm that you create and the fusion of the instruments is beautiful. So you are now permanent part of Healing Our Earth. Whenever we do Unity, when we are doing the festivity 2021, which is Sunday 26th, and we are doing festivity 2022, which is again on a Sunday, the 2nd of January, you are there for both of us because your kind of music, the fusion, which crosses all the boundaries and shares the fusion of a music, is absolutely wonderful and soothing. So
I'll even, and those times I will have, I don't always have access to internet. I live very rural on a farm. So those times I will have access to internet. So I'm very, very excited about that. Thank you.
And Beth, don't you worry. Wherever you are in the United States, our Sharon finds a method. She goes and travels to different states. She lives in the mountain state, but she always finds an internet wherever she finds a good soul where she feels can bring the harmony, peace, unity. Even Barbara is actually endorsing that Sharon can find, look, even in Singapore, if Wai Ching has got a problem, Sharon will fly there and just bring the internet to you. So you just think of bringing the wonderful soothing tone and the music you've got for our global audience. Over to you, Sharon and Sheila.
Yes, well, there are many aspects of Beth. And also she is I would say an expert in permaculture. So she has a lot to bring to us in terms of, planting, and maybe sometime she could come onto one of our cooking shows and we could talk about all her tips, because she's really done a lot of research and a lot of work in the area of gardening and preserving, and has a lot of knowledge, particularly. So you've been preserving a lot of food, right? Kale.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've been doing it all. Yeah. I live on, again, I not only do I live on a farm, it's a permaculture based farm, an old orchard that's that's also polycultural, and the valley that I live in is the North Fork Valley of the Gunnison River in Colorado, and it's got the highest concentration of organic farms in Colorado. So I'm probably the most permaculture designers per capita it's just such a dense focus of that knowledge. It's an amazing place to live, and there's some great musicians there too. But I do miss my Boulder family, although it's kind of Sharon, you're now in Crestone too, so not all so the Boulder families, there's been a little bit of a diaspora, I guess, but still, Paonia, one of the first people I met, was an expert in Middle Eastern and Indian drumming. So I was like, what? Here on the western slope of Colorado, you never know what you're going to find. And if any of you find yourself on the western slope, look me up and we'll go eat some excellent food. The farm to tables are just incredible. It's a pretty spectacular place.
Beth, while we have got you there, We've got Meena, who is our resident singer. She's also a teacher and a very good, highly trained Bollywood and classical singer. She's actually going to fly into a competition in America just in 3 weeks' time because she's been chosen for a competition. I've got her on the voice. Meena, do you read me? Over?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I heard Beth as well, and she was just absolutely amazing.
Thank you
Beth,
so
you took me
much.
to another world with your beautiful, divine voice and your lovely music.
Oh, I'm honored to hear that from I'd love to, where can I listen to your music? Do you have, I would love to hear you sing. I'd love it.
You'll find me on YouTube and
Oh,
Facebook
great.
and everywhere. Yes.
If
Beth,
I put your name in, if
Sharon-
I put your name in, it should
Yes,
come
just
up.
type my name. Yes, that's
Beth,
Great.
Beth, Sharon will connect you to Meena. They are friends as well.
Oh,
Meena is a
fabulous.
permanent resident singer at
Definitely.
Healing
Well,
Our
it
Earth.
would be
So
honor
Sharon will
right
actually
now. Yes.
Sharon will connect you to Meena. In fact, wait, I think she's Meena is here. So let's just find her. There
Yes.
it is. Look, there we are.
Hello.
Yeah.
So you're going to a singing competition?
Yes, I am.
Good luck.
Yes, I'm
Good
going to
luck.
Chicago in just 3 weeks' time. Can't just wait for it. It's going to be a great experience, I'm sure.
Oh, I hope it goes wonderfully for you.
Meena, while we have got you live, can you sing a line or two for our Beth, please? Because she has done a wonderful job today. The aura, the energy she has brought is just like how we like the love, harmony, and unity. So sing 3-4 lines on behalf of Healing for our wonderful Beth, who is smiling and looking gorgeous over there.
Yeah, sure. Why not? It'll be my pleasure to sing a couple of lines for our lovely Beth. And Beth, I must say, you have a beautiful voice. It was just mesmerizing, I must say.
Thank you.
So I'm going to sing a couple of lines from my favorite singer, and she's none other than Lata Mangeshkar. पानी पानी रे खारे पानी रे पानी पानी रे खारे पानी रे नैनों में भर जा नींदें खाली कर जा पानी पानी रे खारे पानी रे पानी पानी रे खारे पानी रे नैनों में भर जा नींदें खाली कर जा. So this was for you, Beth.
Thank you. You said that was Lata Mangeshkar?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So
Beautiful.
This was, it was
Wow,
so
that's
beautiful. And I was just mesmerized to see how you could multitask, in the sense you were doing. I wish I could do that. You were playing 3 instruments at the same time, and you were singing at the same time. I really wish I could do that.
And she's in the garage. That's the other thing, right? She's got the handsaw at the back. She's like multitasking. Can you imagine what it's like when it's not in the garage?
So this is
I spoke with James on the phone, the cellist that Jesse and Sharon and I work with yesterday on the phone. I was telling him it was in the garage, and he said, you should start up all this saws, start up the, all the tools, and do an industrial presentation. Get out the distorted guitars. And
so Beth, on the line we have here, he is not on the video, is Mahendra Raja from United Kingdom. He is a very dynamic businessman, but he's also a very good popular musician here. I'm just trying to see if he can unmute and just bring the voice. Mahendra, can you come on with your just sound, please, and tell us what you thought of what Beth and... there he is.
Well, you've been wonderful, Beth. Really nice to see excellent music you played, and combining everything is not very easy. And you have done a wonderful job by combining all the instruments you are playing. And I know I play some, but it is not always easy to do so. And it was wonderful to hear you, and Mina as well. It was wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mahendra. And Meena, what I would like you to do, apart from when you go to Chicago, you'll keep in touch with Sheila and Sharon. Let
Yes,
us create, because Sharon, as many of you know, she loves producing music, dances. She has got this quantum company that she runs as well. How about us creating some healing music, which is fusion that covers different continents? Because we have got Sairam in India, we have got Beth here, we have also got Lee Torcia here, we've got Shanti Shivani, which Sharon knows, we've got Girish, we've got so many people. Let us create our nice, soothing, harmonious unity music in this pandemic time, just like how we have created the Heal, Heal, Heal the Earth song.
Wow, that's a brilliant idea, Neil. Brilliant idea.
Yes. Sounds really good. Yes, definitely. Why not? I'd love to be part of it.
And how wonderful to see that we have got women empowerment. I love that. So we men will back you completely. Over to you, Sheila and Sharon. And if you could nicely, gently conclude with Beth. Beth, hang around. We've got our next guest as well shortly. She will be presenting herself. She's from America. Janine Rashley here. So over to you, Sheila and Sharon. And let's give a nice, good thank you to Beth.
Beth, that was amazing. Sharon, thank you so much for introducing us to Beth. This was just so amazing. And in just that 30, 40 minutes that we had, it's like I felt so relaxed. I felt rejuvenated. It's just, I can't wait to share this beautiful talent, this beautiful soul with the world, especially on this platform, Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much, Sharon.
Sheila, talking about women empowerment, Jeze has decided to put his video on and say, we men are with you as well. So Jeze Mano, go and support me on this.
Yay, man.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Is this, we got it. I missed supporting you today. You know, when we are by ourselves, we play as many instruments as we can.
Yeah.
But I remember playing at least two of those songs with you, and it made me so happy to hear your voice.
Well, the first one was improv,
and
so
thank
we've
you
done
for
plenty of
having for
improv
featuring.
together.
So also I want to tell you that on our Nectar of Bliss, Jesse must play 20 instruments.
He's fabulous on it.
And also he sings Kawali style.
Oh, wow.
And
Sharon,
Sharon, not to forget, Sharon, not to forget that Jesse has been on Healing Our Earth before as well. He did a wonderful job there where we had a lot of people actually enjoying what he was doing. So Jesse, thank you very much for coming back again. Sharon, a special thank you to you, although you are Healing Our Earth executive team and the coordinator for America too, but the family that you keep on bringing, which has got affinity to world music, particularly the India music diaspora, which is one of the world's largest production of movies and music, etc. So a special thank you to you as well, Sharon. So over to you, Sheila and Sharon.
I can't wait to have another session where we've got all this beautiful music from everyone, from Meena, Beth, Jesse, and Sharon. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be just mind-blowing. I've got something to look forward to in December.
Thank you. Thank you. So Beth, it's been an honor as always. You know, you light up my life. You.
You too, dear Sharon.
And I even have a camera to send you.
Oh.
And we have our next guest here, Janine Rashidi. Janine, wasn't that just amazing? I know you're really into Ayurvedic and healing.
Yeah, I came in at the end and oh my gosh, I was blown away. I was just sitting here in bliss enjoying Beth's music. So thank you, Beth.
Thank you all, and we'll see you soon, Beth. Thank you for your time and spreading such beauty. I can't wait to see you again in December. Please make sure you join us again. And Sharon, let's both welcome a dear friend of mine, Janine Rashidi. And she is just released her book. She's a top-selling author of Abundance Beyond and Trauma. She's also a doctor of Ayurveda in training and a health and wellness practitioner. And she opened her Goodbye Tension practice, focusing on helping people with their physical, digestive, and emotional and mental tension. And for the past 18 years, she is been empowering and inspiring clients to work towards working within themselves and healing themselves. And she's got so many years of experience through trauma and PTSD. And her book is an excellent resource for health and wellness practitioners and for doctors to help them understand the mind and process to guide clients and patients towards healing themselves. So today, it's my honor to introduce you to Janine, and she's going to be discussing her new book, Abundance Beyond Trauma. And she's going to be sharing some useful tips, and we're going to have a great discussion with all of us at the end, kind of just how to kind of lead a healthier and happier life. Welcome, Janine.
Hi, Sheila. Hi, Sharon. Thank you so much. It's an honor to be back here on the show. Yeah, it's a great honor. My book reached top 10 bestseller last week. That also is a great honor because this is my first book. And today what I wanted to do was focus on creating a healthy relationship with yourself and why that is such a priority. Because in order for us to create great change, we really have to be willing to do the inner work within ourselves, because how we relate with ourselves determines how we will relate with others. So that will determine what's going on within the family structure. Once that's healthy and balanced, and we can move that out into our communities, the communities will become healthier and balanced. And then we take that out into the world. So I'm going to go ahead and share my, I'm sorry, say that again.
I was saying that's really important because a lot of people are just not connected with themselves, right? So to actually learn about your relationship with yourself and work on that. And that's where the start of everything is, right?
Right.
I also think that this has been the blessing of the COVID time, that we've
I
had
100% agree.
to go inward. And I'm very excited to hear your presentation today. I have experience in healing in craniosacral therapy and Feldenkrais and other modalities, and I'm very interested in what you're bringing. So thank you.
Thank you. So when I begin to talk about trauma, I always like to also add adverse life experiences, because trauma is a very heavy word. Not everybody relates with that word. However, I do feel that many of us can relate to adverse life experiences. So when I wrote this book, even though it's partial memoir going into self-help, the idea was to create something that could help anybody, no matter what their experience has been, whether it's an adverse life experience that doesn't meet the quote unquote criteria for trauma or PTSD, or to be full on in that traumatic PTSD diagnosis like I was. So I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, so today's topic, prioritizing a healthy relationship with ourselves. I just had that made. I was excited to share that. So one of my most favorite quotes is by Nisargadatta Maharaj. Realize that your world is only a reflection of yourself and stop finding fault with the reflection. Attend to yourself, set yourself right mentally and emotionally, and the physical self will follow automatically. So this journey of life, it begins with you. Your relationship with yourself, it impacts your partnerships, your friendships, your family, communities, and the world. My mission is to bring about a revolution in how we relate harmoniously between the heart and mind. So now you may be asking yourself, how do you create an understanding and loving relationship with your mind? And why is there even a disconnect to begin with? So from my personal experience and professional experience, what happens with traumatic events or adverse life experiences, and since we're all, still experiencing the effects of COVID can actually be considered an adverse life experience where we've all had to make these huge adjustments in our lives, spend a lot of time with ourselves, meaning all of our stuff that we've been pushing down has been coming up. So I feel this is something we can actually all relate with. So from a traumatic perspective, what happens when we experience something that is more than our heart and mind, our psyche can handle? A separation or a disconnect happens, and it's a self-preservation mechanism so that we can maintain some sense of control within our heart, our mind, or our psyche. So in my case, my disconnect actually kept me alive through many traumatic experiences. But what happens when you're no longer in those traumatic experiences? The disconnect is still there and it's a part of you. So essentially a part of you has disconnected from yourself to preserve yourself, but it's still very active. And that's where trauma and triggers come into play. So you don't really know that a part of you is disconnected until it gets triggered. And you start having these intense emotional responses or mental thoughts that let you know something's not quite right. And because it is a part of you, yet it's still disconnected, that's when we have these unconscious tendencies. We end up in situations where we wonder, how did we get here? We have reactions where we wonder, how did that happen? Why am I having such an intense reaction? Because it's a part of us that is trying to get our attention. And I call it being stuck in the trauma time loop, the triggered trauma time loop, where it gets activated from a trigger, and then that part of you is reliving that trigger or that trauma that you've had. So in order to create a healthy relationship with ourselves, we need to first understand, well, what is relationship? And it's the way in which two or more concepts, objects, or people are connected, or a state of being connected. So if we're using this in reflection of having a relationship with ourselves, we first need to be willing to look at our conditioning, our beliefs, what we've been told to believe, how we've been told to behave, everything. We need to observe all of it, all of our own behaviors, our own thoughts, even our own feelings. And when doing this work and having a relationship with yourself, as with any relationship, you need awareness and you need courage. And you also need to be willing to look at your own inner dialogue. Now, when doing this work where you're trying to create a better relationship with yourself, you might be asking yourself, well, I don't even know where to begin. So always look for the opposite quality to try to find balance. For example, if you've come across a part of you that is, let's say, extremely dark, you're going to need some light to counterbalance. And it's really about the balance of darkness and light. Just like with nature, there is a balance of sun and daytime, there's a balance of nighttime. Both serve a purpose as long as they're in balance. And wherever there's ignorance, there needs to be wisdom. And then wherever there's judgment, we need self-love. So in my book, Abundance Beyond Trauma, I go through the 25 years of physical, mental, emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse that I went through, but I keep it at a very high level because I learned throughout my healing that my story can actually create trauma. And I certainly don't want to do that. So it was more important for me to be able to express, here's the situation of what happened, but here's more important how it affects the decisions that one makes, the relationships you might end up in if you don't heal those impressions, and how that can affect the rest of your life. It was also really important that I create something that would help others who were in the grips of their trauma. Since I had severe PTSD, I experienced many triggers. And what I was hoping for in those experiences was some sort of lifeline to pull me out. So I had created the I'm Triggered Pocket Guide, which I'll be going into a little bit later. And through my work with not only myself, but with my clients for the last 18 years, I also created a process of healing called Adhere, to help you get to the deeper aspect of why you're getting triggered so that you can come into unity with these disconnected aspects of yourself and ultimately become you again. So it's important to remember that each moment is an opportunity for growth. Every time you interact with someone, there's something that each of you will learn from the other. And it's important to remember that even the moments where we get triggered. And it's easy when you get triggered or activated by something, it's very easy to point the finger, to place blame. But the reality is that that triggering experience has only pointed out that which is already there within you. So you may not want to admit to the person that has, created this opportunity that they're the teacher, but at least be willing to admit it within yourself. There's an opportunity for growth here. So let your triggers be your teacher. Whether you're feeling insecure, uncertain, angry, etc., the list goes on and on. The important thing to remember is it's been activated within you. It's already been there. It's just come up to the surface and now it's ready to be seen. In Abundance Beyond Trauma, as well as the accompanying workbook, there are worksheets that will actually help you work through your triggers. There's the I'm Triggered worksheet, there's a feelings list, because many people don't know how to even begin when they're in a triggered state. For myself, I was constantly in a fight, flight, or freeze response. So to get my brain to work properly was very challenging because there was always this sense of fear, save my life, frozen in some sort of response. So it's important to try to figure out, well, what part of you is triggered? And in chapter 7 of my book, there's a chapter called, Is Your Big Toe Triggered? And I have to give credit to my husband for this one, because in the middle of a moment where I felt triggered, he asked me that, is your big toe triggered? And it stopped me and I laughed out loud hysterically, and I realized what had just happened there. I was pulled out of my trigger through laughter and through questioning. Questioning is huge when you're triggered. And by asking my big toe if it was triggered, it led me to ask many other parts of myself, which part of me is triggered? Because eventually you will discover that there is a certain part of you where you do feel triggered. And if you start with your big toe, it kind of gets you out of your head and helps you get back into your body. The second one would be to question your thoughts. And this is where I love to use the work of Byron Katie. And I won't go through all the details of her work, but there are 3 questions that I use often. And that is it true? Is what you're believing or what you're experiencing, is it actually true? Now, if you're still in a traumatic state, your immediate response may be, yes, of course it's true. So then you have to ask yourself again, maybe take a few breaths, because wherever the breath goes, the mind follows. How do you really know for certain it's true? And 99.9% of the time, you don't really know if it's true. So then the third question is, who would you be without that thought? And this is such a mind-blowing question, or at least it was for me at the time, because to imagine who I would be if I wasn't in such a triggered state, that possibilities were endless. So challenge yourself by at least questioning what you believe to be true, especially when you're in an activated state. You may be pleasantly surprised how quickly you can change your own experience. And then I like to change how I relate with words. So I found this acronym, FACE Everything and RISE, for the word fear. So instead of running away from and not looking at, what if you turned around and you looked directly at your fear? So these are the first 3 steps of the I'm Triggered Pocket Guide on how to get through a triggering event. Now, we can actually go through this together because I'm sure many of you have had some sort of event that has grabbed hold of you emotionally and taken you on quite a ride. So if you want to bring that to this experience, this would be a great time. In the I'm Triggered Pocket Guide, there are actually 10 steps. These first 3 will help at least shift your experience. The remaining steps are if you're willing to do the deeper work to find out, why did you get so triggered to begin with? And that's where we'll go into the adhere process after that. So step 1, you need to stop and you need to breathe. Now, I don't recommend deep diaphragmatic breaths when you're triggered because your heart rate is already elevated and you may actually be in a hyperventilating state or breathing rapidly. So I say let's try to catch the breath. So you would start with 2 quick inhales and a long exhale. The most powerful tool you have is your breath. It is also the easiest to forget, especially when you're in an activated state. So trying to catch your breath is the first step. The reason why stop is such a huge word, because if you start making decisions or acting from a triggered place, you may be taking your life in a direction that you don't want it to go because you're operating from a compromised state of being. So it would be better to give either the universal timeout sign, excuse yourself. You don't have to explain yourself to anyone. You can just excuse yourself until you regain some sort of composure. And that's actually quite self-responsible to be able to do that. The second step is to locate. Now, when one is activated in such a way that you're frozen, it's important to keep the eyes moving. But even if you're in the fight or flight response, you also need to keep your eyes moving because we're trying to create more presence here. So you're going to try to locate 3 items that either represent something living, like a plant, the sun, a cup of water, or something that represents this time and space. Because when you're in a triggered state of mind, you're no longer present. You're actually reliving some sort of traumatic event, whether you are aware yet of what's happening. So again, you're going to catch your breath with 2 quick inhales and a long exhale. As you look around, I see the water in my cup. I see the beautiful tree outside, and I see the sunlight. So we're coming more into presence. We haven't made any life-changing decisions. And then step 3, you need to identify your well-wishers. So these are the people that you know you can count on, even in your worst moments. Now, whether you actually call them when you're in a triggered response or not, just thinking about them will help change your experience. And by now, you might be able to take a long inhale and a long exhale. But if not, keep with the 2 quick and the 1 long. So let's review that again. Step 1, stop, excuse yourself, ask for a timeout, don't make any decisions. Follow your breath, 2 quick inhales, 1 long exhale. Step 2, locate at least 3 items that represent this time and space or are living and have consciousness. Again, keep with your breath. And then the third, identify your well-wishers. And again, try to follow your breath. Now, next is the adhere process, the process that allows you to be true to yourself. Now, when I created this acronym, I knew that it was going to be defined as the word adhere, A-D-H-E-R-E. However, I was not aware that when I looked up the pronunciation, that it was actually spelled E-D-H-I-R. So I found this very serendipitous and meant to be. So adhere is defined as to believe in and follow the practices of, to represent truthfully and in detail. And that's what you're doing here. You're trying to come into a better relationship with yourself by following the practices of and representing truthfully and in detail what you see as you're trying to create a healthier relationship. So as I said, it's an acronym. Adhere is explore, discover, heal, integrate, and relate. And here's going to be a high level of how we go through that. So whatever experience you brought to this healing session, if you're doing it with me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you a snippet from my book. And it's one of the healings that I did where I was feeling a deep sense of abandonment and betrayal. And it was triggered or activated in a friendship where this friend just all of a sudden wasn't talking to me anymore, and there was no explanation as to why. Now, I very much took this personally. I later found out it really had nothing to do with me and everything to do with her. But the interaction I was in and the experience I was having, what happened was it pointed out something that I needed to work on. So first I had to explore what's the primary feeling or thought that I was having. Well, I felt abandoned and I felt betrayed. Now, as I went into this healing experience, I needed to discover which part of me was triggered. And I really felt it in my gut and in my heart. And as I take clients through this, it's usually through active imagination or some sort of deep visualization to try to find the part of you that is disconnected. So I took myself through this journey and I connected with my breath. And as I went into this experience, I discovered a 3 or 4-year-old version of myself. And I saw her in this very dark, it almost looked like a cave. And I could barely see her. She was dirty. Her hair was all matted. She had a blanket that had holes in it, and her dress was all torn up. And the interesting thing was when I saw her teeth, they were very sharp and savage-like. Now, again, this is a part of me that has disconnected from itself. So here I am, I'm seeing this part of myself, and I'm realizing, wow, this little one has been here for quite some time, and whatever she's experienced was so incredibly intense that she has created an ability to protect herself with her savage-like bite or her teeth. So as I approach her, her back is to me, which tells me she's not aware that I'm there. And I need to be careful when I approach her because I don't want to startle her. If she was at a side profile, a part of her would be aware. And if she was directly facing me, she would be aware that I was there with her. So again, it's pointing out, is she conscious or unconscious at this point? So because she's 3 or 4, I get down and more like on a squatting position so that I'm more at her level. And I just whisper, hello, and she gets startled. And that's when she turns around and I see her sharp teeth. And I realize it's going to take some time for this little one to trust me. So I bring in some toys to the situation and I start playing on the floor of this dark cave with some toys. And I start pushing a few of them in her direction. And she can hear me playing. I can sense that she can hear me playing. And she starts turning towards me. And that's a really good sign. The idea is I want her to eventually face me because her and I need to have some sort of dialogue. So as she begins to turn, I push a teddy bear in her direction, and she reaches out, she snatches it from me, holds it close as if she thinks I might take it from her. And so I explained to her, little one, I'm not going to take it from you, and I expect nothing from you. You can have this, and it's yours. And she gave a response that was more of a, yeah, right, that's what they all say. But I could see in her eyes that she really wanted to believe what I was saying. So as she played, I continued to play. And I decided to bring in a bowl of warm water. Hopefully, maybe she'd let me wash her a new dress and a sewing machine to mend her blanket. So I bring in the water and I ask her if she would allow me to wash her and bathe her appropriately and give her a nice dress and maybe mend her blanket. And so she agrees. And I tell her, you can tell me to stop at any time, and that's fine. And so I do this. This is essentially an aspect of my inner child, and I'm taking full responsibility for her. So here I am, I'm cleaning her up, I'm brushing her hair, I'm giving her a new dress, and I'm mending her blanket. And you can see that because she's now having different impressions, the scenery is already changing inside this cave. More light is coming through. You can start seeing more of what's going on in the scenario because her impression has changed. So now we can see that there's an opening to this cave and there's this bright light shining from the doorway. And I asked her if she would like to join me outside. And so I hold out my left hand. She reaches out her right hand, and we hold hands as we walk through the door out into a field of wildflowers. And as she blinks her eyes and she's adjusting to the light, she runs out into the field of wildflowers, and she's skipping and she's running and she's playing and she's having just an amazing time. And then she looks back to see if I'm still there. And I wave to her and I let her know, yep, I'm still here. I'm not going to leave you. So then I decide to approach her and I said, how would you feel about coming with me and leaving the dark cave? She's shocked and she runs back to what's familiar. She runs back into the cave. Thing is, the cave has already started changing. So what she knows is familiar has now changed. So now she's confused. So I use this opportunity to talk to her and tell her, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I abandoned you. And the reason that I need to say, I'm sorry I abandoned you, because I disconnected from a part of myself. Sure, it was a defense mechanism at 3 or 4 years old. However, I'm an adult now, and I am aware that this has happened, and I need to take responsibility for this part of me. So I need to make a commitment and a promise to her. So I tell her I'm never going to abandon her. I promise I'm going to take care of her. I'm going to listen to her. She's going to be a part of me. And I keep reiterating this. And as I'm telling her, you can see her whole state of being softens. Her teeth are starting to change. And that's my cue that, okay, things are now really shifting. So as I'm doing this healing, what's happening is I got real big so that I could see a 360-degree view of what's happening, so that I knew what this part of me needed. And that's what you need to realize, is there is a part of you that is above and beyond all of this, that does know what you needed when you didn't get it. Once you figure that out, you can offer it to that version of yourself. And so that's what I did. I got big. I could see what she needed. I needed to basically take full responsibility for her, clean her up, change her experience, give her a new impression, and make a promise that that would never happen again. So then she agrees. She agrees to come with me. And so again, we hold hands, we leave the cave, and we walk out into the field of wildflowers. And I start matching my breath with hers. And again, I'm still at a 360-degree view. I'm watching the part of me that's taking responsibility for this other part of me. And as I'm observing the breath being connected between the two, them holding hands, the two of them now integrate and become one. coming into union with the disconnected part of myself. So now as I come out of the healing session, and as you come out of the healing session, what you need to realize is you are now an upgraded version of yourself, which means you will relate differently, not only with yourself, but with others. That also means that others may need to adjust to this new version of you. And don't be surprised if some people have a hard time with this. They're used to you being a certain way. You are now different. You may actually now trigger something within them, which is simply shining the light on something that was already there. And it's an opportunity for growth. So the adhere process, you first explore, then you discover, you heal, you integrate, and relate. Now in the I'm Triggered Pocket Guide, we went through the first 3 steps: stop, locate, identify. Once you've done that, then you can come back and start working these steps. Now, before it's complete, I like to test things out. So before you come out of the healing session, I would suggest that whatever trigger you brought, you actually go back and see if it still triggers you, just in thought. If it still triggers you, you need to go back and do the adhere process again. Something isn't healed yet, because ideally at the end of this, you should not feel triggered by the experience. There should be healing. So always test it out before you finish. And if you need to go back through it, go back through it. You may discover yet another part of yourself. Then if you're not triggered, then you can come out and get to know yourself again. And I always recommend that you're dating yourself. Try to figure out, who are you now? Do you still like the same things? Do you like things differently? Maybe you behave differently, but you're only going to figure it out again if you have a genuine commitment to having a relationship with yourself. And if you are interested in possibly doing this work with me, or just getting in touch with me, or if you're interested about the book, which is available on Amazon, here's my contact info. You can reach me at goodbyetension.com. Abundance Beyond Trauma, as well as the workbook, is available on Amazon. It's highly discounted right now for the holidays. The ebook is 99 cents, the paperback is $9.99, and the audiobook is out. So depending on your Audible subscription, you may actually get it for free or as low as like $6. Yeah, so thank you. Now I'd like to open it up for questions or conversation.
Wow, that was really insightful. The thing that I really liked was the fact that you kind of said, just before you kind of get angry, to kind of stop and almost remove yourself from that situation. Because so many people, you get mad and then you say something and then you regret it, and then you just feel bad about it for so long, and you don't mean it, but then those words can kind of, they're like razor sharp. They can affect that person for a long, long time. So what I took from that talk that you just gave was just take a breath, kind of stop and like remove yourself so that you can kind of just ground yourself. Because really, when you say something at that moment, that's not really you. I mean, it is you, but it's the unhealed version of you that just is getting triggered about something else, taking it out in that current situation. And that was really very, very helpful. And the other thing that you mentioned too is like how much trauma people are going through right now because of the whole COVID. It's been like a few years of people in that heightened sense of stress. And I'm seeing it with my patients coming in with anxiety and depression and just feeling kind of uneasy. What advice would you give people currently right now that are facing a really traumatic time? They might be alone by themselves. Obviously, getting your book is going to help them a lot. But what advice would you give that person that's kind of feeling depressed or kind of alone or just really anxious about COVID?
I would say, remember your courage. And it's actually, that's why I chose my subtitle. It's all about discovering your courage to want something different, to change your experience. We cannot change what's happening outside of ourselves, but we can change our own inner experience. And that's what we need to remember. You actually have the power to change your inner experience, but you have to remember that. So again, simple breathing, deep diaphragmatic breathing, if you're able, alternate nostril breathing is really good. That would be the first step. Finding a book that resonates with you. I have been very blessed to receive some amazing messages from people all around the world who have really benefited from Abundance Beyond Trauma, as well as the workbook, because they feel like they have tools now to work with themselves. So whether it's my book or someone else's, find something that resonates for you. And remember, you're in the driver's seat of your life. So if you're having these feelings, you're having these experiences, reach out, ask for help. And that help could be finding a book if you're not willing to or able to find, a practitioner to work with or a therapist or something like that.
Can you share with us, for those people that don't know what alternative nostril breathing is? It's a technique that is used in yoga. Can you demonstrate that for us, please?
So you want to make sure that both nostrils are open. If it's not, please don't do it. So you're going to start, you're going to hold your first two fingers down. You're always going to block off your right nostril first. This is very important. You start with the right nostril. You're going to inhale through your left nostril. Close off the left nostril. Open up the right nostril, breathe out through that right nostril. Now breathe in through the right nostril. Close it off, breathe out the left nostril. And let's keep it going in through the left. Close it off, out through the right. In through the right. Close it off, out through the left. And let's do one more round, in through the left. Close it off, out through the right. And finally in through the right. And out through the left. You should end up the same way you started. And I would recommend that you start with at least 1 minute every day, just so you can feel the difference. What this does is it actually balances the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system, which is usually what's really disturbed, especially in traumatic experiences. And then you can increase from there. So I often will do 5 minutes in the morning with my morning meditation, and then 5 minutes in the evening. And that's usually what I recommend for clients as well, if they're able to do the breathing practice properly. If you have like a deviated septum or something like that, then just try the deep diaphragmatic breathing where the belly rises on the inhale and collapses on the exhale. And you can again do that for, anywhere from 1 to 5 minutes or even longer. Depending on what your needs are.
Wow, definitely going to try and incorporate that technique. I do have one more question. Something that you kind of said in passing, you said something like the past trauma dictates the relationships that you may end up in. Do you mind sharing a little bit of insight into that?
Yes. So I ran away from home when I was 15 years old. I was a straight A student, destined to go to college, but the situation that was going on at home was such that I was not willing to wait. And I felt that anything would be better. So thinking I'm going to somehow, with a 15-year-old mentality, create a new life. So here I am, I hitchhike over 400 miles to try to start a different life. And I learned basically how to live homeless. And in that experience, I met a lot of amazing people, mostly Vietnam vets. So there was a relatability there, although I didn't realize I had PTSD, but they actually saw that I did. And, and that's a term back then that was only used for war veterans. So it made sense that they had it, didn't make sense that I had it. And during that time, I met a man and he said, I love you. Now, because I'm so starved at this point for love and I have not healed the mother wound and the father wound, the first person, male or female, to tell me I love you, I'm going to fall right in. Why? Because I need it. I haven't had it. So now here I am, I've entered into a relationship, and over the next 10 years, I will have 2 children with this man, and he will end up being just like my parents were. That cycle repeated itself. My intention was to leave and start a new life, but that's not what happened, because all of that unhealed trauma was literally just pushing me towards more of it. So once that happened and I, realized, wow, now my daughters have gone through something that I never wanted them to go through. And I asked myself, how on earth did this happen? That's when I really started questioning this cycle of dysfunction. How do we end up in situations that our best intention is to not end up in them? Something deeper is going on. And that's when I realized I got to start looking at myself. I got myself into this situation. Sure, you could say I was, still a child. And while all of that is true, it doesn't change the fact that it happened. So that's when I began the journey of really turning inward and looking at, how did I end up here? How do I prevent that from happening again? So that's what I mean by it will affect the relationships that you get into and find yourself in that victim perpetrator dynamic, and one actually feeds the other. And that can be challenging to hear when you are a victim of trauma. But if you realize that a perpetrator needs a victim and a victim needs a perpetrator in order to be in that state of mind, it may actually shift your perspective, and you may be willing to look at yourself differently. It does not excuse the person who created the wounds by any means, but it shifts your own mental state of being. And that's really what it's about.
Well, thank you for sharing that vulnerability and taking what you've been through and actually writing a book to help other people. Because a lot of people, they'll go through a bad situation and then they just kind of go downhill and downhill, but you've taken your negative experiences in your life and you're out there with your practice and your you now have I know your family, you've got a wonderful family, and a good example of you could have gone through so much trauma at any point in your life, but then you can rise above it, help other people, make a difference in the world like you're doing. So thank you for sharing this book with the world, and I'm definitely getting my copy soon, and I'm going to be telling my patients about it and my friends, and the viewers out there can hopefully benefit from even just a few techniques that you're teaching here. It's just amazing.
Yeah. The thing I really wanted was I wanted something different for my life. And now that I had 2 daughters, I wanted something different for their life. And when I realized that a cycle repeated and had already now gone, to that generation, all I could think of was, I don't want their children. And now that I'm a grandmother, about to be a grandmother of my 4th grandchild here in a couple months, this is why I wrote this book. Because if we can start work on generational healing for the sake of our future generation, again, that is how we are going to heal the earth. So let that be an inspiration. Whether you have children or not, you will affect someone if you work on yourself. I assure you, you will meet someone, you will say something that will inspire them, and they will want to heal themselves.
I think that's such a valuable comment there, that the world just needs the healing, because so many people are hurting. They don't know what to do. They're going to drugs, to alcohol, to unhealthy relationships. And
right.
if we all start working individually on ourselves, that's how we make a better future. Because obviously there is so much negativity. We kind of look at the news, and then we kind of, every time we watch the news, there's something new coming out, the new variant, there's this and that. And then you get kind of in that turmoil and depression and stress, and then you talk to your friends about it, and then it seems like it's just so much negativity. But if we start working on ourselves and move towards a more positive life, it does make a difference. And I think that's what the world needs right now. And thank you for that. And I know my co-host Sharon, I know you must have some questions.
I know definitely do.
Listening there.
Yes, I have a couple of questions, and then I'd like to bring Dr. Wai Ching, Amalia, she's done a lot of work with trauma. And so have I, coming from a kind of a bit of a background like you. What my area has been is really like somatics and really looking at and feeling the effects of trauma in the physical body and what I call the holding patterns that happen and how to release those patterns, because I find if I'm going deep within, and I have all these tools like starting with yoga and this Feldenkrais and craniosacral and Qigong and all these tools. But when I really go in, I find that I can be, breathing and focused, and then all of a sudden, and relaxing certain areas. So many of us are in fight flight, and so we're clenched, and I'll be in this state, and then all of a sudden, I find that my thoughts are going off, in swirling around in those patterns that we have, those traumatic patterns. And then when I kind of wake up and I can sense it, I'm actually physically holding that pattern. So then, like you do, I let go, breathe into, recognize the holding, and breathe into it and let it go and do my best to stay there. So do you bring this into your work as well, this kind of?
I do actually. Towards the end of the book, I brought in 3 client cases. And one of them was a woman who had severe shoulder pain, and she had tried everything. Doctors said, oh, no, you're fine. We don't see anything. And she had tried massage therapy. And so I took her through this process. And what I did was I just held the area of pain so that she would stay aware of it, and then took her through this process. And it ended up being her father had passed away. She had some unresolved issues there, and she had a conversation with him in that, deeper healing. And when she came out, the shoulder pain was gone. So there's definitely an element where that's why I created the I'm Triggered worksheet, to figure out what part of you is triggered, because that part of you is actually telling you, hey, wake up, there's something happening here. And the body is incredibly intelligent if we would just listen. So yeah, if that answers your question, I do bring that into the sessions as well.
And another thing is about the word triggered, and in the US today.
Yeah.
We're finding more and more people are almost reveling in, young people, reveling in their triggers. They think that's a cool thing, rather than understanding what you're bringing forth.
What's funny is the original title of my book was going to be I'm Triggered, Now What? And my youngest daughter, she goes, Mom, no, you can't, because my generation, this is how it's being used. And then I think it was our previous president's son wrote a book called Triggered. And I realized I don't want any association with that. So I had to change. But the reason why I say I'm Triggered Pocket Guide, that's the verbiage I use. But you could say activated, but I certainly don't mean it how it is being used in the world today.
Yeah, and we need to do everything. And I think that this is some of the mission of Healing Our Earth. We are bringing forth all of these teachings to help people come to that place of clarity and serenity from so many traditions. And it's wonderful to have you. I'd like to turn this over to Wai Ching here, who I'm sure has some wonderful thoughts and questions to bring forth.
Janine, I tell you, my heart is so wide open. Thank you so much for having the clarity to change the languaging of healing, right? The language of healing, and not just use the same words that have been used, like the word trigger. I know where the origin came from, that like, the group that says, what's your trigger? And then by asking that question, people get more triggered. And it's very ego-based, and rather than spirit-based, where we are coming from. And so you know which group I'm referring to. I'm not mentioning the names. That they have this particular a protocol, the process that do that. So I really appreciate you doing that, and also lifting your experience. And I can feel your experience from your family to your husband or ex-husband. And because this is exactly right this moment, I'm supporting a woman through that. And I've been doing it for 30 years, and Sharon knows that through this. So I really appreciate that you have that beauty and clarity, that you've done your healing and then uplifting the experience, that it is a part of our service into the world with this experience, and not get, in the density, stay in the density of it. And that to bring in that inner child work so beautifully, which I'm doing too. And that is so powerful, right? And that somatics that you brought in, and the breath, the very first thing. So I just want to say thank you and honor you for writing this book. And this is something that's so needed now, right? And
Thank
so,
you.
yes. And any stories and any experiences, more of what you had to share, would be so valuable and so powerful at this time. We have to link up, you and I, to do
Yeah, that
more.
would be wonderful. Yeah. I do have many stories to share. I think we're just reaching our time limit.
We know. I just wanted to share that, and just really appreciating what you have done, and your own life experience, and like so angelic, your experience
Oh, thank you.
shining the light on all the density, and what you explained, even the dark and the light. That's what Sharon and I, we always talk about, the yin yang aspects, from the ancient wisdom, the qigong aspect, into modern times, especially this current times, when this work is so necessary, to see what is the reflection of the reality outside and inside. And if you want to say something about that, the current situation, do you have any insights that you would like to share about what's happening in the world and within
Well,
us?
I have felt for a very long time that historically, the biggest issue within our world is an inability to relate and truly understand. Our own stuff gets in the way, which brings me back to, you gotta do the work within yourself. If everybody could work on themselves more and then set more of an intention to try to relate better, doesn't mean you have to agree, but there's a way to have healthy discussion, healthy debate, make healthier choices that aren't so dramatic and traumatic, but I really feel it's because of an inability to relate.
Yes, and this is where I ask the question again: how do we get this work to the so-called leaders of the world, who are so disconnected to the people, to themselves, first of all?
Yeah. Well, we hope they watch this YouTube channel. But there are so many of us that have this intention, but really the desire to work on yourself has to come from you. So until an experience happens that creates an inner reflection where you start questioning yourself, it won't change.
Oh, thank you so much. And Dr. Wai-Ching, you always have such great insight, and it's been such an honor to have you on Healing Our Earth. And it's as being part of this team for the past over a year now, and just meeting such wonderful, wonderful people. It's been so great. And Janine, having you on board with us now to help, make a difference in the world, it's been such a great honor, and learning constantly. And one thing I've learned from all you wonderful ladies is just the power of breath. Just a simple thing. Like I didn't even think about this prior to being on this group. The importance of like breathing, just to kind of calm yourself down. Importance of meditation. It's just amazing. Kind of, that's what everyone seems to talk about, but we just don't have time for it. But we should make time for it, but we use it as an excuse to not do anything, and then we get into that circle. So thank you for reminding us that it's important to work on ourselves, to have practices like acknowledging when we feel triggered, and breathing through issues and things like that. That's great. I do have a few questions that came in from the live stream. We have Roxana from Cairo that wants to know, what is the best mental exercise to fall asleep easily at night? And anybody can answer that.
I can answer.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So first of all, if they watch, it was last week's show, I brought on Dr. Michael Katz, who was talking about dream yoga. So I would say first to do some breathing, and then what I've been doing for many years, it's from the Tibetan tradition, is to in your mind first do a bit of breathing and release. And even when you're doing the nostril breathing, breathe in the light and breathe out all your worries, your fears, and all of that. Like smoke, think of light coming in and smoke going out. And then close your eyes and just go into your heart and imagine that your heart, the essence of your heart, see a white ball of light and the sound here, the sound ah, and imagine that that represents the essence of who you are before all this trauma, before any of this, your divine essence. And with that light, fall asleep. That's kind of, and then when you wake up, see if you can recognize that again, and constantly throughout the day, if you're feeling trauma, if you're getting triggered, then just hold that light in your heart, go back there and just find that guru within yourself.
And here on the screen, we have Dr. Michael Katz's information, and he was, as you said, last week. So for those of you that didn't get a chance to watch that session, you can go onto the YouTube channel, Healing Our Earth, and go through all our past sessions. And there's so much wealth of knowledge there. It's just like a library of such great knowledge. So do make sure you go onto the channel, subscribe, and get some of the past sessions that are on there. Thank you for that, Sharon. Dr. Wai-Ching, do you have anything that you'd like to share for helping people sleep a little bit better?
Yes, I use the same technique actually, and then just also to disengage from too much mental activity. I mean, now it's 3:07 here, so I'm still on this. So I'm in conversation. And so what I do is that when I go to bed, then I really take the time to process, right? Isn't like, that's the word that's used, but really to contemplate, to reflect on this exchange. So I go through all the conversations we have. So it takes a little time to go to bed, because then my ego, my mind understands and feel this connection that I've had with all the souls that been here, and the purpose that it has in my life, and how I would evolve from it, and the juice or the wisdom that I have actually received from every single soul that I've come across today, right? And that's what I do. And what is the deeper message of this conversation, this exchange? So that's what I do every day when I meet people, or the situations, and even my clients, and they go through that. It takes a little time, but really it allows my mind to satisfy itself. And I think a lot of people can't sleep because the mind is, as they say, chattering. Because you're trying to suppress, and you're like, I've got to sleep, I've got to have 8 hours and all that, without really understanding life's meaning. That why are we living this day? And why are we experiencing what we're experiencing? And whether it's the external world, like, the political events and so on, or I just think of what's happening in Africa, or in Los Angeles, or something, or something said, and I go through that, and then I feel spiritually and emotionally satisfied that I have really gained my day's experience and the wisdom that I can live and embody, and then my mind is at peace. And after that, I go like, okay, I've done it, I've exhausted my thinking, but it's more than thinking, it's more like contemplating. And then that, it also accompanies breathing and letting go of whatever stress and tension, like whatever I cannot resolve that time. I said, okay, divine presence, allow me the answers, show me the answers, for the next day. And I get the answers during a dream state, right? Or I find something, as I mentioned last week. And then in the morning, I feel more refreshed because I'm not carrying this burden of this too much information, the overwhelming of information that seemingly has no meaning for me. So I find meaning in it. And it's not like overthinking. It's quite different from overthinking. It's like a transmutational process that is deeper than that. And then by that time, if I understood it, then I can let it go. That it has no meaning for me anymore. And then they have no attachment to it. So I can come back fresh in the morning and say, okay, what does this day bring to me? So by that process, I find that by the time I do that, I'm ready like to let go, and I breathe through my body, bringing the light in, the chi light, and I take it through my entire body to all the cells and right down to my toes. And then learning from somatic education, which I did, and combining with Qigong and all this transformational work. And so I get to give myself a little therapy session every night. And then I gently fall asleep and float off to my soul land to meet my masters and the divine presence. And so that's how I do it.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. One couple of things I want to mention too is the scientific things, which are making sure that at least an hour before you do go to sleep, make sure your devices are all off, because that blue light does affect your sleep cycle. The other thing is sleeping in a very dark room will help. And making sure that you're not watching any news. And as Sharon has there, she has the blue blocking glasses, which
can I show this too? Look.
Wow, look at it. We've got all the things that we know we need to do. You've got the blue light blocking glasses, which kind of lets your brain know that it's kind of time to go to bed, as opposed to looking at all the lights on your phone, which activates the brain and then has you have a harder time to go to sleep. The other thing is obviously you don't want to be eating very close to going to bed. So at least 3-4 hours your last meal should be. And making sure, again, like I've said, no news, so that doesn't play constantly on your mind. And then for some people, everyone has their little thing that helps. For some people, it might be a little bit of exercising before. For some people, exercising doesn't help. So these are things that you can kind of experiment and see what helps you. And for a few people, lavender is a really good herb. You can put a few drops on your pillowcase or have it in a little sachet next to your bed. A little bit of chamomile tea, no caffeine before you go to sleep, because caffeine obviously is probably the worst thing. And caffeine can be in your system for up to about 8 to 10 hours before. So you just make sure you're none of the caffeine before you go to sleep. So that's kind of the scientific side of things. So hopefully that helps. We do have another question from one of our viewers, and their question was, do you have the book in audio form? And that question came from our viewer, Freddie from Ghana in Africa.
Yes, so the audiobook is available, and I believe it's set up on Amazon where you can get the audio with the 99-cent Kindle in case you want to read along with it. But yeah, it's all available.
Oh, thank you so much. And I know we've got lots of questions coming in. We don't have time for them all, but we will have you again on here so that you can share your wisdom and wise words. Thank you so much for your time with us, Janine.
Thank you.
And hopefully you'll stay tuned for our next guest, Mary Rose, that's going to be coming on. Thank you so much for sharing so many techniques. And now coming up, I do want to mention before we get Mary Rose Thompson on, she's going to be talking about quite a few things about health and wellness. Just want to talk about some of the sessions that are coming up. Sunday, December the 5th. Can you believe it's already December? That's crazy. Where did this year go? This is our next session coming on. It's about just a Unity post COP26, and that's going to be next session. And then after that, we're going to be having the Universal Health Coverage Day. That's talking about just like health and wellness for the globe, not just wealthy countries, but how do we get more equality in the world? And then after that, we have one of our favorite sessions, a festive vegetarian kitchen session where we get to learn how to cook some good, healthy, good food. Hopefully one of these days we can get Neil Kumar to come on and show us some good dishes that he can teach. He's been sending me some nice photos of his good pizza cooking skills. So hopefully he'll share some of that with us. And then we have the Festivity 2021. That's going to be celebrating Christmas, Bollywood style. I'm excited for this session because for many people out there that might be on lockdown or might be a little bit at home by themselves, just remember we are your family. There's a global community out there. You are not alone. We're going to be celebrating Sunday, the 26th of December from 2 to 7. Make sure you tune in and we can all celebrate that together. And then, can you believe January 2022? This is the time that we're all going to be working on all our resolutions on getting ourselves happier and healthier in 2022. And this session is going to be Sunday, the 2nd of January, and our festivities continue. So make sure you join us for all the future sessions and any past sessions that you have missed on Healing Our Earth. And don't forget to follow us on Instagram and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And we're here every Sunday. Can you believe this is our 105th session? So thank you, Neil Kumar, for putting this together. This was his vision 105 sessions ago that put together so many amazing people. I mean, I've met incredible people. One of the positive things that came out of COVID was just joining this community. And remember, we're here for you. You are never alone. It is a difficult time. And I do ask for everybody to remember the world in their prayers and spread positivity and great light. Which brings me to our next guest now. This is our final guest for the evening, and her name is Mary Rose Thompson. And she has been a nurse for over 30 years, and she's been taking the scenic route through many specialities. She has many qualifications that she's gained over her career, and she is a trained mindfulness teacher and a laughter yoga leader. And she's a happiness facilitator, and she teaches many other creative courses. And Mary is passionate about health and well-being, and she teaches us many techniques on how to stay healthy and happy. And Mary created the acronym PRIME and PACE after being taught the phase boom and bust, doing too much and paying for it. While Mary found this phase to be helpful as a reminder of what not to do, it seemed a little bit problem focused. So she's going to be teaching us some of her own techniques. And I love to welcome you, Mary Thompson. She's all the way from London, my hometown. Good to see you, Mary.
Hi. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to be here.
Thank you for joining us. And Sharon and Mia, your co-hosts, and we're going to ask you a lot of questions at the end, and we're excited to have you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here. This is my first introduction to your community, and it's been a great day. Really great. And I see my mother's joined us, so that's Valerie's iPad.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, Mum's always very proud of their kids. She must be very proud of you with all your accomplishments. Hello, nice to see you. I can see Valerie on there. Hello.
Hello, how are you? Lovely to be here and to find out about this community.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
So, would you like me to just start sharing my slides, or?
Absolutely. If you want to log on, and then we can you can start sharing some of your wealth of information that you have for our community. That would be great.
I'd love to do that, actually.
And whereabouts are you in England right now?
I'm in London.
Oh, lovely. How's the weather out there?
Miserable. Freezing.
You're just going to have to come out here in America and come visit your new family out here on Healing Our Earth.
I'm making plans. Over COVID, I've met so many people all over the world. I'm planning to buy a round the world ticket and visit everybody. So yes, Okay, so let me just see if this fits the whole screen. Ah, it does. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes, we can see the screen. Beautiful.
Okay, I have created some slides because I just find it sometimes a bit easier to remember things that I'd like to perhaps say. And I like this heart with all these different words in it. You know, different ones jumped out at me at different times, especially, you know, peaceful. What's jumping out at me now? Relax, soul, calm, meditation. You know, it's not going to have everything. There are people with different religions, perhaps, that don't see that represented here or whatever. But it's just a reminder of how much can contribute to wellness and well-being. I gave the title Well-being and Being Well because I kind of saw them as two separate things. I saw well-being as an act, no, a state, sorry. And momentarily got distracted there, sorry. Well-being as a state and being well as an action or a practice, and then wellness as encompassing all of that. But in actual fact, when I see that there's someone here that's in the waiting room and it says admit, so shall I just admit them? I think welcome. So I saw these as all encompassed in wellness, but actually these words are used interchangeably. The definitions aren't all that different. So then I looked up well, and apart from, you know, a watering well, we used to go when I was a child to a place called Bergville, which was in a quite remote part of South Africa, and visit these, the Little Sisters of Jesus, they were called, and they used to wear these denim dresses with little crosses on. And, you know, they live among the poor all around the world and work alongside, you know, ordinary workers sharing their faith. And we used to go there and rest and, you know, just, I loved it. I loved the peace, the quiet, but there was a well and you had to go and pump the water. And it taught me how important water was, because you're so used to, if you know, grown up with taps and flushing toilets and things, just taking water for granted, being able to just open a tap and drink clean water. So yes, there were lots of different meanings for well, things like doing something well or doing something justly or expertly and so on, or being financially, you know, well off and so on. And then there was one that really struck me because it said a well or well is a source from which to draw when needed. And that for me just really felt like that's what wellness is. It's this well inside you from which you draw when needed. And that, you know, part of what I want to talk about now is just looking at different ways that we can do that, create that well and fill it. So I'm not going to take you through my whole family history, but I was looking for a photograph of me as a child. I went with my father to visit a family, and they were living in a derelict downtown building in Johannesburg. And they had, you know, corrugated iron sheets for roofs. They had two in a corner, two up against the wall, and then one like a door. And that's where they were living, in this little corner. No running water, no furniture, no nothing. And I was 5, and I was the thing that I still remember being worried about was that the corrugated iron had a very rough edge and could be very dangerous. And I remember thinking about, oh, what would they do, you know, if someone got cut on that? And, you know, just how do they cook? And then I realized there were these bricks and they were cooking in a little pot on these bricks. I couldn't find that photograph. So then while I was looking through all my photographs, I found this one of my grandparents on a visit to the beach. And it just amused me. My granddad actually had a hat, which you can't see, it's tucked behind his legs. And it just reminded me that we're all unique and different, and the way we do things is different. Nowadays, you might be inclined to see naked people, people in bikinis, all sorts at the beach. But this is what they wore to the beach, and it was I remember that. This is my parents, and it's just the joy that I saw when, looking through all these photographs that just jumped out at me. Joy and being different and unique. I was thinking about how over 7 billion people are unique and different. Is that not amazing? We're all different and special and have treasure with all the stories that we have. And this opportunity to be here today and, to hear all the, different about my voice, and then, hearing Beth play, and I've just been blown away. Been very interesting. So, I've missed a slide for some reason. I don't know what happened
I
there.
do want to tell you, Mary, that it's wonderful to see these South Africa. I toured South Africa as a Kathak dancer in 1985, and what a beautiful country. Also, it's very much in the news right now, and because of this new variant. And I really appreciate that you're doing wellness and well-being. And one of the things that we've spoken about here is, you would think with everything going on, that wellness and well-being, what you're bringing forth, would be on every channel, that ways to heal yourself, ways to boost your immune system would be, especially now it's the new variant. Why, in your opinion, what's going on? You're a nurse. You've probably seen lots of things in your life. And what is it that is keeping us from bringing all of this knowledge that we have, the Ayurvedic knowledge, the Chinese, traditional Chinese, all these teachings that I'm sure there's, a traditional knowledge out of South Africa. Why isn't that blasted across, the networks?
It's an interesting question. I think there's an element of fear, and avoidance. So people like to watch comedy and, what we call skopskitten donor in South Africa, which is, a lot of shooting and kicking and diversion, and not focusing on that inside and what I call inner sizes. I think the other side to that is that while people are trying to distract themselves, there's also people who are taking their time to actually work with people, and that kind of grassroots healing is happening. They haven't got time to be trying to get onto television or in the media, or and perhaps the media is talking to the wrong people because of the kind of important messages they might be trying to get across, and they've lost focus to how our wholeness and the whole of well-being is not about simply washing your hands and keeping a safe distance. But I guess, South Africa's been through a lot through this, as have all of us. And I think we're all, as her name's gone right off, Janine was saying, in terms of trauma, we're all experiencing a sense of trauma. Some people can't bear being stuck at home, and some people just can't face going out. So, and this has made that worse for some people. In terms of South Africa, I'm not there now, but my father used to take us out to, townships like this and all kinds of places. And I remember, we'd go and have tea and there'd be condensed milk and sugar and all sorts of things, and we'd drink it out of respect. Because, actually for someone to give that to you was a real honor because it cost money, if you're really poor. So, you didn't want to offend someone. But I was telling my mom earlier that we once had a meal with a family, and they were from the Zulu culture. And in Zulu culture, well, I'll tell you that the children were in the kitchen eating, and there were all these children silently looking at me and my brother sitting next to each other. And we got this big plate of food, potatoes and meat and gravy and so on. And so we ate our way through a very hot day. And then they filled our plate again. And we piled our way through that. And the third helping, my brother said, I can't eat anymore. And I had to say, we've had enough. Thank you. Thank you very much. You've been very generous. And that was the right thing. That's what, in Zulu culture, you leave something in your plate to show that your host has been so generous, you couldn't possibly finish it all. Whereas I had grown up that you eat what's on your plate. So, cultural differences and misunderstandings and, things like that can also cause people to miss each other instead of, connecting, which is what we should be doing, and thinking about how we can heal ourselves. People are avoiding each other, and yeah, I think there's a bit of that going on. I mean, like you say, South Africa is a really beautiful country.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Yeah. And some time back, I flew out to South Africa because my father had been diagnosed with cancer. And I found him and my mom in a bit of a pickle. They were, just out of sorts. And I'd never known them like that. They were the kind of people who were out having picnics and going for walks on the beach and reading poetry to each other and having, filling that well. But they were, all upside down. My dad had bottles of morphine, full morphine, on the windowsill on an open passageway. And I was like, I'm sure he doesn't understand the street value of this morphine. And while I was there, I went, and the reason I've put this picture is I caught a boat across to Robben Island where Nelson Mandela was held in prison. And it was this hot bus with metal sort of frame and plastic seats and all these tourists sitting very excitedly chattering away. And I wasn't feeling that. I was, in a more somber mood. But anyway, we stopped and everybody went round this side of a building and I decided to go down around that side. And I was faced with this view, roughly. The island's a bit to the right of this, actually. And the smell of the sea and the scent of not the scent, the spray, that's the word I'm thinking of the sea, the crashing of the waves. I can remember there were seagulls. And, I've swum in that sea. I've climbed that mountain so many times. We used to climb up and then run down. I stood there in absolute awe. And then when we got to the prison and we each had a chance to go into the cell that Nelson Mandela was held in, I had another kind of awe. It was very small and he was a tall man. And I know that he used to do exercises because he was a boxer and he was a very fit man. And, they were there together, the comrades, and he got several degrees while he was there. They kept each other mentally alert and emotionally provided support and gave each other all the kind of the things that contribute to filling that well so that you could draw from that, I suppose, when you were stuck in your cell, perhaps late at night, thinking, just thinking about it all. And it was really quite astounding when he became president because, I grew up and became more and more active in fighting apartheid. And I didn't see that happening, if I'm really honest.
Yes.
Good.
Yes. When I was there, it was 85, so it was a really a time of conflict. But I was spent the time with the Indian community, where there were 1 million Indians, and talk about food. It was incredible. And but also we went to some of these townships too, and we met the head of the Zulus. So I got to get a real sense of South Africa. And it's been through so much. And, our prayer from Healing Our Earth is that, it comes to, some beautiful place, and that all are healed with this variant that we're hearing very different things about, but that we can send our healing light to those in South Africa and around the world who are suffering or getting these illnesses, and help them through learning these tools that we're providing on how to boost your immune system, like on the vegetarian cooking shows, etc. And it's so beautiful to see this, to have that experience of being able to be by the ocean, as you were describing, and breathe that fresh air. It's very powerful.
I sometimes visualize, when I'm feeling really unwell, perhaps, or when I'm just very tired, or just for the fun of it, I visualize myself in this tropical pool. What do you call those pools? Infinity pool with the sea in front. And I imagine, the smell of frangipani, and I can hear the birds, and they're very bright and colorful. And I've got this, mocktail or whatever you want to call them. And it's by the time I'm finished, I feel like I've been on a holiday. And, visualization is actually a really powerful tool for just relaxing, for taking yourself on a break, especially right now when, it's quite difficult to go away. Someone was joking and said to me the other day, you never hear people in the UK say, loving the island, loving the island life. I don't quite know what just happened. I've lost my slides, but anyway. Yeah, it's just, I'll get them back. There we go.
I think I'm going to try that visualization thing. I think that's, I'm missing going on vacations and blue waters. So I think I'm going to try that. That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I recommend it. I'm sorry, I've been clicking around, so the slides have been jumping around. I can't see any of you anymore. I don't know why, and I can't see myself, but that's fine. I'm happy with this view. Yeah, so yes, all sorts of things come to mind, just looking at this. My dad actually died very soon after. We had bought him a tracksuit, or maybe two, and I remember him coming out and going, this is very comfortable. I don't know why I didn't buy one before. He always wore tailored clothes. He had a tailor, he had a barber, he had someone that made him shoes. And my mum and sister and I cleared out his cupboard and just talked and shared stories. And we put, everything into bags and took it to a charity shop. And a few days later, my mother and I were driving along, and we drove past this, and there on a table was my father's pair of shoes. And it was a poignant moment, and it just got me thinking so much about, what his life felt like, and how each person's walk is different. Yeah. So I think I've said that, wellness can be a state of being well. It can be an act, something that you do to keep yourself well, or, that you practice daily as a healthy habit. And, you know, funny enough, I was trying to find pictures and I put in the search box, flourishing human being. And this is what came up amongst other plants. So this was the closest I got to a human being. There were just masses and masses of plants, which I found interesting. And then, of course, we also experience episodes of ill health. Some people have long-term conditions. And, you know, I have been diagnosed with fibromyalgia, which...
Oh, me too.
Oh, really? Okay, so you'll have an idea, you know, episodes of fatigue and extreme brain fog, and just I had a bit of it then.
Sensitivity. I overcame it through meditation, and I had a doctor who specialized. And so I did a lot of meditation. Actually, it was during the time I went to South Africa, but I did a lot of, and took a lot of supplements and came through it, and then worked with women who had fibromyalgia. And some of them, you could hardly touch them. You know, you had to work because the nervous system is overstimulated. I found a number of them had very exacting, you know, parents who were very, very, demanding.
You hear that, Mom?
Not necessarily both parents, but I recovered from it. I worked with women, and I just want the audience to know, if you have something like this, there are things you can do. You don't have to live in that kind of, oversensitized. How did it affect you, Mary?
Well, you know, that sensitivity to a lot of things. You know, I actually had a boost a few days ago, and I've been extremely ill ever since. So I still experience kind of some symptoms at times, especially if I'm not very well. But I agree with you, taking supplements. I take vitamin C, which I find very helpful. And, you know, you can have years without it. And then if you're under some kind of stress, that's when you really need to have a well to draw from. So, yeah, people can overcome it, and other people have, you know, periodic episodes. I know that in training that I went to, one of the things they told us was about boom and bust, you know, where you feel really good, and then so you take the advantage to do everything you've wanted to do when you were feeling rubbish. And then, you know, you're just exhausted. And, you know, I decided that I prefer something that told me more what to do. So I came up with Prime, and I see they've written paste. It's meant to say pace. I think that what's happened is what you call it, predictor has changed it. I remember when I was doing a master's, I had a supervisor who was telling me that she actually wrote hers at a time when there weren't really computers. So she used a big roll of wallpaper, and she actually literally cut and paste her master's dissertation that way.
I do want to tell you, if you are feeling side effects or anything, that Dr. Wai-Ching has and the people here in Creston, we've been doing a lot of studies around the kinds of supplements to help ameliorate, you know, help with people who are having these kind of effects, you know. So I would say, if you're interested, get in touch with her.
Yes, I will.
Sure, Neil Kumar will share her information with you, because she really she's been on with doctors from South Africa and all around the world, and they're really studying how, like we do at Healing Our Earth, how to bring everyone to their highest potential and highest wellness.
think that's amazing. I had someone contact me. She's Indian, but she's here in the UK, and the rest of her family are in India, and they all got COVID. And she was in a right state. She said, please, you have to message them and give them advice. They're all in bed and they don't know what to do. They're just business people. They're not medical or, nurses and so I came up with this acronym BEDS for them, because I thought I've got to give something relatively simple, because if you're feeling really unwell, I talked through other things as well, but I said, it's really important. You've been talking about breathing, through this day. Different people have talked about breathing, and, you were practicing breathing in the different nostrils. And so I talked through some exercises and also positions if you were finding it hard to breathe, if you had breathing difficulties. And then I talked, so that was for B, and then E was for eating. And even if it's eating something really little, that's all you can face, make it count, make it nourishing. Because sometimes people just go for, I don't know, something that really doesn't have much to it. It's not going to give you much, but a little bit of avocado would be better than a sweet, something like that. And then I know people are unlikely to stand on their heads when they're feeling really awful. I had cancer, and I remember people gave me, everybody I met had advice for me. People love to give advice when you're ill. I think they see it as a way to help you. And this one woman came after, I sing in a choir, and she came after a performance. She said, Mary, I've been really wanting to tell you about, ways that you can help yourself. So I said, okay, so we sat down together, and she said, you must stand on your head daily. To be honest, I could barely stand, let alone on my head at that point. But then she proceeded to clear some tables. We were in a pub, and she stood on her head, and then she said, okay, now it's your turn. This guy came past, he said, I thought I had a lot to drink. I was, I knew she meant well, but I actually upset her. She got angry that I didn't want to try a headstand in a pub. But anyway, and I actually haven't tried that, but I know that from, what I've read, it does rebalance and all that kind of thing. But, be practical. When you're in bed and you're feeling really awful, you can still do exercises. You can rotate your feet and move your hands and, your shoulders, and, move your head around slowly, just gently. And it's important to do this, because if you don't, you can get really stiff and just make matters worse. It really helps the oxygen flow and makes you feel a bit better. It's important for, just helping the body keep going. So yes, that was for E. And then I came up with, D for drinking, and obviously that varies depending on the temperature of the room you're in, or the climate you're in, whether you're indoors, outdoors, your clothes, if you've got a temperature or not. So I can't really give you a guide. It really, you have to use your common sense, but you can actually drink too much water and you can drink too little. So you get water in food as well. So, watermelon and fruits are full of.
Watermelon is a wonderful drink for hydrating.
Yeah, absolutely. Athletes are the ones that normally end up sort of overhydrated, because it's difficult for them to manage it all completely well when they, particularly in hot climates, I believe. And then sleep. Other people have talked about sleep today, and how important it is. And you were talking about, ways that you could go to sleep. Definitely not going to go into great detail here about that, but sleep's really important, and making sure that you give yourself enough time to get to bed, so it's not just, oh goodness, it's late, I must go to bed, I've got to get up early, and get yourself into that kind of whirlwind of, dis-ease about going to bed and then not sleeping well and then waking up extremely tired. I actually experienced insomnia from childhood, and I think that contributed a lot to the kind of long-term conditions that I've been diagnosed with. I don't focus too much on the diagnosis so much as, trying to ask myself, what do I need right now? Am I thirsty? Am I feeling tired? And not ignoring that. So kind of listening to my body. Obviously, there's messages like stopping smoking and not drinking too much and so on. Unfortunately, I smoked when I was younger. I remember going with my class at school. We went to a Shakespeare show, and there was this very elegant woman all in black with sort of beads around her head, and she was smoking with a long, elegant cigarette holder. And I just thought, whoa, she looks, healthy, and that looks quite sort of elegant. And not long after that, I gave it a try. And before I knew it, I was hooked. And I was quite young at that point. And if anyone was thinking about giving up, I just want to encourage you, you will feel great. It won't necessarily happen straight away. And it might take several attempts. It took me about 8 attempts to finally stop properly. But I felt so much better in every way. I've got money. Things just improve when you stop smoking.
And it's important now with the lung issues going on.
Yes, I agree. I agree there.
Did you use hypnosis?
Did I use hypnosis
when you were quitting? Did you try hypnosis? I know a lot of people that have used hypnosis as a way to stop smoking.
I think that does work for some people. I actually just had different experiences that made me stop each time. As a nurse, I remember a woman who was purple. She could barely breathe. She needed oxygen, but she still smoked. Unfortunately, we used to smoke at the hospital, in the canteen. The doctors and nurses would smoke. By the beds, the patients would smoke. So there wasn't a kind of message that helped you to think that this wasn't a good idea then. But I used Alan Carr's book that helped me the one time, Stopping Smoking. I think there's a bit of hypnosis in there, and the way it's structured. And I also remember when my son was really tiny, I started again for a short while, and then I thought, no, I can't. I just can't have him look at me one day and think this is okay. And I just stopped that same day. So, it's different for different people, but, nicotine patches and those kind of things are worth trying. If you really want to stop, just don't give up. And if you do, find yourself relapsing, see that as part of the process. I think the most important thing someone said to me the last time I gave up was, if you stop before you go to bed, then when you wake up, you've already not smoked for, however many hours. And it makes a big difference, if you wake up and go, oh, I'm stopping smoking today. The first thought is, oh, how am I going to get through today? Whereas if you wake up and you think, I haven't smoked for 8 hours.
That's fantastic, thing to tell people, because it's reinforcing the positive. Oh, I went for all this time. That means I can go for longer. Yeah. What do you think, Sheila?
I think the problem with a lot of this, like losing weight and wanting to exercise and giving up smoking and all these things, I think the issue is sometimes it takes that like a major crisis, or there has to be the why, like why do it? Like for you, it was your son, right? Otherwise, people just don't want to change. I see all the time with my patients, and then something happens, they have that heart attack, they have that, the cancer or something, and then they make that change. I think, unfortunately, as human beings, we're wired that way. So it has to be the why, or there has to be a crisis. But like Sharon was saying, I think hypnosis does have a part to play in a lot of this, because it goes into the subconscious mind where you can actually change how you're thinking about things. And there's so many apps now on our phones. There's like so many different apps that you can download to help you with what you're struggling with, to subconsciously put it into your mind every day. Or even like I've been trying to do yoga, and it's so difficult because I'm like, I really want to do it. I really want to do it. And then there's like 2 years has passed, I haven't. So then what I've decided is every morning I'm just going to do one stretch. So I'd get up in the morning, I'd do the downward dog. And then slowly yesterday I did one other stretch. And I was like, let's do one little bit. There's a great book about this, Atomic Habits, they call it. And they say you just do if you do a little something every single day, you get a little bit of an improvement. And at the end of the year, it's something like 33% improvement. So I guess you just, like you were saying, just look at the positive, but find out what your why is, and find before it's a big crisis, right? You don't want to turn out like that lady in the hospital blue, right?
Yeah, awful.
Yeah.
I totally agree with what you've just said. Atomic Habits is a great book, and it's also an audiobook. And yeah, I've put together a few other things that people might want to do here.
Yeah, go ahead. Would love to see it.
Can you see my slides still? I can't see any of you. I can just see my slides.
We can't see. We can just see your beautiful face. If you could do share screen, then maybe then we could see.
I don't know how that happened.
Technical.
I knew something had happened.
That's what happens when you go live. These are the things that the challenges we face.
We're all learning. We're all
so
learning.
You haven't seen my little slides.
So Mary, if you look at your bottom taskbar, yes, you are on now. Maximize it. Over. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Neil. Thank you so much. I must have touched something. Oh, that's better. I can see you all. I've been talking to my slides and you've been seeing me.
I'm looking at you. Just the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, because I had a slide for smoking, and I had a slide for my BEDS acronym. Anyway, and now I have this, which was just different things that I've had some involvement with. And actually, I can say for me that it was when I became unwell that I started to appreciate all the healing and ways to heal that was going on all around me. Even though I was working as a nurse, and you can get quite sort of separated sometimes from the healing element, because you're so busy, treating people, and then they go home where they actually do the healing often. And so and nurses are notoriously unable, for some interesting reason that I want to study, unable to look after themselves as well as they should or could. So yeah, I've explored all sorts of elements and playfulness. I want to say I went to a session where this woman was encouraging us to play, and we climbed under the table and walked along things, and she was talking about how preparing for old age, it's really important to learn to get up off the floor without holding on to anything, and all sorts of things, and how you can stand at a bus stop and just practice balance on one leg and then balance on the other. And so I think my son thought I completely lost the plot. He came home and I was crawling under the table, and I still do it. I get up every now and again, and I'll get down onto the floor, and I'll make sure I can get up. And it's actually strengthened me. Those very simple little balance exercises and things.
It's really important. What do they say? Use it or lose it, And that's been a concern during these lockdowns and things, that people are, in their homes, staring at a TV and not getting out in nature, and not even doing, as you spoke about, doing all these just simple exercises that keep a sense of movement and fluidity in your body.
Yeah. And how important, the drinking water is for being able to do that, because that helps, the joints, and, keeps your brain and spine, well lubricated. And yeah, there's so many different things that come up when you think about being well. It's just amazing. I've had this opportunity to be part of a group, and it was actually Alexandra in the group who showed me about Healing Earth, and suggested perhaps I'd like to do this session, which I'm doing now, last week. I've been in a group with her, a writing group, where we wrote poetry, like little haiku, and all kinds of different forms of writing. She's a journalist, but it was called a self-compassion writing group, and now it's a self-care writing group, and it's been amazing. The difference, the different ways we all have shared things, and what we've shared and what we've written, just by encouraging each other. There's loads of opportunities to journal with people online, but you can also, just journal on your own. I've talked a little bit about awe. Adventure is another thing. Adventure doesn't have to be like something, you're crossing the desert, or doing something really dramatic. It can be just going with a few friends on a short hike, and just seeing what you find, what kind of flowers you find, what birds you see. Just that experience. It can be very simple, just spending a day by yourself, just watching the sea. That's an adventure, if you just think about what you're seeing, and what you're feeling, and
like the jacaranda trees.
Oh gosh,
Purple flowers in Johannesburg and Santa Barbara in California.
Ah, yes. I remember going to a what was it called? I think it was an aquarium type place near there, somewhere along that coast, near Santa Barbara, but further up maybe. And seeing all these sea animals, and that was, just watching wildlife, and the way they walk, and the sounds they make. It fascinates me. I love watching birds in my garden and just listening to them, and just the different types of birds. And there's a little robin that used to hop across my garden, and sometimes he was one size, and another, other times he'd be another size, and then I realized there were two. It just never occurred to me. I was just trying to puzzle this out. Anyway, laughter, mindfulness, gratitude, connecting with people, journaling, all of these can rewire your brain. And when I started doing this intentional laughter, it's not about anything being funny or humor or anything. You can be feeling pretty rough, and with certain exercises you can really laugh for 10 to 15 minutes and change your immune system. They've done studies and found people healed faster from heart attacks and cancer with laughter yoga. It's just phenomenal. Gratitude, being grateful. I felt so awful yesterday. I was thinking, how am I going to do this session? Should I do it? And then I thought, okay, let me see it with gratitude. Let me try. I know there's controversy about whether you should have a vaccination or not, and so on. I just chose to have them. I'm a registered nurse, so in fact, they're going to make it law here for them, to registered nurses, to have the vaccination, which is causing a huge drama at the moment amongst the nursing community. But yeah, I once I started to see it with gratitude, I thought, okay, so somebody's bothered to create something that's hopefully going to protect my health and other people's health. It might be that I'm a bit of an experiment now, but if that helps other people in the future, then I'm okay with that. I'm okay. That's okay. So that's how I got through yesterday and today. And
it's all about your attitude. I, as a dancer for a gazillion years, I had to have hip replacements, and I thought, okay, I'm coming. This is going to help me. I'm welcoming it in, and I think that's a piece of it. And it is this huge experiment, and some of us are thinking one way, depending on our experience and our health and the way we are. And so that's why it's been so nice to be on Healing Our Earth, because it's not about, one way or the other way. It's about how do we help people in every situation.
Yeah,
I think it's also, I was going to say, I think it's also your attitude too, right? If there's so much fearfulness, right? And we know that if you're scared, if you're anxiety, if you have fearfulness, you're going to decrease your immune system, because that's just nature. But if you take things in a positive light, and you can boost your immune system by obviously eating healthy, eating the correct foods, making sure your food has the right vitamins and nutrition, you're getting your vitamin D, you're reducing your stress levels, you're taking your precautions. We have to build our body up, right?
Absolutely. There's so many ways that we can boost our immune system. And one of them that I found in this self-compassion writing group was, this tender compassion, forgiving myself, learning to let go, which I found very hard. I'm a very interested person, and I'm always taking stuff in, but actually you sometimes need time to just let go and be silent and quiet, and connect with yourself, as I think it was Janine was saying earlier, the relationship that we have with ourselves, that, and rest, learning to rest. I didn't realize, there's a woman that had talked about 7 types of rest in a TED talk. I'm sure as we go along, there'll be 8 types of rest and 6 types of rest, but rest can be physical, mental, emotional, social, and so on. And some of rest is about actively relaxing. So it's what your need is. It's one question that I've learned to ask myself over and over is, what is it that I need now? You might have planned something, and that's good and well. And I've been asking myself that today. What do I need? Do I need to be here and sharing with you, or do I need to just sleep and rest? Because I have felt incredibly rough. And I decided, I'd like to be part of this. I've listened to everything today, and even though I was lying down and doing that, and I just thought, I do want to share. I do. I find for myself, what I need right now is often music. I love just music and dancing while I cook in the kitchen, or, not probably to your standard, Sharon, but, just doing things like that. So you know, I have a story about when I was 16, 17, I was at university and I was working on Green Market Square, which is a flea market in Cape Town, selling homemade candles and blanket jackets and things. I had all kinds of jobs to make money. And I had to go pay my rent. And so I went and I drew the money, and all you had to do was cross the road and the building was right there. And in the time I took to cross the road, someone pickpocketed me. And I had more money and I just didn't know what I was going to do. And I wasn't planning to phone my parents and ask for the money. So I thought, I went back and I was telling everybody. And there was this man who made a flute out of a hose pipe. And he was quite hippie, and he sort of sidled over and he said, "Hey man, what happened?" So I told him the story. And he said to me, "This too will pass." And I hadn't come across that, you know, it's well known in Buddhism, obviously, but it was new to me. And I didn't quite know what he meant, to be quite honest. I don't think it really sunk in until much later. And, you know, that was decades ago, and a lot has passed since then. And when I'm experiencing difficult times, this is something that I remember is, this too will pass.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite sayings because it's so true. Because at the time when you're in something, you think you're having this major crisis, but then you have to realize that like tomorrow, the day after it, you're really just not going to care. So I think that everyone should take that on, that this too shall pass. I think that's a good motto to live by.
Yeah, because life is, you know, the world is always changing. And I think this is the thing that, in thinking about healing the earth, is that if we can heal ourselves and feel that well and share that with others, you know, this too shall pass. This time of, you know, what's happening right now. And you know, I won't go too much into that. This picture also reminds me of the bamboo tree that they have in China, where you plant the seed and water it for nearly 5 years before it sprouts. And then suddenly it sprouts within 5 to 6 months, bamboo tree. And that's useful for food. And I hear my doorbell and I think it's my puppy being delivered. I think I wasn't expecting them back so soon.
Well, it's interesting you should use the bamboo because in the Taoist tradition in China, you know, in Qigong, the bamboo represents that flexibility and swaying with the wind, you know, swaying with the time and allowing life to unfold, being in the flow. And I think we need more of that all over the place rather than this kind of, you know, people are fearful and anxious and angry and just let go.
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to just let my puppy in and he will be full of joy.
Well, we're actually coming to, you know, the end of the show here.
Yes.
And I would like to take a moment to talk about the upcoming shows that are going on.
Yes.
Yes, because we constantly have shows to help people, and many of the subjects we've been talking about, you know, from nutrition to music to dance to healing, meditation, yoga, etc. So, Sheila, I'll send it over to you.
Well, you can talk about this event. This is something that you're very passionate about, the climate changing and all of the health.
Yes. So I'll talk about this. I'm bringing two very, I would say, pioneers of the environmentalist movement. In fact, John Milton, who's been on a number of times on Healing Our Earth, when he was working in the Nixon administration many years ago as a young man, he was the one that coined the term environmentalism. So he's coming to speak about their vision for a long time of, rather than a one size fits all solution, something called bioregionalism. And I'm also going to be bringing Hannah Strong, who her and her husband were seminal in the 92 climate change conference in Brazil. And she's been deep into many different cultures, indigenous, you know, in India and Tibet, all over the place, looking at the ancient ways of working with the land and being, you know, with the climate. So I'm very interested to hear what they have to bring to us. Oh, and we know that the Brahma Kumaris, we love them, will be coming and giving their perspective. And hopefully Dr. Lakshmi Vyas, who from Healing Our Earth, who was there, right?
And then our next session is going to be the Universal Health Coverage Day, Health for All. That's going to be Sunday, December the 12th. That's going to be a great session, like more kind of universal. How do we get some equality around in the world? Just making sure we're all, you know, we can't, just because we're living in the Western world, we got to take care of everyone else that can't perhaps afford food or water or so many things. So it's kind of great to have this session.
And we're going to bring some people who actually have been involved also for many years in the higher levels of politics, doing what they can to bring forth coverage for alternative health, so that, you know, if you're a Ayurvedic doctor, people should be in the system, should be able to be, you know, compensated, the doctor and the patient should be in traditional Chinese medicine and Ayurveda for these alternative ancient, very, very, to me, very scientific, because what, 5,000 years of study, you know, this should be part of our health system. So we're going to be speaking about that too.
Wow, I'm excited for that session. This is one of my favorite sessions, is the festive vegetarian kitchen session, where we kind of learn about eating healthy and different ways of cooking, because my cooking is terrible. So I'm excited to kind of learn some delicious recipes from all around the world, all the global chefs and our
dear Seema, the expert, I consider her, I've gotten some wonderful recipes from her from the show that are so delicious.
And then are you excited about this one, Sharon? This is going to be a fun event. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of your musical talent team to come on and sing some great things, just like your amazing friends today. They were just so wonderful. That music was so vibrational.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to so many of our friends in India and in the UK who have contributed over, 105 now shows, bringing the beauty of their music and their knowledge in that world, and Bollywood and all of that. So these two should be really wonderful. And as I think it was you were saying, we can, on this one, we can make our resolutions.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be the same for everybody, I know. More exercise, meditation, the usual. That's going to be great. I'm definitely excited for that. And did you want to say some final words, Sharon? I know it's been amazing co-hosting with you, and we've had such a great session.
I really enjoy co-hosting with you. I feel like we have a similar style, and it's really nice.
I agree. And it's been so great for me to like meet such an amazing bunch of people over the 105 shows, where I just get to meet such different people in different walks of life, doing so many different things, and just enriches my life, and I know it enriches yours too. And let's spend some time to share this mission statement. Do you want to read this, Sharon?
Of course. Our mission is to promote happier, peaceful, healthier, and inspired global communities by delivering multicultural online edutainment. And that is the word. And it's really such an honor to be with people who care so much. Absolutely. And have teachings and knowledge that really needs to just come out now. You know, we are envisioning the world of the future. And for me, healing our earth, you know, should be at the top in terms of the visionaries.
Yeah. And it's been such a wonderful, wonderful morning here, probably evening, afternoon for many of you. Just remember, this is your community. We are here for you. We're all volunteers. Special thanks to Neil Kumar that puts on this amazing show. Thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. We are your family. And we would like to say a global namaste to you all.